global stocktake is a stark reminder of the reality we face, a rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future for all.
COP28 is our chance to urgently change the direction of travel using the global stocktake as our roadmap. We need to bring the whole of society on this journey.
As first movers and leaders, we're working together to catalyze action towards the most impactful climate solutions.
But for us all to move faster, we need political leaders and policymakers to provide more policy incentives that implement zero emissions.
The future we are choosing is pollution-free and transforming all our systems that drive the real economy.
In fact, change is happening faster than we think.
We've seen exponential progress in clean energy technologies, and electric vehicles could account for 2/3 of car sales by 2030.
With over 12,500 members in the Race to Zero, businesses, investors, cities, regions, and others
are leading the way to halving emissions by 2030 and are already turning their climate pledges into plans.
We are on our way to actually deliver to the 6.5 billion euro investment goal into renewable energy.
The world will fail to achieve a just and green transition without sufficient, efficient, and fair flows of finance, particularly in developing countries.
And we must remember that in pursuit of a net zero resilient world, we should put people and nature first.
We, as business leaders, are aligning our advocacy with net zero goals.
And we're changing our business models. Of the world's largest 2,000 publicly listed companies, half have set 2050 net zero targets.
We as finance leaders are supporting governments to turbocharge the transition.
For example, sustainable bond issuance has totaled $109 billion so far in 2023, higher than full-year issuance in any other year on record.
私たちは都市や地域のリーダーとして地域の気候行動を実現する革新的な政策を実行しております。京都市は2030年陰性部門
In my city, we have successfully adopted climate actions for almost 20 years. We have switched to 100% electricity from renewable sources for all of our operations.
We don't have time to wait. Later is too late.
We are ready to support ambitious policy incentives and work in collaboration with governments on national climate action plans due in 2025.
We are calling on you, political leaders,
for courageous leadership at COP28.
We haven't had these temperatures in 120,000 years.
Millions and millions of people need help when climate emergencies arise.
We have the solutions to solve these problems, but we have to do it together.
We're fighting, dark forces.
They are trying to kill us. It is not a joke.
What do you give your child when they can't breathe? You actually have to take action.
Action, not even ambition anymore.
Out of COP28, out of this next summit, we need governments to come forward, to work with each other.
Making sure that at COP we have a declaration on the full phase out of fossil energy. Because if we continue to burn fossil energy, we will not meet our goals.
The era of global warming has ended. The era of global boiling has arrived.
But climate change is threatening my future. And what I want to do with my life is have a safe and livable world.
The UN says the world has failed to meet emissions targets set out in the Paris Agreement on climate change.
This is transmission attempt 81.
My name is Sam, and I'm speaking to you from the year 2015.
This is transmission attempt number 48.
My name is Agustin Ocaña, and I'm transmitting from Ecuador in the year 2050.
Scorching heat waves, raging wildfires, hurricanes and droughts displacing millions.
These things are happening in your time.
Nice. Do you think they'll listen to this?
Yeah, I look like an old man.
Hello, and welcome to the final day of broadcasts from the COP28 Climate Hub here in Stockholm and in the studio in Dubai. It has been indeed an incredible week of both critical and exciting dialogue with policymakers, business leaders, activists, and also youth. And it has been our pleasure to bring you our high-level dialogue from the year's biggest climate summit. Today, like every day, has a theme, which of course today is final negotiations. Rather than focusing on a specific sector or topic such as heavy industry or nature, today we're going to be focusing on what can be done to ensure that the negotiations agreed upon here are acted upon tangibly and openly and consensuously. With me here, as always, to set expectations for this final day of the broadcasts are Ingmar Renshaug, the CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time, and Andreas Magnusson, who's been project leader and host, well, not project leader, but host of the Youth Hub here that's been on every day during the broadcasts. So, Ingmar, please start us off. What are your expectations here? What are the big news that you want to bring in this morning?
This COP has become something different, I would say. Because it's so clear now, or the choice. Either we do as all those names that are now scrolling in the blue zone in Dubai. This is an open letter signed by 1,700 leaders. I'm one of them, that are pushing for everyone to do the right thing. Phase out fossil fuel and agree on an agreement with high ambition. And high ambition in this case means a future for humanity. That is what's at stake. The clock is ticking. We can't have 100 COPs. We need to move this further now. And this letter is kind of unique. It's initiated by Christiana Figueres. That was the lead, the architect behind the Paris Agreement. And the presidency have mentioned this many times, and as you see, they're using the billboard here to actually influence everyone to do it. So this has kind of created some drama there, because there's another letter circulating. We have two letters here, controlling the humanity. We have this letter from the Christiana Figueres, and we have the letter from OPEC. That has leaked to the media, where they are very stressed. And they are saying, the OPEC chair are saying, like, it's an urgency. There's a tipping point in the public debate about phasing out fossil fuel. And he has written to all his members to resist everything that has to do with phasing out fossil fuel. And the interesting thing with that is that urgency, and that he feels it's needed to write a letter to OPEC members to vote no. It must be that they are stressed that they will vote yes, their own members.
And they're even using the same language, tipping points.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is insane.
Yeah, I mean, they have realized what's at stake. And what is at stake is either the humanity will have a future, or fossil fuel will have a short future that it can make some more money before they will die regardless. Because you can't sell fossil fuel in a doom and gloom world, right? But you can probably do it a couple of years more. So we will see what's happening now the final days. Even if the phase out of fossil fuel will not make it all the way, it has changed the narrative forever. And fossil fuel are now toxic as hell. Sorry, my language. And one more thing that's interesting is the Saudi Arabia. That is, they're kind of taking the lead on this other side, pushing for never say yes to phase out fossil fuel. They have heavily criticized UAE. That's interesting.
Very interesting. Of course, they're still trying to focus on the emissions, not the fossil fuels per se.
Yes.
Which, of course, opens up for what they think techniques that might...
Yeah.
But that's not going to be the case.
But they really don't like the UAE presidency. And this is something we need to realize. It must be very, very hard to be the president of COP28. Because he's under attack from the green side, criticizing him heavily, and now he's under attack from the fossil fuel side, criticizing him heavily. We don't know where this ends up, but it could be that he's the one making it happen. We'll see. Let's hope for that at least. And before we end this, we also have a message from all of those that have signed this letter in a short video that are played for all the negotiators. And I want to show it here today as well.
Dear COP28 President, as we enter the final days of COP28, we are at a tipping point. The world and its people need the strongest possible outcome to keep 1.5 degrees within reach. But delivering on this historic task requires us to act like a team. The signals of transformation and opportunity across sectors in society are all around us. At the same time, the climate emergency is biting harder than ever. It's up to us to seize this opportunity, because what is achieved here in Dubai must mark a legacy moment which determines the fate of our future generations. We, over 1,000 CEOs, mayors, governors, investors, indigenous peoples, health professionals, young people, faith leaders, scientists, athletes, and more, stand in courage and resolve with the COP28 president and all parties in bringing us together behind a rapid response to the global stocktake. Later is too late.
Later is too late. It's a very strong message, and lots of important names on this list, of course. So I'm turning now to Andreas. In terms of what's going to happen in the Youth Hub today, what can you tell us?
Well, first of all, it's going to be very emotional, I think, since it's the last day for us, and we've had some incredible days, so very emotional in that way. But today we're going to be joined by Professor Jessica Page, and she's going to talk about AI-powered knowledge integration to carbon-neutral cities. And then after that, we'll be joined by Professor Arthur Peterson, and he's going to talk about the role of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the role of science feeding into these COP conferences as well. And then the CEO of the Communication and Sustainability Agency, the new division, Luis König, is joining us to talk about the inner development goals. And then, of course, we'll also have sessions here in broadcast today. Me and my dear co-host, Åsa Sandberg, is going to have a session here where we close our youth hub in broadcast, and it's going to be very emotional, I think, as I've already said. But it's we've been doing this for 11 days now, so it's going to be tough in that sense.
And we have a very special guest at the afternoon broadcast that's with us on Zoom. A very young guest.
Very young. Make sure to tune in.
Please do so. So thank you very much, Ingmar. Thank you very much, Andreas. And let's move on and hand it over to Nick in Dubai.
I can't hear Nick.
We seem to have some problems with the sound in Dubai, but I'm sure they're going to fix it. It's actually amazing that it has been working so well all these days. There's so much technical stuff going on. It's really a challenge, but a fantastic team on the ground in Dubai, working under very difficult circumstances because it's tight physically and it's very, very warm. But I think now can we hear Nick? Okay, over to you, Nick. No, still no sound. No worries. We have a fairly big team here in Stockholm. Well, it's a big team in Stockholm and slightly smaller in Dubai. So just if you would take a look behind the scenes here, you'd probably be surprised how many people are actually involved in a production like this. And of course, many, many months of preparation and teamwork. So as Andreas said, it's a bit emotional because this is the last day of the broadcast for this time. All right, seems like we still have some problems connecting with Dubai. So I'll introduce the next guest instead. We're joined by James Cameron, founder of James Cameron and Company. And James is an award-winning, recognized authority in the global climate change movement, an advocate and catalyst for galvanizing big impact change on environmental challenges globally. A qualified barrister with 30 years plus experience across legal, academic, and also non-profit business and government. He worked for the UK Prime Minister's Business Advisory Group, COP22, 23, COP26, and also for COP28. So James is uniquely placed to advise us on the complex challenges that hinder progress to a more sustainable future.
You heard us, right?
So it seems like I have the pleasure of doing the interview with you now, James, because we can't hear Nick. So wonderful to have you on our broadcast.
Thank you.
Please tell us, given what you've seen of the negotiations over the last 10 days, and indeed what you yourself feel is likely to happen, what can we expect in the next 24 hours for these final negotiations, please?
Well, as you said in my intro, I've been doing these negotiations for a very, very long time, since before they were even COPs, when we were in the negotiating phase leading up to the UN Climate Change Convention in 1992. So I've been doing this since the late 80s, and they have a pattern. Generally speaking, in the last few days, there are lots of square brackets around text, and you have to have serious late night, often all night sessions trying to remove those brackets and find a way of coming to agreement. And that largely depends upon building consensus. Consensus is very difficult with 190 something countries of very different sizes and often very different capacities to do these negotiations. I work closely with emerging market governments that have very little capacity sometimes. And one of the main tasks is to keep going, to have stamina, to be able to stay with the negotiations if you've got a small team around you. And so I think the last phase is pretty much familiar to all of us who've done this so many times before, which is you've got to keep concentrating on what the main prize is. And on this occasion is to try and get the language associated with the phasing out of fossil fuels and to get that as strong as is possible in this form of negotiation, is to try and get a lot of the promises that have been made on platforms during the last 10 days or so to get as close to be legally binding as is possible with this structure of agreement. And that largely means, can we get the language precise enough that when it gets taken back into the states that implement this agreement, this international agreement, it can form the basis of law and policy that shapes markets and guides behaviors and punishes those who breach their obligations. And so I will always look to see what's happened to the text at the end. Has it got more precise? Is it more implementable? Does it make a material difference to big decisions in finance? Does it make money flow to those most in need and most vulnerable? Because in a sense, the most vulnerable represent us all. And when we formed the Alliance of Small Island States all those years ago in the late 1980s, when they first started working together in around about 1990, they were speaking for their own interests, of course, But the truth is that the small island states and the most vulnerable countries speak for us all. And so you really do want to see their objectives met, because if they are, then the agreement will be better for the whole of humanity.
Well, thank you very much, James. There's been word out that the head of the COP had a fairly unusual way of setting the scene yesterday with a circle, traditional circle from his tradition and his region for the negotiations. I cannot recall now what it was called, but what is your opinion on the sort of how you really shape the discussions, and could a circle like this really make a difference?
Well, I've advised several presidencies over the years, including ones that had very particular contributions and styles to bring to the process. When you're a president, you have responsibility for the whole. You don't just represent your country, you have to represent the interest of the whole. And sometimes, that gives you an opportunity to bring a different style. Certainly, Fiji would be an example when I advised the presidency of Fiji, and we brought their Talanoa culture to Bonn. It was quite a significant, I thought, attempt to bring a different means of deciding what to do on the basis of your community or society to formal negotiations, which, let's face it, are very slow and sometimes get stuck in ways that don't really make any sense to the outside world. I mean, real procedural wranglings over things that seem very small in comparison to the size of the issue we're dealing with. So I'm all in favor of somebody bringing a different approach to resolving conflict and to trying to get people to see their common interest. I wasn't in the room when that happened, but I do favor really any attempt to try and break down the barriers to agreement and to build up the consensus that's necessary to come to agreement. There is one golden rule with all of these negotiations that every delegate and anybody observing should understand, is that although it works by consensus, so you don't go to a vote, when it comes to the final gavel, consensus is not unanimity. You do not need every single person in the room representing all the nations to agree on every word. You have to determine in the chair, and that's what Sultan Al-Jaber will have to do at the very end, you have to determine that you have consensus. And that is not the same as unanimity. And every time we've come to an agreement, in all the big staging posts, we have needed to rely upon that rule.
But this must mean that somebody needs to sort of let go of their prerogative and sort of step back a bit?
Well, you want your president to have a clear sense of what the best possible result is. You need to kind of visualize that long in advance. Excuse me. I mean, we used to do it months in advance to try and picture the end, what the final communique would be many months earlier, so that you could prepare for that outcome and ask yourself, how did you get there? So you'd hope by now the president and his advisors who have been, who understand where all the blockages are, have a pretty good idea of where they want to end up. In fact, all negotiators should be having that in their mind. They should be thinking very clearly, what is the deal that's acceptable to me? But hopefully, I mean, it's a slightly idealistic position, but one I cling to, that they have some sense of what's in the interests of everybody when an agreement is designed to, frankly, protect us from ourselves in the future. We need this agreement badly, and we need it to be implemented. We need it to be implemented fast.
We had that. So do you think there are areas where the negotiations in this year has fallen short?
It always falls short. I mean, the challenge is so great. I often tell people who are very frustrated, either in civil society or in the business community, how can you possibly endure these negotiations that have been going on for so long? And is it irreal? Is it utterly pointless? No, it's absolutely not utterly pointless. It's just very hard to get agreement. It's very important to try and get agreement. It's very important to get as far as you possibly can and write it down. So much of our current way of doing things is instantaneous. It involves quick reaction to things. Statements are taken terribly seriously, every word that is spoken. but it matters to try and write things down, to get something that looks like agreement, real agreement between forces, between powers. And you're bound to be disappointed. And what you have to do then is acknowledge that the gathering itself has value. All the side conversations, all the business deals, all the NGOs that make connections between their own interests, all the careers that are built. I have conversations with people who want to work in this or that business or enterprise or government to carry on working on climate change, and they need advice. The gathering itself has value. So even when you are disappointed, as we frequently are, that the text doesn't do enough, we have to acknowledge a couple of things. First, that the gathering has value. Secondly, that when the whole regime was inverted in Paris, so it became bottom up, you make your commitments to all the others and you deliver them at home, that created space for diversity. That allows people to choose a pathway that suits them in their political economy, allows them to implement the overall general objectives in their own way. And that is supposed to increase the chances of it actually being done. In the old way, which I frankly favored initially, because I guess I was wedded to it by doing it, the top-down deal that we agreed in Rio and then in Kyoto in 1997, we couldn't make that work, partly because the US didn't ratify it. But frankly, this new version since Paris is still work in progress, and it still needs to prove itself by actually delivering the real world outcome that we need, by actually making the money flow to where it's needed, to making sure that people feel that the issue is being addressed in the right way, in their own place, in their own economy, in their own society. And, you know, and we obviously haven't arrived at that conclusion yet, but hopefully in the next day or two, we'll get a new direction set and greater confidence that all those actions done at the state and sub-state level in the cities and done, you know, in the private sector as well, will amount to something meaningful and accelerate the progress towards meeting our targets.
Indeed. So, James, could you take us through an explanation of how it really works now? Who is sitting in these negotiations? For instance, right now, what's happening right now, and what will happen throughout the day? What groups are gathering, and what numbers, and who are there?
It's a very good question. I would like it that if the UN process opened that part up a bit more to show people what actually goes on. So there are various screens on around. If you're a delegate now, what you're doing is trying to make sure you're in the right room for the right part of the negotiations and you're focused on the right bit of text. Everything now is focused on language, removing unnecessary brackets that are protecting the text. So if you don't want to concede something to someone, some other group or some other state, what you do is you put the language in square brackets and you say, look, that part of the text we haven't agreed yet, and you put it to one side. And then what each of the chairs of the negotiating process have to do is to persuade people to take away those brackets. Now, we've heard what you had to say. We realize you couldn't agree with that yesterday, but we have to agree the words now. We are coming up to a deadline. We're going to get agreement. So can you remove those brackets now, and can we settle on what words you could accept? That all throughout the floor, there's several meeting rooms across the floor, people will be trying to do that work. Then there will be groups forming, some traditional UN groups like the G77 plus one, which is all the developing emerging economies plus China. That group meets and tries to determine what the best outcome for it is. And then, of course, the EU will meet, and then the US delegation. And there'll be other special interest groups over parts of the text who care deeply about a particular commitment. There'll be groups meeting on Article 6 and how to settle the differences of view about the language that should be adopted in favor of pricing carbon or valuing carbon in various ways, sometimes through taxes, sometimes through emissions trading systems or other regulatory mechanisms. What's the right balance between the three types of intervention by a government to value carbon? All of those are very close to agreement, but not quite there. That will be a key test of whether this is a successful COP. Can they get agreement on Article 6. Some of the commitments that have been made through the climate champions and on platforms during the week, big money promises, big commitments to tripling renewable energy. Can we get the text agreed that says we are all going to do that back in our own countries when we return at the end of COP? In which case, there'll be groups forming around that language. How tight can we get it? How enforceable can we make it? And all those groups have to go away and work hard at that language, and they bring it all back to the plenary, where everybody is. And you don't want to do that until you're very sure you're near agreement. Because when you get 190-something countries around the room, the chances of breaking consensus or having confusion increase. And so the president will have to take in all the nearly done texts and make a decision. Can I bring everybody back into plenary? Are we ready to adopt this text? And that's a big call. And you know, sometimes people are exhausted and they've worn out all their arguments, and timing is crucial. You've got to be able to time that right. The president's got to be sure that they're close enough to get this text adopted before they get everyone back in the room for the last time. And then you've got to manage the people who will put their flags up and say, we don't agree, or we can't agree to this unless. And that's when that rule, consensus is not unanimity, really comes into play, because you can hold this up right in for hours and hours, or even days in the past, and until the president says, no, we're done, and bangs that gavel down.
Well, thank you so much, James Cameron, for taking us through this process. This was really enlightening to understand a bit more about the different groups, et cetera, and how this process really works. So fingers crossed, and best of luck with playing your part in this, laying this puzzle and making it all come out as one brighter future for humanity. So thank you.
Let's hope so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, with me in the studio, I have two guests, miraculously popped out here when I was doing the interview. Ingmar Rentzhog is back. And also with me, Johanna Lundgren-Gästlöv. She's head of sustainability at SPP and Storebrand, which is one of Sweden's largest pension providers. Johanna holds an MSc in economics from the Stockholm School of Economics and has previous experience from strategy, consulting at Quartz, and from being a political advisor to the party leader of the Centre Party here in Sweden. So, I'd like to carry on this conversation with you on a little bit of what James and I spoke of previously here. So, expectations for the next 24 hours. And Johanna, you have, as I'd stated, previous experiences as working as a political advisor. So what would you say are currently the biggest obstacles that they're facing now at the COP, and how will they maneuver through these last hours? What are your thoughts on the process, please?
But I think what we see in the COP is sort of a mirroring of what we see in the society at large, the polarization that we see across the world. And I think, of course, it's a huge obstacle. And I sort of lack a brave political leader. Martin Luther King, of course, no one compares to him, but someone who can talk about the issues but still provide some hope for the future. Barack Obama, of course, as well. And I think today there's so much populism going on, and no one really dares to talk about the issues, but also about the opportunities that actually exist if we succeed with the transition. It's so much about fossils or not, but without the fossils, there's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of things that could be really good for a lot of people, but no one really dares to speak about that. And I miss that, and I think it will be problematic and difficult for them to reach a target. Of course, fingers crossed that they do, but the polarization is present in society at large and at the COP.
And also what you're saying is the lack of visions.
Yeah.
And to understand that there is, as you said, opportunities. So from your perspective, what role does other agents like activists and businesses that really portray a brighter future play in sort of pumping up the expectations or really pushing the negotiations here?
I think it's super important. it's easier for political leaders to make decisions if the public, the businesses, and the people shows that they accept brave decisions. So I think being there, showing that the business stands behind an ambitious agenda, I think that really enables more brave decisions from the politicians. Because the politicians, that's an issue, of course, but they want to be re-elected. They want to have the trust of the people. So, yeah, it's important to be there.
And James also spoke of it's not only the negotiations and the final draft and the final agreement that is important. It's all the other stuff that's going on between businesses, between NGOs, and between professionals down there that really can make a difference too, right?
Yeah, and I think for the people being there, they at least see that there's a lot of people and a lot of businesses around the world that really wants this to succeed. And going back home with that in mind, I think that also enables a faster transition, no matter what the final wording will be there.
I totally agree on that one. So Ingmar, you spoke of the open letter just recently in the start here. Do you think this will lead to something that this could push? I mean, we don't really know, but it's quite massive, this call to action from the powerful players in this letter.
Yes, I think we are already winning. It's just a matter of how big the victory will be. Even if the COP fail the outcome, we have won the narrative. And that have not happened before. For the first time, fossil fuel have become toxic. It's super clear. It's not this like we need to do everything, we need to change everything. It's like, no, yes, we need to do a lot of things differently, but if we don't end fossil fuel, we don't fix the problem. That the elephant is out, and it will never get back. And this will change how consumers are doing their choices. They will not want to have their savings in a bank that invests in fossil fuel. It will change how people, where they want to work. I mean, not many people want to work in an oil company before COP28, but after. I mean, come on. And what's interesting is that we have this big polarization in society. But I actually see that it's some hope at COP, actually. A crack in that polarization. Because when Saudi Arabia are criticizing the host country because they are like abandoning their own, that's kind of swapping the polarization a little bit.
And also Colombia signing the...
Yeah, Colombia is an oil extracting country.
Proliferation treaty, yes. As an oil country.
Exactly. And also Russia. I don't know what their position today, but a couple of days ago, they were willing to agree on a phase out of fossil fuel if they were allowed to sell fossil gas. That's not perfect, but it's. I didn't expect that. But the problem with the Paris, with the negotiations at COP is that every country needs to be on board. So it's just one country saying no. We don't have an agreement. So that's why I see the end text will probably be some kind of disappointment. But I think this is a pivotal moment where fossil fuel became toxic. As we had another COP that was actually very pivotal. It was COP24 in Katowice. That was pivotal in the sense that everyone understood that we had a climate emergency. That changed the narrative. Before COP24, it was not politically correct to talk about that we are in emergency. Only the activists did that, but not the business people, not the decision makers. Now everyone knows this. And this COP is the COP where fossil fuel finally became the problem it always have been.
And probably because it was in an oil country.
Yes, and also we have a share that have been heavily criticized from the green side by me and by others. But he's also very criticized by other oil countries. So maybe isn't that the share of a meeting that wants to have everyone agreeing on something? Isn't that it sounds like a good sign at least.
Very difficult job, that's for sure.
But I mean, it's not up to him, it's up to the 200 countries, and it's up to all of us to keep pushing this now more than ever.
Thank you, Ingmar. So, Johanna, you work in the financial sector at SPP and Storebrand. So what are your takeaways from the role that the financial sector has played during this COP? A lot of representation there. And of course, does it make any difference for real that you are there pushing and also focusing on the power of money when it comes to transitioning to a fossil fuel-free future?
Of course, money is power, and it's extremely important that we are present. I think it's been a bit different this COP compared to, for example, in Glasgow. We saw the launch of the Glasgow Alliance for Net Zero, and during the past COPs, there have been a lot of these big collaborations and announcements. We haven't really seen that during this time or during this COP from the finance sector, but I think we have made the promise. We have said we need to reach net zero. We can't just continue to making new promises. We need to deliver on the net zero commitment. And then we need the politicians to make clear that fossil fuel has no future, to make it also a good investment to divest from fossil fuels and invest in something else. SPP already divests from fossil fuels, and we see there's a huge risk of stranded assets within the fossil fuel. But of course, if the politicians keeps subsidizing fossil fuels, that risks decreases. So I think we're there, we're trying to push the politicians, we're trying to work together with the businesses that we invest in to reach our previous net zero commitments. And the finance sector is extremely important here.
Well, thank you for what you do, Johanna, and of course, thank you, Ingmar, for your work here with We Don't Have Time. It is immensely important that we bring all the power still in these last days, and of course also after the COP. So, with that said, it's time for me to hand over to Nick, and I think they have sound, and well, I'm very delighted that I got to do the interview with James Cameron, actually. I'm sure Nick is a bit disappointed, but that's what happens sometimes in live broadcasting. So over now to Nick Nuttall in Dubai.
So, yeah, I hope you can hear me here live from Dubai. Is it coming through loud and clear to you in Stockholm? Just give me a thumbs up. Thank you. That's good enough. So we're really delighted to have two wonderful guests with us. Let me introduce the World Resources Institute, WRI, and Melanie has 25 years of experience in working in international development and climate finance. Most recently, she served as the United Kingdom's ambassador to Zimbabwe, and she also has served as the UK's executive director to the World Bank Group, and has led large-scale aid programs on climate up to health and security issues for the UK's Department of International Development. We also have as well Carl Vella. He is Climate Policy Director at the We Mean Business Coalition, and Carl is an international environmental lawyer from Malta, and at the We Mean Business Coalition he works with companies and partners to identify policy opportunities and raise ambition at the international level, such as the annual climate UN conferences like the one we're at. Melanie, great to see you. At the beginning of this year, many groups like the World Resources Institute, Global Optimism, which I think is Christiana Figueres' organization, considered what should be on the checklist for the finalization of the global stocktake, and therefore how to take it forward from this COP. Do you have a little scorecard in your back pocket that you know, it says what has been achieved, what has not been achieved, what needs to be achieved? Some perspectives and thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Well, as you say, the global stocktake is the key thing we are thinking about as we're here. And just a reminder, your viewers will know this, but this told us that we are way off track for achieving 1.5. But it also showed us what we need to do to get there. That if we have the political will, we know what the solutions are. So that is the framing for the work that we're doing and what we're checking for here. We had a good first week. The first thing is that we got agreement on a loss and damage fund, and even 2 years ago people didn't think we could do that. So we have a fund, there's even over $600 million in it now. So for many countries for whom this is existential, that they can get supported when climate disasters hit them again and again, that is really significant. We also had some other positive things in the first week. We had a really good focus on the sector transformation that we're going to need to reach 1.5 that the global stocktake tells us we need. So whether that was on food or cities or renewable energy and energy efficiency, we got really good declarations, over 150 countries on the food one. So a sign, a positive signal that people get what we need to do. And finally on finance, some good announcements on finance, some good commitments coming through there. But that was the first week, and those are all nice things to have. But now the rubber really hits the road. And in the next 24 hours, we will know, do we have the political will across the over 190 plus countries to put that into actual agreed text that every country in the world has agreed, this is what we're going to do coming out of the COP. And that's the test for this COP. That's what we're really going to have to focus in on.
It really seems to me that in the past, some of the oil-producing countries would, you know, have a proxy country, say in the Caribbean or something like that, that they would use as a blocker to any real action on fossil fuels. Because I don't think it's true what some people said, it was never on the agenda. It's always been on the agenda, it just never got anywhere near the final outcome. But this time it seems that the emperors are now naked. We know who the emperors are in this world and what perhaps they want. And that's maybe a positive thing about this COP, even if we don't get the text tomorrow that we all want. But let me just first go to you, Carl. We Mean Business, we had a show with you at the beginning of the week with some of your colleagues and others from the business sector, with this $1 trillion worth of revenue, companies asking for basically a phase out of fossil fuels. How has that gone?
Thanks, Nick. So it's gone really well. The reason it's gone really well is that similar to what Melanie just said, so we identified this COP as being a critical opportunity to get a global decision, a decision by governments that can course correct towards the 1.5 degree objective of the Paris Agreement. And for us as a progressive business coalition, we identified this language around the energy systems transformation that is needed at this COP as being a critical outcome that we've been working towards. And as you mentioned, we managed to rally over 200 companies, many of them household names, you know, like IKEA, Sony, Danone, and many others, around the need for an outcome here at the COP that signals of fossil fuels, together with important targets that are needed to ramp up clean energy, like on renewables and energy efficiency. The feedback we've got is that this has really been an impactful message coming from the progressive business community. We've talked to many governments, many of them progressive, some of them that are still coming on board, and they've actually welcomed the feedback from the business community. In other words, we're hearing that having this strong, positive voice of business who wants to invest in the right types of technologies of the future can actually give governments the confidence to take those difficult decisions in these final hours of this COP.
Really a question to both of you, perhaps, which is the poorer countries of this world, the ones who are really on the front line, the people who are already suffering the impacts of climate change. Do they have anything to celebrate? I mean, apart from the loss and damage, which is a good thing to have, we know it's just a start, and we also don't know when quite it's going to be actually handing out, you know, some money. And fingers crossed it won't be another 30 years, of course. But is there anything that you've seen here that makes you feel that those people in the vulnerable parts of the world have some perspective for their future?
Well, you mentioned the loss and damage fund, but yeah, setting that aside for a minute, I think there are three things that are important to them. The first is a really strong outcome on fossil fuels, because fossil fuels are responsible for a huge amount of the carbon dioxide emissions and methane emissions. So they want as strong as possible language on that. They want to see an equitable and rapid move away from fossil fuels this decade, and minimum use of CCS in that, because that is what's going to keep us within the 1.5. So that's the first critical piece for them. The second piece, which is important for them, is adaptation. And you've seen the Africa group and the Latin American group speaking out really loud and clear on that, because yes, we need to keep emissions as low as possible, but even at 1.5, they're going to have to adapt to the climate change that they're already seeing. I live in Kenya, and you are seeing it day in, day out on the ground today. You're seeing it all over the world in this hottest year that we've ever had. So they need to see more action on adaptation, and they've been trying to negotiate something which says what the targets are on adaptation and to see finance put behind that. That has been quite hard, and that will also be one of the thorny issues, I think, going into the end alongside fossil fuels. And finally, finance. Now, this isn't the year we're going to get a big outcome on finance that's due for next year, but they're going to want to see that there is serious commitment to coming up with significantly more money next year, and also that the whole financial system, whether that's World Bank and the other multilateral development banks, that system is reforming so that finance really flows to support them in making these transitions that all countries need to make, but they need some more support than others to make.
And lastly, let's see what happens over the next 24 hours, maybe 48 hours, who knows. But even if we don't get the wording we want on the phase out of fossil fuels, has this not been a COP where clearly the line in the sand has been drawn and the big elephant in the room has been called out?
Do you want to start?
I can perhaps start. Yeah, I think it has been a COP where the focus on the role of phasing out fossil fuels to get us on track to 1.5, and this 1.5 target is critical to avoid the worst impact of climate change. So, in other words, getting this right language on fossil fuels is critical to get an outcome here that can bring us on track to the 1.5 degree objective. Just having the spotlight there, I think is important, but we as a coalition do not think that is enough. The reason we don't think it's enough is because when we talk about the outcome of this COP,
sorry, sure. Yeah, sure thing. Better? Yeah. So yeah, I was just saying, what we need to see as the critical outcome of this COP, the main deliverable, this global stocktake outcome, will inform the next round of commitments by governments, right? And so if we don't have a clear, decisive text on the need for governments to embrace the phase out of fossil fuels and to invest in clean energy, renewables, energy efficiency, and eliminate fossil fuel subsidies, then we risk not having the types of commitments over the coming years that will bring us on track. So I think, yes, it's important to see that fossil fuels are at the center of the discussion now in the intergovernmental negotiations, but we will be working very hard to make sure that governments actually recognize this also in the outcome, hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I mean, I agree with Carl. It's important that we're talking about fossil fuels, but that's not enough. Over 1,000 organizations and individuals across the private sector and civil society and academics all signed a letter a couple of days ago, including both of our organizations, to say later is too late. We can't just raise the issue and fully have the issue in the open this year, but think, oh, well, we'll actually figure out what we're going to do about it next year. We don't have that kind of time. So there needs to be a really strong signal coming out of this COP that we need an equitable, rapid transition away from fossil fuels this decade with limited use of carbon capture. And we need that signal so that countries can go away after this COP and go and work out how they're going to turn that into reality. We haven't got time to come back to it again and see what we think next year. We've got to actually have the language. And that is going to take courage from the leaders, courage from the countries, because it's hard. But just because it's hard, it doesn't mean we can't do it, because if we don't do it, the kind of impacts we're going to see from climate change are going to be much, much harder to deal with.
Yes. And apart from the business voice and the voices of organizations like the World Resources Institute, there was a very strong voice of the leading scientists as well, that the science is absolutely clear. We need to get off fossil fuels. It's a non-negotiable. Yeah.
And young people and the next generation saying, this is now and we need you to do this. So I think that it came through from absolutely every sector of society.
Yeah, I had a lady on earlier talking about who has helped set up a program to educate negotiators, young people as negotiators for their countries. 54 countries now with negotiators. Wonderful friend of ours here from Mexico as well, that is one of those. And I said to her, to Marie-Claire from Switzerland, do you think if there were more youth negotiators in this, that we would have the phase out of fossil fuels straight away? She said, oh, absolutely. Good. Thank you very much indeed. A few technical challenges here. I think we got the show. It's very hot here and some of this equipment is actually suffering, but we've carried through quite manfully and womanly throughout the last 2 weeks, and not too many hiccups. So thank you so much for being with us. Maybe you want to just stay for 1 second, because we have another wonderful guest just coming in, Sandrine Dixon de Clèves, the president of the Club of Rome, who I caught up with earlier, who isn't here right now because she had to go home, but I caught up with her earlier, and she has a few points she wants to make as well.
So I'm delighted to have with us at COP28 the president of the Club of Rome and one of the world's great experts on this whole transition that we need to achieve to save the planet from dangerous climate change. Sandrine Dixon de Clèves, here we are on the eve of the close of COP28. Has it been a good COP? Has it been a bad COP? Has it been something in between?
I think it's been the COP that we predicted it probably would be, which is that with 95,000 people running around the corridors, such a large percent of lobbyists, and also a very small percent of scientists, 0.5%, it's been a COP that has shown the difficulty, the true difficulty, in really coming up for ambition. Many of us have been part of a series of letters. There's been a letter from scientists, which is proving the scientific link between fossil fuel phase out and science. There's been a letter from businesses and also civil society, finance leaders, calling for the need for fossil fuel phase out. There's been the non-proliferation treaty that many of us signed on to, including governments. And yet still the question on everyone's lips is, are we going to have a phase out deal? And we just don't know. And I think that level of trepidation has actually put a damper on everything else. Everything is insignificant in comparison to that.
I see a couple of days ago or so that some countries actually signed up to some, was it declaration or statement by OPEC, the oil producers organization. What was that saying, Sandrine?
Yeah, that was actually quite a scary leak. And that's the other thing that's happened during this COP, is there have been a series of different leaks that have come out in the press which have demonstrated that the presidency has not always been maybe as transparent as we would like to hope that he has been. I think many of us truly believed in coming in that the presidency, and in particular Al-Jaber, could, if anybody could, land a deal. Now we're seeing that through these leaked letters that OPEC has been organizing, that its countries, so OPEC countries, predominantly in the Middle East, all the producing countries, have a letter indicating very clearly that they will not sign up on a fossil fuel phase-out deal. They are also calling for a focus on emissions, which starts to muddy the waters. And this has also been the big debate that everyone is getting caught up in. Are we talking about unabated or abated? Are we speaking about the fact that technology will solve this mess, and therefore we can expect that we will have enough carbon capture technology to enable us to pretty much focus on just emissions? I think the other key question of that, the corollary, is carbon removal. Great deal of discussion around offsets. And yet, at the same time, the science letter that we supported at the Club of Rome, but also myself, working with Johan Rockström and other scientists, we made it very clear. The fact of the matter is that we need to reduce our emissions by 50% by 2030, that we need to get very close to net zero, and at net zero, if we can, by 2050, if we want to be at 1.5 degrees. And that means that we need to fundamentally phase out fossil fuel and not just enable the burning of fossil fuel with carbon capture technology. Also, and this has just been said by Fatih Birol, the head of the IEA, we do not have that technology, full stop. Another point which I think is really important, Nick, and this comes in our scientific letter, which is that carbon removal is based on the premise that we think that nature will be able to continue to capture emissions. But actually, nature is getting completely disturbed by climate change and ecosystems loss and species loss, etc. So the feedback loops mean that we're unsure as to whether nature can truly capture what we need it to capture. So this all points to the fact that if we don't get a fossil fuel phase-out deal here, personally, and I think most of us that work in the climate realm, that fundamentally believe that climate change is staring us in the face and fundamentally believe that we will not reach 1.5, we are all very clear, without a deal on fossil fuel phase out, this COP is not a success.
I mean, absolutely. So, I mean, we're entering completely unknown risk areas for humanity once we hit 1.5 and sail past it. And then we're saying on top of that, if we don't phase out fossil fuels, that we're going to then deal with this with other things which are also highly risky and unproven. So we're actually doubling and trebling the kind of risk that we're actually lining up for ourselves if we don't phase out fossil fuels. And I think what's absolutely fascinating, what many people don't understand, I think some of Johan Rockström's work and others have shown, is that humanity has flourished as civilizations in an average temperature difference of plus or minus 1.5 degrees. Yeah. And the whole basis of nature that we live with and our cultures, our civilizations, even our music, has all flourished in this 1.5 up, 1.5 down on average over tens of thousands of years. I mean, people don't get it, do they?
No, and that's exactly what we say also in Earth for All, A Survival Guide for Humanity, which we wrote with Johan and Jayati Ghosh and other experts in this area, which is that, interestingly enough, the speed of change also in being within the planetary boundaries, so having the solutions that we need to live within that holistic kind of medium range that you've been speaking about, is directly linked also to inequality and poverty. We have this assumption that our economies will continue to flourish as they have in the past. By the way, on the back of natural resource use and pillaging and materials use. We see now that we're hitting a wall, that this is the first generation that will make less than its parents, that not only is our planet unhealthy, but our people are unhealthy, that we are not in a state of well-being. And our well-being tension index shows this very clearly. And I think what's even more important now is that the link between climate change, the pandemic, the compound effects of conflict zones, all of those compound effects are going to increase social tipping points. Here, we're not talking enough about insecurity, about instability, about the way in which actually this is going to have a direct impact on democracy. These points are fundamental, and even the World Economic Forum in its risk index and the work that it has done recently when it looked at 2- and 10-year risks in interviewing all of its top CEOs has demonstrated that it is the social and the environmental tipping points that are the greatest risks to us being able to continue to function in a so-called normal society. So I think we are really at a great tipping point, and we have to look at those compound effects that are now even broader than climate change.
Here at the COP, some people have celebrated the global cooling pledge. I don't think one can be against it. It's a nice idea if it's going to be delivered by 2050. The tripling of renewables, which seems very modest to me, seeing as renewables are doubling every 3.5 years. I think that's quite low-hanging fruit, is a tripling. Some people I know were asking for a 5-fold increase, doubling of energy efficiency. But a lot of these things don't seem to have been sort of agreed, but they're not really the kind of, key outcome tech stuff. It's just like a lot of people have agreed this and we're going to go and do it, right? We know that there are, is it over 100 countries want a phase out of fossil fuels? If 13 or 14 or 15 or 16 countries don't agree to the phase out of fossil fuels, we've still got the majority of nations that want that. So is everything lost if we don't get that outcome at the COP?
So I think it's a question of power play. What we're seeing is that there are, of course, those 13 or more countries, because I think there will be more, who will sign up against a fossil fuel phase out. But they're quite powerful countries. We have not seen a clear declaration from China. We've not seen a clear declaration from the US. We have not seen a clear declaration from India, and these are the countries that make a difference. We know where Russia stands. In fact, Putin is running around these corridors, which, by the way, has also been hailed as a real issue, enabling an authoritarian regime that on top of it has invaded a country to come is a real problem from a human perspective. But the fact is that for the moment, there are the high ambition countries that have demonstrated that they want fossil fuel phase out, including the European Union. But we're still on the fence in terms of the others. So where will they go?
Yeah.
And I think that is problematic. Now, I'd like to maybe close with what you were saying in terms of the rest. No one is denying that, for example, the deal on loss and damage was not a good thing when we entered this COP, apart from the fact that it's a pittance in comparison to oil and gas profits that are made daily. No one is denying that all the pledges, whether it be the forestry pledge or the pledge that I was part of on agriculture and moving towards regenerative agriculture, land use, capital flows that have now been pledged from a variety of foundations, as well as countries, are not important. But we have to come back to the crux of what is creating climate change. And that is very clear. We can triple our investments in renewables until the cows come home. But if we don't absolutely stop the burning of fossil fuel energy, we will not stop greenhouse gas emissions going into the atmosphere. And so those are stopgap measures if they're not pure replacement measures. And it has to replace. We also need to make sure that that tripling of renewable energy also goes to the global south. Because it's easy to say, and it has to be obviously in the north because we are the greatest polluters. It is us that have the greatest emissions alongside China and India. But we need to make sure that we also de-risk investment in the global south, which then is linked to much bigger issues around debt cancellation, around special drawing rights, around enabling the potential for the global south to actually evolve in terms of their economic development and be enabled to move towards decarbonization. And the same with the doubling of energy efficiency. So I think it's very important that we put things into perspective. Yeah. We cannot leave this COP without a big deal on fossil fuel phase out. The rest is insignificant if we do not do that.
Thanks, Sandrine. We will have to await what happens tomorrow, but really fantastic to have you on the show and to put it as it is, or tell it like it is. Thank you very much indeed.
And thank you for We Don't Have Time, who continues to also tell it like it is, because we don't have time.
So absolutely fantastic remarks there by Sandrine Dixon de Cleve, President of the Club of Rome, and very powerful messages. Let me hand you back to the Stockholm studio now with Katarina as we come to our next panel.
Well, thank you so much, Nick, and what a great interview with Sandrine Dixon de Cleve, Club of Rome. She's always to the point and sharp and pushing the envelope. Really, really powerful message there. So this marks the end of the first opening session here, and we're going to move on to the next session. With COP shortly rounding off its long negotiations, we need to start looking forward to how we continue to push for a real phase-out of oil, gas and coal, and for a fast and also fair transition to clean energy and other low-carbon solutions beyond the summit itself. It's going to take firm commitments and international cooperation to ensure this happens, and that the momentum we gained in Dubai doesn't simply just die out. How do we do this, and how this will be the focus of this upcoming session with 4 amazing panelists. We have with us Rebecca Burns, Deputy Director, Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. And Rebecca leads on the initiative's legal strategy and previously advised least developed countries negotiations within the UNFCCC process. She has also worked in energy and just transition policy within government and at the London School of Economics. We also have with us Rajiv Joshi, lead author, Decisive Decade Inquiry. And Rajiv Joshi is an activist, economist, and social entrepreneur. He is lead author of the Decisive Decade Inquiry into the Future of Climate Action, a member of the Just Transition Commission, and also founder of Bridging Ventures. And also with us here in Dubai, coming up is Aisha Siddiqa, environmental and human rights defender. And she's a Times Woman of the Year 2023. She's a tribal Pakistani environmentalist and the co-founder of Polluters Out and Fossil Free University. And also joining us will be Annabella Rosenberg, Senior Advisor on Just Transition for Climate Action Network International. And Annabella is a global expert on the social justice dimension of environmental and climate policies. So back to Nick in Dubai to talk us through this with our guests.
Thanks very much indeed, Katerina, and we're very delighted. I think that Annabella has actually joined us already, so we don't have to wait for that magic moment. She's with us in the room. So let's start first by getting a kind of summary, maybe from each of you, on the biggest things that you think might have been achieved at this COP so far, and then we'll come to some of the elephants in the room. So Rebecca, let's go over to you first.
Thank you very much. So obviously the Loss and Damage Fund at the start of COP was a huge success. As someone who used to work with the Least Developed Countries Group in the loss and damage negotiations, honestly, a couple of years ago, it would have been unbelievable that something like this would have happened in such a short time. So huge kudos to the negotiators and civil society who've been working on that. It's obviously not enough, but it's a really exciting start. For my organization, the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, what's also been really exciting is that at this COP, we've had 4 new countries that have made a public call for a new international treaty on fossil fuels. So we came into the COP with 8 countries. We now have 12, including Nauru, who signed on just an hour ago. So incredibly exciting. And I think seeing that momentum for both within the negotiations, but also for a complementary initiative to the Paris Agreement from Nauru, Palau, Samoa, and Colombia here at the COP has been really exciting.
Mm-hmm. Great. Rajiv, any highlights for you that were interesting or positive?
I feel like this COP has put the phase out of fossil fuels into front and center of the negotiations, more so than any other COP. The pressure is irrefutable. I believe we will get some language in there about an equitable phase out of fossil fuels, and that we need to continue that pressure because it's the only way forward to save mankind, in the words of the Japanese, for example. The loss and damage was a massive development, I think. The proof will be in the pudding in terms of how that resource gets to the people who need it the most, and also how does it deal with the non-economic dimensions of loss and damage, which countries like Scotland have started to look at in terms of the extractive system. And then finally, I think on the adaptation agenda, maybe we aren't seeing enough progress. There's a lot of fear right now. The text is not yet out. And we need to remember that this COP still has 24 hours, if not more, to go. And this last leg of the race is going to be absolutely critical. And the litmus test for this COP really is, will we get that market signal of a phase out of emissions from this country that's been hosting this COP? And will we see the countries really come together in the way we need them to?
Aisha?
I'm going to echo my 2 colleagues earlier. I think the hopefulness that is out of this COP is the potential of having an equitable fossil fuel phase out in the mitigation work program in the global stocktake. And the kudos for me goes to the youth movement. We've been organizing on this for the past year. We've been working to get this language to negotiators, to civil society. We've been pushing out from stickers to campaigns to everything we can possibly do, and really approaching this in a strategic sense. So I'm incredibly proud of the youth climate justice movement.
Right. And Annabella, there's a kind of a similar ripple and echo stretching down the stage here, but from your perspective.
I think, of course, I absolutely agree on what has been flagged. I think like this COP, maybe for the first time, is letting the real world in. We are calling a spade a spade. We are discussing about the need for talking about fossil fuels as being a massive problem. We are also talking about justice. With the whole conversation about social justice and just transition and how we make this happen. We're also talking about what's happening in Palestine. And I think that is also part of the real world that is happening out there. This connection between human rights and climate justice. So somehow we are feeling the vibes and the mobilization of groups and movements outside, also in. I think that also what we are going to see right now is how much what the world takes as an evidence, which is that if we want to phase out fossil fuels, we need to address the deep challenges of what this means in a context of development, in a context of inequalities, in a context of unemployment. How do we connect the fossil fuel phase out with support, which for me is what's going to make us get into that just and equitable fossil fuel phase out that was mentioned before.
Right. Let me ask you a little bit, if we are to set the agenda for COP29, or which is the next big climate conference, of course, and is it Azerbaijan? Are we all convinced about that? It is Azerbaijan.
It's Baku.
Right, okay. And will it happen in Azerbaijan? Will it happen in Bonn? I don't know, but anyway. If we were to set the agenda for that conference, what would you like to see as the priorities in 1 year's time? Anybody?
If I may, and then maybe you can complement, the equitable fossil fuel phase out, which will come out of this COP, needs to be funded. It needs to be a funded fossil fuel phase out. The developing countries need assistance in phasing out, and the finance commitments need to level up. Earlier, my colleague mentioned that the loss and damage fund commitments are being made. Around $400 million worth of commitments were made. We need $400 billion. It is just a drop in the ocean. And so the next COP must be a finance COP, and it must be putting the money where a country's mouth is.
Words matter, and the market signal that gets sent from this COP in terms of a fossil fuel phase out is absolutely critical, but actions matter that much more than words. And the fact that we have, if you look at the UNEP production gap report, a likelihood that most of the countries that are producing are going to double their production in terms of consistency of 1.5 pathways shows us that, you know, despite these words, the actions don't yet follow. So I'd love to see in Azerbaijan, where we'll again be in an oil producing country, a COP which really focuses on the actions that these oil producing states and companies are going to take to realistically phase out their production, and we need to do that in an equitable way, in a fair way, in a just way, and we need to finance that transition. We need a price on carbon that is meaningful, that allows us to get the resources that allow us to subsidize the renewables. We need the $1.7 trillion that's going into subsidizing the fossil fuel sector to start moving towards subsidizing renewables, and also provide a level playing field for renewables. So financing the transition, and the Dutch taking that leadership, I think was another positive highlight of this COP. We need to see that coalition continuing to move from a first mover coalition to a coalition that continues to take more and more countries on board, so that we start to see the odds move directly in the favor of a renewable energy revolution.
Anybody else?
I would like to say that I think it's really important for us to start thinking, or keep thinking, about what do we want multilateralism for, and what do we want the UN Climate Convention to do. Because I think like there are multiple expectations, and we could see, I mean, even before coming here, I mean, like a lot of people like wondering why we're still coming to UN summits, why is it important? And I hear you on the market signals. I think like this is also a space where negotiations are important, and reaching multilateral agreements is probably the only thing that separates us from killing each other and war outside. So I think like from my perspective, the next step here is also to start thinking very carefully, what is that we expect from the UN? In our case, we are expecting minimum standards. So it's not only first mover, but also what are the fundamentals of the climate regime we need? And also start thinking more deeply, where do we need progress elsewhere? Because until we change trade rules, until we change some of the intellectual property rules that are also blocking technology transfer, until we start talking about debt, and we know that that is being discussed in the international financial institutions, we are going to struggle to get this huge leap that we need in the climate regime. So I think like that connection also is needed. So of course we are going to keep mobilizing towards Azerbaijan, or whatever the UN decides that we need to have a summit. I mean, this is not a conversation about whether we like or not a country, whether we like that government or not. That's out of the table. Climate Action Network, we are going to go wherever this process goes, because it's a legitimate expectation of any country to host this conversation. But of course, we are going to keep flagging the fact that the climate regime is not operating in a vacuum. It is operating in a bigger spectrum of rules that must be changed if we want to give climate the priority and justice the priority.
Maybe just to build on that point about multilateralism, I think we also have to be honest about what the UNFCCC can actually do. So the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement are incredibly important in setting the foundation for climate action, setting the baseline essentially. So they set the North Star of the 1.5 degree goal, and we hope coming out of this COP there will be a strong signal that countries must phase out of fossil fuels equitably. But the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement don't have a space within their provisions or agenda to negotiate the plan for that. So there does need to be complementary initiatives, linking to trade initiatives, as Annabella mentioned, but also a complementary initiative that helps countries understand and set targets for actually phasing out fossil fuels, and for wealthy fossil fuel countries to provide support to those countries that are incredibly dependent on fossil fuels for their lives and livelihoods to be able to transition. And so, of course, that's why we're advocating for a fossil fuel treaty that would complement and sit alongside the Paris Agreement. So complementary initiatives that countries can come together and negotiate that use different rules of procedure that aren't consensus-based, but instead set a high bar of ambition. The most ambitious countries coming to the table through majority decision-making, deciding that they're going to create a set of carrots and sticks to incentivize countries to be involved and penalize those countries that aren't involved, to actually set that more ambitious and concrete plan for phasing out fossil fuels. And so we hope that parallel action will happen over the next year towards those kinds of mechanisms.
So I think you're absolutely right on this issue of finance and, you know, the other processes out there, you know, because I think when the United Nations was even set up in the aftermath of the Second World War, it was pretty much clear that the finance side was going to be given somewhere else, right? So it was given to the Bretton Woods institutions in Washington, and the UN has always got in trouble when it tries to get into economics. I remember working for the UN Environment Programme in the 2008 or 9 when we brought forward the green economy as an idea, and it was like, well, what's the UN doing in the economy sort of thing? So you're absolutely right. It needs to be absolutely amplified outside these halls. The decision is important here to send a signal elsewhere, but the signal has to be carried by the governments and probably other government departments into these other fora, and this is absolutely critical too, yeah. Did you want to say, I saw the microphone just bobbing up a bit close to you. Oh, it's okay, I thought I jumped in there. Let's also ask, Aisha, I want to come back on the youth movement again. What is the next phase of the youth movement on this?
Actually, we're taking a page out of the way that the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty is organizing, the way that the young people from the Pacific are organizing, asking for the International Court of Justice to clarify on the obligations of human rights and climate change, and the mechanisms outside of the multilateral system. And so we are working on the first ever tribunal on the rights of future generations, a democratic mechanism to have young people, children, put forth their calls for what needs to be established today in order to protect the children born 100 years from now. And the thought behind that is, if we had a universal declaration on the rights of future generations written 100 years ago, we would not be in this mess. And this declaration must be from the ground up, as opposed to written by a handful of countries like when the UN was made. The multilateral system in its format and in the powers that it allows is in many ways the problem for which the climate change is not being solved. And so we want to not only democratize the rights of future generations, but as a movement, I think we are tired of asking everybody to recognize our future, to take it seriously. And so we will do what our elders failed to do, which is protect the rights of children yet to be born.
It's a very interesting point, this legislative route, right, and this litigation route and the creating of laws, because so often in the past we were all told, you know, well, with the Paris Agreement, it's soft law, so you can't really do anything in terms of, you know, but you see that, you've probably seen the reports that came out this year from the Grantham Institute in London, LSE, and is it Columbia University in the States, where you can see the litigation now taking off, right? People are bringing forward court cases against governments for not fulfilling their climate targets, against companies for basically lying about, you know, if you go on some airlines, they claim the air's cleaner after you've flown on that, right? And you know, there are cases against some of those airlines. So the legal route is no longer a redundant or a not really very effective route. It seems like it's gaining ground.
Yeah, and as a professor at Columbia University and also being at Oxford, where we've now been working on the future of climate cooperation, we've started to see a community of practice, including lawyers, but also regulators and policymakers come together around paving what we call the road to regulation, and recognizing that increasingly the voluntary approaches that we've been using are just not moving fast enough in this decisive decade. We've got to halve emissions by 2030, and we're nowhere near where we need to be. And the stocktake tells us that. But if we have the right rules and the right incentives, we need the stick as much as we need the carrot. Perhaps we can get there that much faster. Just like California with the clean air standards, for example, has really started to shift culture and shift behavior. And so I fully agree, we do need lawyers on board, and it's great to have people like Aisha who are using those tools in the toolbox.
Yes, and I think it's really important that we keep fighting the judiciary road and trying to get companies to comply even with minimum standards when it comes to climate action. And it also goes for states. I mean, like the French, People's Court case that has also, had lots of public support and has, basically used the Paris Agreement as a basis for, getting the French state condemned. I also think it's really important that we don't forget that climate action also has deep consequences and dimensions on people. So if we only get the judiciary road, or if we only get the regulatory road for emission reductions or caps, we are also leaving to the side the crucial need for anticipating the social and economic aspects of the transition that we need to build. And that's why we need leadership, and not only this sort of I would not say small, because they are incredibly important victories for the movement, but it's not sufficient to reassure people that are living on those industries that depend for the daily lives on some of them, including in hospitality sector, the health sector, public sector workers, that also basically their salaries get paid out of some of the royalties that the fossil fuel industry give to the state. What is our plan for them? What is our plan for the alternative development model that we need for countries? So getting them condemned for lack of action is part of the story. But we also need to be able as a movement to start building the alternative for them. And part of that is the renewable energy economy, but part of that is also thinking about what are the other sectors that are going to be bringing economic life to those communities, decent jobs for people. And I think there's also sometimes what I feel as a climate movement, we lack empathy for the ones that are actually there struggling to make ends meet, and that also need to hear from us that we care and we are mindful of what this implies, and therefore pushing equally.
Yeah, because in the past, when a coal-fired power station was shut down, we all cheered, didn't we? But we didn't think about the people, who would lose their jobs, right? And so that was probably a bad play by all of us. Yeah. But I think it's changing quite rapidly, which is good news. At least the understanding that this is not acceptable to just put people out of work. Any other further thoughts on this, Rebecca?
I think my fellow panelists have covered it really well. I guess I would just say, maybe echoing some of the points that were made, litigation is an important part of the toolkit. It's incredibly expensive, incredibly lengthy, and often unsuccessful, but each successive case builds on the one before it. And we've seen this happen. We saw it happen with tobacco. We saw it happen with asbestos, where eventually there is a case that is sort of pivotal in changing, essentially is successful and can have an incredibly kind of flow-on effect impact. But we can't wait for that to happen. It needs to be happening in parallel to all of the things that we've heard about. But I think that it is still, the fact that that could happen at some point in the future also has a chilling effect. And that in itself is important. The risk of that potential successful litigation can also have a really important impact on country policies. And so it's important that it continues, but we can't rely on it. And we shouldn't be putting people in the situation where they need to litigate. We should be hopefully preventing climate impacts in the first place. So yeah, very much agree with everything that's been said.
Yeah, I wanted to add that there's litigation and then there's mechanisms of pushing litigation. There's imagination. Litigation responds to imagination. And so for the youth movement, our responsibility is to reach so far into the heavens that if we land on planet Earth, it's still good. And so we are not employing litigation traditionally. We're trying to push even the bounds of litigation because of all of its restrictions and barriers. And I think in that manner, maybe if we land even like 20%, we'll be able to protect the future better than we have, and to build off of my colleagues' points.
Let's look at the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty then going forward. So what are the political and the legal pathways to achieve a binding agreement, right? Because at the moment I'm not saying it's just a dream. It isn't just a dream. It's got, countries backing it now. It's got cities backing it. We had the mayor of Bonn from Germany on the show the other day. I think they were the first German city to sign up to the treaty, and there are many, many others. So, but it needs to be shaped a bit more, doesn't it? So if we get a good outcome here, or maybe even if we don't get a good outcome here, but we all decide there's a red line now that can't be passed, we need to build the structure of this treaty so it's ready to go, right? Sooner rather than later. What happens now with this treaty? How do you build it out?
Well, treaties are a country-driven process. So as you mentioned, we have 12 countries that are now calling for a treaty. There are a range of ways that they could take this forwards. Ideally, it won't be another consensus-based decision-making process, as I mentioned earlier. Ideally, the countries that are on board now, so 12 countries from 4 continents, including fossil fuel producers that have taken the brave step of recognizing that they need to transition, will work through their own diplomatic channels to broaden that group, to create a representative group of geographies, of economies, and of countries that have different levels of fossil fuel dependence. It's up to those countries to decide where they want to negotiate the treaty, but 2 likely routes are either through the UN General Assembly, or they could just decide to create a standalone process to negotiate a new treaty, which is what happened with the landmine ban treaty. And we know that those processes can happen quite quickly. So we're hopeful that within the next year or 2, we'll get to a point where there's a critical mass of countries that are willing to come to the table. And those countries are the countries that essentially get to write the rules of the new system together. So being involved earlier is an advantage, and decide where to negotiate and what it will look like. Again, the content is up to the countries, but I think a lot of what we've heard today about the importance of finance for the transition, thinking about those that are impacted by the transition alongside the phase out and ending expansion of fossil fuels are absolutely critical and will be key parts of that treaty.
Rajiv?
And I think one really critical piece about the treaty is that it's mobilizing our movement in ways that we haven't seen before for such a long time, since Paris in some ways. And a lot of what we're trying to accomplish here is about cultural change at a level that we've never seen, unprecedented change in culture. And so not only do we need a treaty itself, but we need millions of people to get behind this. And the fact that you've got 100 Nobel laureates, you've got states like California coming behind the treaty, you're starting to see a momentum build, which again speaks to this irrefutable pressure for change, that people somewhere within their spirit know that this current way of being isn't going to get us there, and we need to do something urgently to change the path that we're walking along. So hopefully this COP will deliver in some key ways, but that we will start to have complementary processes like the treaty, which will really take this to the next level, and allow those small island states and others to really speak truth to power at a time when so many livelihoods are at stake.
We've got literally about 1.5 minutes before I have to wrap up, so fire away.
So maybe, in this moment where we are just one day before the end of the COP, I think it's really important that we also salute all the efforts that have been done by the movements that have been asking for a fossil fuel phase out and a just and equitable fossil fuel phase out to be part of this conversation. I think the initiatives like the treaty are not only important because of the treaty, but I think they have also enabled the movement to focus on what is probably one of the biggest challenges we have right now, to have climate ambition at the table. And I think if we are today, right now, talking about this in this COP, in Dubai, in the Emirates, it's not because we've been given it as a favor. It has been the result and the outcome of a struggle. And trying to bring this conversation here. And I think today I would say almost independent of what is going to happen tonight or in a couple of hours when we see the text, what is likely that we are going to be making a step forward that is even before of what we got in Glasgow. I think that it's extremely important that we keep ourselves in that focus with that energy, because this is not going to deliver all the solutions. It's probably going to be a step forward, and then keep fighting on the next day as soon as we are back home.
If you get that language, it's no longer baby steps forward. It's a big step forward.
We have to leap. Yes.
So unfortunately, I've got to wrap it up here. But I just want to say, final conclusion: we've had the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty as a theme throughout pretty much every day of our broadcasting here from COP28. And you're absolutely right. You're all absolutely right. The people that have been on have been absolutely fantastic, and I think they've not only educated the viewers out there, but really inspired this linkage between, climate, environment, trade, human rights, the youth movement, and I feel there's a different texture to this conversation at COP28 than perhaps I've ever seen before, and I think that's really inspiring. We need inspiration too. So I'm going to say thank you very much indeed. It was great. I'm going to say handing the show back to Stockholm, to the wonderful Katarina. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Nick. Great session again. And let's move on now. Sweden and the Nordics have certainly been a forerunner in many different exciting transitional schemes for a more sustainable future, particularly in the policy space. In the open arena of climate solutions, it's always good to look to your global neighbors to understand, digest, and hopefully implement new solutions that can further climate action worldwide. So in this session, I have the pleasure of being joined by policymakers, scientists, and researchers alike to discuss how they're collaborating to facilitate a just transition towards a more sustainable future. To start, we have a presentation from Lisen Schultz, Deputy Director for the Stockholm Resilience Center. Lisen is right here next to me in the studio, and it's wonderful to have you here, Lisen. And she's a systems ecologist by training, spends time training Swedish union leaders and CEOs of influential companies in sustainability and resilience thinking. She's also a board member of Climate View and a member of the Swedish Commission for UNESCO. So, Lisen, you have the floor for your keynote. Wonderful to have you.
Thank you. So I want to share with you an initiative that was born out of a challenge and an opportunity. And the challenge is that for some groups, the fear of the climate transition and its effect on jobs, incomes, and even identities is larger than the fear of climate breakdown. But the opportunity is that in Sweden, we have a history of coming together as employer associations and trade unions to coordinate shifts in a collaborative manner through dialogue, through compensation schemes, through reskilling and upskilling people. And at the Stockholm Resilience Center, we have trained CEOs and chairpersons of large influential companies every year since 2018. And so far, we've educated 90 people from the business sector to help them base their strategies on science, on climate, biodiversity, but also resilience, and to future-proof their companies. And this has been quite a successful program, but over the years, we've felt a growing need to also educate the employee side, according to the Swedish model. So as part of this research program, Fairtrans, I was invited to develop a program for all union leaders in Sweden, and we called it the Executive Program for a Just Transition. We were very lucky. I was also invited to present this idea of the program to their annual conference for all union leaders in Sweden in January. And so we ended up having 34 union leaders represented in the training program. Together, they represent 3.4 million Swedes. And we really realized through this program the large appetite that exists in these associations for knowledge, for inspiration, but also for collaboration, to ensure that the unions really support a fair transformation or a just climate transition in Sweden. Of course, these people are also world leaders of collective action. So the way we set up this program was that we started to lay a foundation of knowledge together. Climate scientist, Earth system scientist Johan Rockström of the Potsdam Institute and economist Kate Rayworth both decided to come to Stockholm in person to meet this unique group of participants. We also heard from an alumni from the CEO program, the CEO of Scania, together with the union representative, who talked about how they work together to ensure that the climate transition is also just. We heard from Mikael Karlsson, one of the researchers in the Fairtrans program, and then we heard from international examples of how unions have contributed, for example in Spain, thanks to Katrina Silveira of Union to Union. After this first full day of knowledge and inspiration, we met again a few weeks later to spend several days together to carve out some pathways forward and to develop ways for all the different unions to contribute and find their approach to this challenge. We heard about the energy transition, we heard about navigating transformation, we heard about what's happening in the industry through fossil-free Sweden, we heard about the political that exist for action. We also heard about the fresh survey of attitudes among Swedes that will be presented later today by Daniel Lindvall. And then we heard about how to overcome resistance, and we also heard about navigating the transformation. We were lucky to have some inspiring examples from existing programs that unions engage in, for example by Handels, that we will also hear about later today, and Vision, who have developed an approach to having green reps at the workplaces. So I believe this program has an amazing capacity to contribute and really build and mobilize Swedes so that they can support transition in their workplaces, no matter what profession, but also that the unions, when they come together with the employer associations, can contribute to ensure that the climate transition is just and also happening in Sweden. And the participants of the program are now off working on advancing various initiatives that they've come up with, alone and together, and it will be really exciting when again in late January to hear what they've come up with. We've also been asked to do this program again next year for all of the unions who couldn't make it the first time. So with that, I thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you so much, Lisa Schultz. What a great presentation and great work you're doing. We'll now hear from Daniel Lindvall, Senior University. Daniel is currently doing research on democracy and justice in the context of the climate transition at the Climate Leadership Initiative at Uppsala University. He has also worked for the Swedish government for many years, for example, as the Principal Secretary for the Democracy Commission. And Daniel also has a keynote for us, so I'm going to hand it over to you, Daniel. Wonderful to have you here.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to present some general results of a survey we did with Swedish residents, Swedish Swedes about justice and carbon taxation. And we know if we're going to reach the Paris Agreement targets, we need to put a price on carbon. The atmosphere is used as a sewage. We need to pay basically for the damages, the social and ecological damages of emissions if we're going to reach this. The problem is that, as we can see from this slide, from these graphs put together by a financial institute under the Ministry of Finance, that the carbon taxes are normally having burdens on low-income groups if they're not progressive. Often seen as unfair. And these results from colleagues of mine from Gothenburg University, where they put together the key determinants for policy acceptance, could see that the perceived fairness is key to reach fairness. How can we design carbon taxation in order to reach that kind of perception of fairness, that we need to have these policies sort of political backlashes that we've seen in some countries? So what we did was basically to ask Swedes if they would be willing to increase carbon taxation on petrol and diesels to speed up the transition. Well, carbon taxation in Sweden is not particularly popular. We could see that about a third of the respondents said yes, but 44% were negative, and every fourth were extremely negative to this initiative. So what we did was to divide up the respondents in different categories on random basis, and we treated them with different policy designs of the taxation, different fairness principles. Would you accept, would you be more willing to accept this kind of increase of taxation if we redistribute some of the revenues to low-income groups or people in rural neighborhoods? Or if you could get a compensation back personally in equivalent to the tax increase. So basically seeing if justice framing or personal justice framing would be key to reach a greater acceptance. And the results were quite, I must say, quite extraordinary. We could see that more than half of the respondents that were extremely negative to the tax became positive if they could see that revenues were redistributed or to rural and low-income groups. This basically shows that there is a sense of justice in society that we need to respect if we're going to design climate policies that will be accepted. So political feasibility is very close connected to this sense of justice. And this is basically, I can't present all of the results since the survey is right now on the peer review. But what we could see is this is not only about seeing to it that your personal burden is compensated. Also, urban residents became more positive to this kind of policy design. So I hope in some time we can present the full results, but this is basically the key results that we can present today. So I hope this will add to the discussion. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel. And our sofa is now filling up with more exciting guests. So with me alongside Daniel and Lisen, I have Ola Palmgren, Head of Communication at Handelsanställdas Förbund. And for the past few years, Handels has been active in advocating for reduced climate impact from consumption, with emphasis on influencing policies. Really impressive work there. And in his previous work as an analyst, Ola Palmgren has been involved in developing the climate policy program that formed the basis for Handels' advocacy work. We also have with us Marie Nilsson, president of IF Metall. As president of the Swedish Industrial and Metal Workers Union, that is IF Metall in Swedish, which organizes approximately 300,000 members, Marie has over 30 years of experience in industry, as well as being one of the board members of Business Sweden. And also next to me here, Pernilla Bergmark. Pernilla is Research Lead, World Benchmark Alliance and Board Member Fairtrans, and you've worked for many years at Ericsson. So wonderful to have you here, Pernilla. And with us on Zoom, we have Mikael Karlsson, Associate Professor, Climate Change Leadership, Uppsala University, who is with us from Dubai. So a very impressive lineup indeed. Wonderful to have all of you on board. So first, I'd like to ask you to share your reflections on the keynotes that Lisa and Daniel just presented. On the Swedish model here from different perspectives. So I'd like to first start turning to Marie from EF Metall. You, of course, you're familiar with this work. You're involved in this work. But what are your reflections on what we're talking about here, please?
Oh, I'm very grateful that me and Ola have take part in this course. It's have raised the awareness and really inspired to work harder in this issue. And of course, our members, as you mentioned, they work in the steel industry, the mining, the heavy vehicle production, refineries, and so on. So they are really affected in the green transition. So we as a trade union really have to stand by that and get involved and see what we could do in this transition, because the transition must be fair, and that will not happen by itself. It's something we have to get involved with.
Thank you very much, Marie. And Ulla, first tell us what is Handels in English. So people understand what type of union you are.
So it's a union for the commercial employees in Sweden. Warehouse workers, shop assistants, hairdressers, and such.
Excellent. So what are your reflections on the work that's being done here, what was presented?
It's an amazing work. I really appreciate being a part of this program as well. And one thing Lisa said in the beginning, which really is important to remember, working with transition is nothing new for Swedish labor unions. We have been working with transition from a different technological, the technological set of our industries during a long time. Jobs have been created, jobs have disappeared, and we have made sure that the workers can transition into new jobs. But this transition is, of course, it's bigger and more important, and also, well, we have less time than previously, but we are used to working with this, and therefore it's also a core issue for us as unions. And as Marie said, it's really at the core also to make sure it's fair and just, not only because it's right in itself, but also because it's necessary to make sure it actually gets, it's accepted.
Well, thank you very much indeed. So turning now to Mikael in Dubai, in your studio in Dubai. Mikael, you are involved in this work also. What are your reflections to the viewers here after listening to Daniel and to Lisa, please?
Well, I think that in the best of cases, what we do in the Fairtrans research program in collaboration between scientists and other actors is to show that many of the concerns that are very visible here in the COP meeting are not valid. Many actors, countries, organizations think that transformation is impossible or that it's cumbersome and it can't be done. What we do is to show that these barriers and hurdles are possible to cope with, leading to more of synergies than gold conflicts and trade-offs. And I think that's something valuable that can come out from the collaboration and the research activities that can help to show that transformation is indeed possible to the benefit of not only the climate and biodiversity and other environmental issues, but also for workers, for other social aspects, and for society at large.
Thank you, Mikael. Turning now to Pernilla, you, as I mentioned, you've worked for many years in the business world, and of course, the Swedish model, the great dialogue between the unions and the business world of business leaders is well known. So, what is your perspective on this aspect of looking into the Swedish model here, and after having listened to Lisa and to Daniel?
Yes, reflecting back to what Lisen presented first, as a board member of Fairtrans, I'm really proud and grateful how this program combines the research with practical activities to really explore this area and to bring these kind of actors into the climate space, which are maybe not, I mean, the unions are maybe not those that have been the most visible. And then what you presented, Daniel, on the I think it was very interesting from the perspective that often when we go out and ask people how they see policies, we sort of stay on the surface of the first answer, but digging deeper and see why is it and how would we build up those policies to make them work in practice. I think that's very interesting for all of us, whether coming from the business side or from the union side, to really get the knowledge.
Indeed. So Marie and Ola, in terms of including the unions in climate action, I mean, you have been very forward-leaning in this work here. So what can other unions learn from your perspective here? Because we do have a global audience here. We have union leaders from other parts of the world that might be watching, hopefully, or watching. So what is your takeaway from this project so far, the work here? It's more than a project. That you can bring to other union leaders, Marie?
Oh, in our sectors, it's so obvious that we have to work with this. But I think one important task to start with is to raise the awareness of how the climate change affects us, and that we really have to do something and fast. So just that simple thing to have some small education that teaches you to learn more about this and raise the awareness so you could have a discussion among your members. And in the end of the day, for our members, it's that they should be able to have a secure job in the future, and that the Swedish industry is competitive in the future as well. Otherwise, we do not have good works in Sweden that could also finance a welfare for the Swedish citizens. So everything is linked together, and we in the society have to do this together.
Indeed. Thank you so much. And Ola, I very much remember the day that Handels had this op-ed, this debate article out on pushing for more climate action. And I think many people went like, whoa, this trade union that really are in the shops and the salons, but this was so impressive, and I think it really made a dent into the transition of more climate awareness in general in Sweden. So what advice can you be? I mean, you've been very brave, so safe Metall in many aspects, indeed. So what advice can you give to other leaders in this work?
Thank you very much. I think one of the most important things is to have an inclusive process when you take a stance. When we did the program you talked about, we had the process involved people from the board, local staff, members. Many people were involved in building this program. We asked our members, what do you think? Is this an important issue? Do the commercial sector has to transition to more sustainability? And 9 out of 10 said yes, it has to. And the politicians has to do something, and the companies also have to do their part. And and therefore it's our members think that this is important, and we have got actually quite a lot of positive feedback after, and not so much criticism. And I think that is because everyone sees that, okay, the commercial sector has an important role to play. We can't only look at the greenhouse gas emissions from a territorial perspective. We also have to see, okay, the consumption, the way we consume things, products, it affects which products are produced all over the world. So we have to change our sector as well. And that will, of course, mean that some jobs and some companies will have to decrease or change what they do dramatically. but it also means that we will have a lot of new jobs in the circular commerce sector. And if we do it in the right way, we have the opportunity not only to build a better sector for the environment, but also for the workers. And that's why it's a core issue for us to work with. And I think other union leaders can do the same.
Well, I hope they're listening, because this is really, really good job that you're doing. So I'm turning now to Daniel and Mikael as scientists and researchers here. There's been a lot of talk about the fossil fuel lobbyists that are present at COP, and also, of course, the pressure against science. Is science really being listened to enough? Mikael, I'm starting with you when it comes to the connection with fair transition, a fair and just transition. What is the resistance like here, and how can we sort of just push through it?
Well, I think that's the question that most delegates here are raising now as well. But I think it's evident here in the negotiations that the scientific underpinnings of the target, 1.5 degree target, and other targets are clearly visible here. Even the oil baron leading the meeting underlines the importance of science. Countries push for that. We see now a nearly 100-country large coalition, including European Union, the US, and even China says that fossil fuels need to be phased out in order to reach the targets in the Paris Agreement. So, I mean, the scientific insights on all those issues are really visible here. Without science, this meeting would not accomplish much. But on the other side of the coin, we see that in particular oil-producing countries resist texts, formulations, ambitions, and that can be interpreted first of all as that they are being pushed into the corner now when the rest of the world realizes that what science tells us, given the objectives, is something that is very powerful and strong, and that's why they sort of resist harder now. At the same time, you can also see it as the speed in terms of policy making, action implementation is increasing now, so it will be more difficult for them to transform, more challenging, and that's also one reason why they resist. And they see all these problems, and that's where I think FairTrans and other initiatives and research programs can come in and show that actually what we heard from the commentators just a few minutes ago, that this is unavoidable, it's inevitable, we need to transform, that's the only way forward. And that could also deliver and bring fair, decent jobs, enhanced employment, and a better world from many points of view, also in a way that spurs the achievement of other sustainable development goals. But of course, they are pushed into a corner now. The pressure is strong. Their economies are dependent on fossil fuels, and that's where we need to show that there are also solutions, not only problems with transformation. And FairTrans and the stakeholders involved in FairTrans and the messages we just heard a few minutes ago are really helpful in order to cope with that resistance that we see now.
Well, thank you very much, Mikael. I'm turning now to Daniel and then to Lisa with pretty much the same question. How do you feel science has been listened to so far when it comes to a fair transition, Daniel?
Well, if you look at the policy design and the policies, I mean, for instance, I talked about carbon taxations. We don't have. I mean, there is one case. There's Canada where you have that kind of progressive carbon tax.
It's been working very well.
It's working very well, and scientists, social scientists, have shown that this connection between fairness and acceptance and the benefits and burdens that will arise through the climate transition. I would not say that policymakers have listened to that very much, because we haven't seen that kind of progressive taxation being been designed and presented in other countries. So I think there's this this scientific facts shouldn't be seen as another, how would I say, like a hurdle in the climate transition. This could be seen as a way that we can think broader about this, how we can connect the climate transition with social justice and the opportunities that can arise from this. Because if we can design this kind of policies to redistribute the burdens and benefits, then I think we can get a more inclusive climate transition that will be a win-win for everybody. And that's the scientific conclusion that I think we need to start to listen to as well.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And Lisa, your perspective on this, please.
Well, I think that doing a program like we've done now with the Executive Program for a Just Transition enables that science to be directly connected to people who can act on it. And I've been really, happy to see how science-based the unions really are. They have a long history of really, building their efforts on the best available knowledge, and also a long history of folkbildning, popular education, ensuring that every Swedish citizen or worker has access to the best available knowledge in a way, and building on that, foundation so that you act on something that you can trust is so critical. And so I think that, and through that then, policymakers need support for their policies. They need voters to vote for them. And that will only happen when people see that these policies will be beneficial to people and to future generations. Because I genuinely believe that citizens and workers all over the world want to see a better future for themselves and for their children. But in order to really trust climate policy, you need to have that explanation in place. How is the climate transition better than climate breakdown? I think to us as scientists it's obvious, but it's not to everyone. And there I think the unions can play a really important role, and also these kinds of co-creating knowledge platforms like the Fair Trans program is, where scientists and societal actors outside academia come together, look into the evidence, create knowledge together. That's something that will be super important, I think, for this transition to actually happen and to be done in the right way.
Thank you, Lisa. So Pernilla, coming from the business world and now working in the perspective that you are and involved in this process of work with Fair Trans, how can we make sure that trade unions and the companies are aligned in where we're going and the science here and the goals that we need to achieve? How do you see this being facilitated in the Fair Trans process?
Yes, I think one thing is, of course, that there are a lot of connections between unions and companies at different levels. And you mentioned the educational aspect already. Another thing is, of course, in relation to governance. And I work for the World Benchmarking Alliance, where we focus on holding companies accountable to the Sustainable Development Goals. And one very important aspect of that is governance. And within governance, one thing that is important to develop further is the knowledge of upper management, which you are working on, and also at the board level. And at least in Sweden, we see that the unions are represented at the board level. So of course they can help on bringing that knowledge on board also at the top level, and also by having well-educated representation at different levels. So I think that is one very important thing. And then you also mentioned that unions have a long history of building on knowledge, and I think best available knowledge, and I think also to prepare and foresee different transitions. So I think that is also something that the unions can bring on board and help companies with.
Ear to the ground. So what was important? So Lisa.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one more thing that we've been thinking about a lot, and I think is a massive opportunity here, is the fact that we are spending, 8 hours a day at work. And what if, those hours could be put into the climate transition, no matter what kind of profession you have. If you can somehow contribute to your workplace being, part of that ambition of meeting people's needs within the planetary boundaries, then we have, unleashed a massive capacity also, I think, and not just do this on your free time, but actually at work. So I think that has also been wonderful to see in this program, to see all the different professions, from physiotherapists to metal workers. What is the role that this profession has in that shift?
Thank you. Ola?
I would just like to say, when we conducted our survey to our members, actually 4 out of 10 answered that they would be willing to become active at the workplace level to make it more sustainable. They said that they wanted to do that. And that's, it's great for the transition, but it could also be quite good for the unions as well, if we could channel that engagement and make sure that we are the platform that activates it.
So what you say basically is that the climate perspective here and the engagement can really enhance number of members, or even maybe just engagement in the union per se. Well, that's wonderful. So Marie, in terms of creating a story, creating a vision, you touched upon this earlier in the panel, that the importance of direction. Where do you want to go? What kind of future do we want to have? What role could you play in this imagery, to vision, to create a vision of the future society that is inclusive and fair and livable?
Oh, I think it's important to not see just the difficult things, but see that Sweden really have opportunities here to be in the forefront in the green transmission, because we have already nearly fossil-free production of electricity, and we just have to scale it up now, but we could create a lot of new works as well when the old work disappears. So just this positive feeling that this is possible to do. It's hard, but we could do it. We could do it together. And once again, that if people feel safe, that if your job is disappearing, or maybe your skills are not accurate anymore, if you know that the society have a scheme for you for upskilling or reskilling, then you could feel secure, and then you could be positive to take part in this changing.
And this, of course, spills back to the dialogue that you talked about before, but the interconnectivity here between the different sectors of society. And of course, we need to address the political leaders here in this just transition. So, how has the Fair Trans program been received by, or even noticed by, politicians here, Lisa?
Well, I think that Mikael wanted to add something from Dubai, and maybe he has a comment on that, because I know he's quite interactive.
Excellent. Actually, I was going to ask him the same question, but you can go first.
Yeah, he can go first.
Go ahead, Mikael.
Okay, it's quite interesting because it's getting windy up here.
Yes, I didn't see you waving because it was the umbrella, or what it is sort of shielding your bits.
But I think, of course, Daniel is right in saying that policy packages are not high on the agenda when it comes to the individual climate policy instruments in Sweden, with some exceptions like the tax reform in 1990 and tax reforms elsewhere. But I think to some extent, if we zoom out from the cores and the individual organizations, the theme for this discussion now is the Swedish model. And I would say that what's on the agenda right now here in Dubai is actually a big policy package, because on the one hand, we have countries pushing for mitigation of emissions, phase out of fossil fuels, and on the other hand, we have countries being concerned over the consequences, and they ask for investments, they ask for financial support, they ask for guidance, instruments, and so in a way, what's now on the scale here from two points of view is actually something that would benefit a lot from the ideas behind the Swedish model, where we focus on several dimensions at the same time, which is also the idea behind the Sustainable Development Goals. And actually the chair gathered the heads of delegations or ministers yesterday in a big circle in one of the plenary halls here to sit without manuscripts and try to talk, and in that sense wanted to foster more of collaboration and mutual understanding and ways forward, which in a way was a kind of mini exercise echoing ideas behind the Swedish model. We do not yet know the outcome of that, because we're sitting here waiting for, maybe the documents have come during this panel discussion, but the entire world is waiting now for something. And if we just could have pieces of elements or smells of a Swedish model of mutual understanding between different interests like environment and work, I think that would help the negotiations a lot. That's not achievable this year, but these discussions will of course go on. And since Paris, we have seen a lot of progress actually. Before Paris, humanity went towards 3 to 4 degrees global warming. Now we're looking between 1.8 and 2.9 degrees. And the first is hell, and what we see now is actually quite hopeful.
Thank you very much, Mikael. Wonderful to hear those reflections. And Lise, I know you would like to add on this, right?
Well, I can only say that, again, that if we are able to bring this knowledge and understanding out to the all members of unions, and then have them see how they could actually contribute to climate transition, I think that will provide the support needed for those climate policies to be accepted and be put in place, in combination with the other work that we're doing in Fairtrans, where we're looking into different policy packages and how they could be contributing both to fairness and to the climate transition. So I'm quite hopeful. It's very late, of course, in the day. As you said, Ola, in the beginning, this needs to happen fast. But if we can actually, draw on the experience of collaboration that we have, then, and together with the science, then we might just be able to make it. Yeah.
Listen, for those watching that do not speak Swedish, how much of your material and your educational, all the programs that you have in Fairtrans is accessible in English so far?
Well, I mean, we write all our scientific publications in English, and we have an English website. But we also have, for the executive program in resilience thinking for CEOs and chairpersons, that's all in English, and all of the material is possible to access. So now we've focused on the Swedish for the unions to make sure that Swedish workers, can access the material, but it will be available in English as well.
So basically, if you're watching this and you would like to dig deeper into the Fairtrans perspective here, and if you're from another country where English is spoken, you could utilize this material, be in contact with the Fairtrans staff here, and the specific designing of the material for the unions would be, of course, translated and designed with the union per se in each country. So this has huge potential. It does indeed. So a round of final words here, encouragement for people that might want to carry on your work in other parts of the world. What would that be, Ola, from your perspective?
I think just because it's we don't have a lot of time, and it's we need to do this transition fast, but that just stresses the importance to do it together in an inclusive way and make sure that the transition also is fair. If you include the workers in the workplaces, the unions, you will be able to make the transition more smoothly and make sure that there isn't as much resistance to the transition as if you just do it on your own, companies not listening to, or politicians not listening to the workers and the people. So it's crucial to make sure it's fair for us to build acceptance, but also build enthusiasm for the transition, I think so. And it's an important issue for all labor unions. We can, that's our experience at least, and I hope that other unions will join us.
Thank you. I see we're running a little bit out of time, but a final word from Marie before we hand it over to Dubai.
No, I think we just have to do this transition. The option is much worse, and then I also, when I meet colleagues in the global union family, I said that we in the Western countries, we really have to work harder than you are able to do. So we have to be in the forefront.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Marie, Ola, Daniel, Lisen, and Pernilla, and of course, Mikael in Dubai for joining us in this session. Very important work, very impressive work, and you can access more information on what website do we refer to?
Fairtrans.nu.
Fairtrans.nu. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Let's move on to the next session now. Thank you. While it's always critical to focus on the science and information surrounding climate change in order to effectively act on it, it is inescapably a very impactful issue for many. From those who already experience the effects of climate change, to those who feel anxious and fretful for the future, and even to the everyday person, climate change is a topic that evokes powerful feelings and responses within. And indeed, by tapping into these responses and harnessing them in a positive way, we can enact even greater change, especially with the right message, right? So how do we make people aware and emotionally connected to drive change? And how do we find creative ways of engaging people around climate change, transition, and nature? This is what we're going to be focusing on this upcoming session by speaking with some high-level experts leading climate action in their own ways. To start us off, we have a keynote with Louise König, CEO of the New Division, the Swedish company behind the communicative language for the Sustainable Development Goals, launched in 2015 by the United Nations. And the New Division is also behind the Inner Development Goals that you will be hearing a bit more about. So, Louise, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Fantastic of being here. So the New Division is a communication and strategy company around sustainability. And we are very much engaged in actually creating communication that makes people engaged, scientifically connected, and emotionally aware. So I want to share this first quote with you. And I think is more relevant than ever, maybe especially related to COP28 that is going on right now in Dubai. Nothing is more dangerous than old ideas that are still profitable. And I think that many of us work in industries or connecting industries related to this topic. And of course, there is a lot of good business going on, but there is a lot of business that actually has to go and transform, that needs to be part of a green transition immediately. And we think that this needs to be added to the sense of urgency and optimism. There is still hope, and I think We Don't Have Time is doing a great job around creating optimism and hope for the transition. When we got the assignment from the United Nations to do the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015, we got approximately 400 pages of information around where the world was going. And here I really want to highlight that information is not communication. There is probably a lot of you around the world working for corporates, sending out reports, communication to your employees, to your stakeholders. What we work with is actually creating engaging communication, both for the brain and for the heart, and potentially also for the feet to act upon it. So be mindful of that information is not communication. We turned 400 pages to 17 areas or goals and 169 targets to engage everybody around the world around the common agenda. And I think goal number 13 is around climate action, but climate action is related to all the other goals, and all the goals are interconnected, so you cannot choose one. So where are we? We're about halfway to 2030. So we got half of the time left, 2023, and we're really not on track. I look joyful today, but actually around this specific topic, I often feel a lot of frustration, and I'm sure that you do too, and that's what we're going to talk about around this session. 15% of the targets are on track, depending a little bit on what country you're living in. 37% have stagnated or regressed, and 48% are moderately or severely off track. It's a very serious track record. So everybody working with sustainability, we are on the wrong track. And the new division, together with other partners, were very much puzzled around this. Why is the agenda moving so slowly? So actually 3 years ago, a few people got together from the Inner Development Goals movement and partners and asked themselves what kind of human qualities are needed to drive leadership and change. So we did the same thing, sent out the questions to people all over the world. We got in 2,000 answers, and some of the aspects of human development that was highlighted was formulated in a system that we now call the Inner Development Goals. These are the qualities. And these are 5 areas, you can say, and then 23 skills around being, who you are, thinking, how you're working with your cognitive skills, relating, collaborating, and acting. These are things that we need to work with as individuals, teams, group, and nations. We have a lot of corporate partners on this. We have a lot of scientific partners on this, and we have a lot of practitioners. So we have IDG, Inner Development Goals, hubs all over the world popping up. There's one country that is actually assigned to this agenda, and it's Costa Rica. I would be proud if I could have said that Sweden has also signed up, but unfortunately not yet. So we use these qualities and skills, so we're creating a common language just for the Sustainable Development Goals for human development and interaction and team development to provoke, to inspire, and to drive change even further. So the Sustainable Development Goals are actually integrating more smoothly with the IDGs. So you can say the SDGs are the what we're supposed to do, and the IDGs, they are the how. So we are now creating a new interconnected agenda that I would like you all to have a look at. All the information is open source, and you can find it online. I think also when we come to climate, I want to highlight that a little bit more because I'm on this session. And I think this was the work that we did before Davos a few years ago. But I think that everybody that is working around climate, the language and the ambitions are becoming more and more complicated. So maybe it's time to go from targets in your company, your organization, your country, to define what climate leadership is about and how we're supposed to get there in simple steps. Because this is what we need to do. We need to halve emissions, and we need to, at the same time, raise prosperity. And I think we owe that, not to the developed world, but to the less developed world. And that's a big issue. And that's also, of course, why we have such a big issue around coal and fossils. So I think that one way to highlight ambitions and targets is to work with simpler communication. The language around these issues are now becoming so complicated. I would also urge you to use this map that we have done together with many stakeholders and the Exponential Roadmap organization. And I think everybody can start here. And this doesn't only go for climate. It goes for many different other things. Nature, social issues. 1, reduce your own emission or your own impact. 2, reduce your value chain's emissions. 3, provide scale and solutions. And that goes especially for countries that are a bit behind. I'm just coming back from India, a country of 1.5 billion people. They need to scale in every solution that they bring to the table every day, 24/7. And then 4, how are you going to accelerate climate action in society? So these are a few images that we have worked with stakeholders, and we work with small and big companies, but I think that this is really something we all have to think about. How do we communicate in a simple way so we activate people's brains and hearts, and also that they feel hopeful around action? So that's actually where I wanted to end up. And thank you, the beautiful audience, and we don't have time for this opportunity, and looking forward to the discussion we're going to have around this, Katarina.
So thank you, Louise. Great presentation. And of course, I'd like you to elaborate a bit on the reason and how we need to prioritize engaging people, and also, of course, of making them emotionally connected.
Yeah. I think that what I just highlighted, and I think also now when it's the ongoing COP, I really think that everybody, especially in leading position, they have a responsibility to really have a look at the targets that we have set up. Does everybody in our organization, do they understand it? Do they know what to do? And then on a scale from 1 to 5, are we doing enough in relation to our capacity or our, so to say, power of reach? And can we influence more? And I think that every organization that I work with, and as I just mentioned, I was in India, met with very many different people from academia, officials, startups. And when you start to look at that, okay, what do you actually do? Are you happy with what you're doing? How do you want to contribute to society? A different dialogue starts to happen. And after such a dialogue, for example, using the Inner Development Goal as a tool, everybody wants to do more. Everybody wants to accelerate the work, and everybody wants to scale. And I think that also here in Sweden, we're a small nation, we want to do a lot of things. Europe is fairly small compared to a nation like India. It's like a state. So I think that there also we need to reach out and see how can we change where we are, but also with others and through others, through good examples and partnerships.
Thank you very much, Louise Koenig. And we're joined by 2 more guests. We have with us in the studio Erik Bengtsson, researcher and senior lecturer in rhetoric at Uppsala University and Södertörn University, Sweden. He's the author of The Virtues of Green Marketing, a constructive take on corporate rhetoric. And he specializes in rhetorical argumentation, theory, and corporate-grade rhetoric. And on Zoom from Dubai, we have Stephanie Heckman, a Dutch graphic recorder and visual facilitator based out of Belfast, Northern Ireland. And Stephanie translates collective conversations around complex subject matter into visual summaries that distill the essence of both content and undercurrent. And she has worked with everything from local community groups to the UN Climate Secretariat, and she is with us in Dubai. So, Erik, you're here with us in the studio, so I'd like to start with you. Let's see. First, I think we need to find out what you thought about having listened to Louise. What are your reflections after Louise's presentation, please?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for having me. Something I liked in this take on climate communication is that it also takes the feelings of the individuals that have to work with these issues into account. And that's something I really think we need to do. And we also need to think of what kind of capacities we need as human beings. But also I think we should look at that to see that different kinds of emotions has different kind of capacities. And it also varies between if we are like in a climate activist context or if you're like in a corporate context, then maybe we have different like core emotions. But all of these emotions that we can have in face of climate change, they can be like used and help us to do something.
So you're an expert in rhetorics. Is there a silver bullet when it comes to getting around this, and also in terms of the role of emotions, of course, but let's focus on communication here. Is there some way of getting around this tricky sort of mumbo-jumbo that we often end up in?
Yeah, I often get the question like, how do we make things happen? And there's no like single argument or single like type of argument that can change this. So, but we need to gather all the good arguments that we find and like put them in our backpack and they take them with us. But the most important thing that I tell people is to find like the context that you are in and the problems that you can see around you and see who can change these problems and what are their values and who do they listen to, and try to make those changes happen. And I think we should not be like lose hope if we think problems are too big. We should look at what can I do as like a small part in this solution. Like a small example is that you have like the problems with the global clothing industry. That's like a huge polluter and a huge problem. But even if, as a consumer, you can do something by going to the store and asking people which is the best option here, and then you're like sending a signal to the system that you need to change, and the person who works there needs to have answers to these questions. And I'm not saying like consumer power can change everything, but it's like one part.
It's a big part of the important part of the puzzle, of course. Speaking of parts of the puzzle, emotions in this transition. What is the importance of evoking emotions when communicating climate change and climate action?
It's really important. When you're talking about like rhetorical argumentation and how to persuade people, we often talk about like 3 major means of persuasion or making people act. One is credibility, or like who you are and if people listen to you. The other is like the substantial arguments, the reasons for doing something. And the third part is emotions. So emotions need to be like a part of every argument. But we also need to think about that the emotions we feel and the emotional appeal in the argument is not always the emotion that the person who hears the argument gets. So we need to think about not only what kind of emotional arguments do we need, but also how do different people react to different arguments.
How is it received, huh?
Yeah.
So Eric, I know you've done some research on in terms of what individuals can do to battle climate change and how the rhetorics around this. What do you say your main findings are?
Oh, I will have to come back to this point that it's to look at the bigger patterns and to see which context do I know best. Because if I know a context best, like the company I work with or in a certain area, then I know what kind of arguments works here. And that's a lot better to work in those areas than to have someone come like parachuting in and doing something there. They don't know the environment and the arguments.
That makes sense. Thank you so much, Eric. I'm turning now to Stephanie. You work with visualizing complex matters into more understandable context. If you simplify it, you can say you draw what other people speak, right? And I've worked a lot with people from your trade, and it's fabulous to moderate when you have a visual, the graphic recorder on board. It makes a whole world of difference. So first, tell us a bit about your work, please.
Sure, yes, thank you for having me. So the work that I do is very much about distilling a lot of complex content and then simultaneously translating it to a visual language. I think I sent through some pictures that we might have to show because it's so visual, it helps to see it. So maybe we can pull those up now.
Great, we see them.
This is what it looks like. Right. So this was last June at the UN Climate Secretariat for the Global Stocktake. The Global Stocktake is a really big topic at this COP, for those of you who've been following it. And we are there to work in parallel with the co-facilitators who are creating a big report, which is the information that Louise talked about. And we are working on the communication part that is direct in real time and appeals to more than just the logical arguments that Eric mentioned. If we go to the next 2 pictures, here are just some recent examples. So on the next picture, we see, if we can move to the next one, this was during COP28. This was Earth Information Day, a very scientific, very technical topic. basically the world's meteorologists, space agencies, ocean scientists coming together to talk about the science behind what we know about the climate and where that's going and how we can fill the gaps in our observations. And you need something visual that is relatable to a wider audience if this is ever to travel beyond the scientists in the room, and that's what we're there for. And on the final slide, this is from a couple of years ago, working with the UN Climate Secretariat on their ocean dialogue. The ocean is quite a new topic in the UN level climate negotiations, because a lot of the ocean is not part of a sovereign territory of nation states. So how do you legislate for it? And again, this is a visual place. There's a lot to see here, and if we bring in what is visual, we can visualize, the picture of the future that we're trying to move towards. And I think, speaking to emotions, we draw in how we feel about these places and how we love them.
Well, thank you, Stephanie. Beautiful work indeed. So Eric and also Stephanie, the same question goes to both of you. Science is clear, but progress is indeed slow. So how do we, from your individual perspective, accelerate the awareness that leads to action? Stephanie, would you like to start?
Yeah, I think accelerating awareness is an interesting way of putting it. One aspect of that, I think, is spreading awareness more widely than it currently is. This concerns all of us alive on the planet. So how do we reach people who are currently not engaged with that topic, who don't have the technical language or even have the dominant English language that this is communicated in? Visuals are one way, and particularly if we can show something that people can recognize from their lives. So a small scene that delegates at these conferences paint of their situation back home does a lot more than big words like mitigation and adaptation that people might not be familiar with. That's one. And the other one, when you talk about accelerating awareness, I think there's something that needs to happen here around accountability. And if we hold people accountable to what they have said live in the moment, and we have this as part of the official record, beside the official reports that come out, but they often take months to draft, we have something to bring people together on the same page. I mean, that's a tall order, but we have on one page visual in a snapshot what people said.
It's very tangible, the work that you present, the conclusions here. So how are they spread? Before I turn to Eric with the same question, can you find them? For instance, the COP graphic recordings, are they on the platform?
They will be on the UNFCCC website, so the website of UN Climate Change. That's where they go after the event, right? So they do a lot of tangible work on the ground for the people who are there, and then they can amplify these messages that are broken down into more relatable communication through the website. But they can be, of course, put on social media. They can travel much further than a big report tends to do.
Indeed, that goes in line with, of course, the work with the SDGs and the IDGs, that you need to communicate differently than just massive amounts of words. So Eric, accelerate awareness.
Yeah, that's a big question, and you could, of course, have a lot of different answers to it. But if we are, a lot of people also, they have like day-to-day problems that really take on their lives, so they don't have time to do something and be aware about these issues, or do something about them. But if you're in a context where people have like some time and they have some capacity to do something beyond the daily basis, I think a lot of people also are aware, like mentally, they know about these issues, they know that this is a big problem, but they also have different kind of defense mechanisms to not put their work into this. So I think one thing we need to do is not only talk about the facts, but also recognize the emotions, and to talk about our own emotions and the people we talk to, their emotions about these issues, and then see what can we do with these emotions. If someone perhaps talk about their sadness, about winters lost, for example, in Sweden, then we can build on that. And sometimes it's said, like in emotional research, that sadness doesn't lead to action, it leads to reflection. But maybe reflection is what someone needs, to reflect upon our values and what we do with our lives. So different emotions, we can do different things with them.
Thank you very much, Eric. Back to the IDGs. It's a fantastic framework. I'm very impressed by it, and of course with the SDGs that you also facilitated the work with. So what would you say would be the biggest impact if the IDGs really came into place and more people started working with them?
I think it's a very difficult question, Katarina. But what we have seen so far, I don't think I've ever seen a framework spreading so fast and that it touches people's heart and something happens. And I think that goes both for the researchers we're working with and also the companies, but also individuals. So I think that the issue of reflecting in a management group or on a board level down to on an emotional level, so to say, how is your triple bottom line or your end result impacting the company, the people and society? So we normally start with, what societal problem would you like to contribute to? The majority of organizations we work with and companies, they can't answer that question.
They can't?
No, they can't. They say like, oh, we have a really good solution around a recyclable product, or we have a really good solution around electrification. And I ask them, yeah, but what societal problem do you want to contribute to? That takes a little bit more of thinking and then relating that. So I think that, and then talking about emotions in management groups or among politicians in the government, it's very, very challenging. So I would advise, if you want to work within the development goals, it's open source, but I would advise to take in help to challenge you and provoke you. So what we have seen, I don't want to mention any company names here, an organization, is like when you start to work with it and you challenge, are we seeking perspectives in our way of thinking? Are we talking to different stakeholders? If we're working in areas where we have a lot of indigenous peoples, are we talking to them? If we are working and having a lot of activist kind of challenging dialogues, are we talking to them? Are we out in the field in our different countries and looking at different interest stakeholder groups? So I think that there is a lot there, and there is a lot about co-creation. We sometimes in our company talk about false co-creation. People talk about that they want to co-create, but do they, and who do they co-create with? And the biggest challenger here, I would say, on a national level, and also a corporate level, is company culture. This is our culture. This is how we do things. So there I think that the IDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, can help to challenge that mindset. And then to answer your question, if you have a scale from 1 to 5 or from 1 to 10, if you can move one step further, I think it's a good ambition. And then normally what I do when I go in organizations, I provoke them to take even further steps and then ask them, okay, then what do you have to do to be able to go from a 1 to a 4 or to a 5? So I think there is the potential.
So Louise, without naming any names or telling about organizations, can you give sort of a generic example of what has happened when you started going into organizations or businesses with the IDG perspective?
I think is that I can take an example of I worked together with a university and master students and PhD students last week, and actually they all said that, oh, we want to contribute to society with our research. But then they hadn't really defined what societal problems is their research going to contribute to. So we went on, into a workshop working with the IDGs, challenging them to define the social problem, challenging them to look at, okay, to what extent are we working with communication? To what extent are we working with connectedness and co-creation with stakeholders that are dependent on our research? And how do we work with our mindset and action around courage? Are we courageous enough? Another big organizations that have been part of this work, actually after our workshop, said like, you made it really click for me. You know, you pushed us. We think that we are really on this agenda. We have a green kind of lingo and rhetoric around what we want to do, but we are not really pushing us enough because maybe our culture doesn't permit it, or our goals, or actually our business model is challenging. So we have to set up a parallel business model, parallel to the one we have. And how do we dare to do that and talk about it and say that we don't have all solutions, but we are on the way? So I think that is a few things that we're seeing that is really happening. And I think that the first pillar is the being. And I think that after some time that you work with this, the being is the most challenging one because it's about yourself, it's about your awareness, it's about your vulnerability, and especially a lot of managers, they end up there because it's maybe their corporate life or their organizational life or their political life is actually challenged by what they would really feel like wanting to do in being more of an activist, to be honest.
Wow.
To be able to accelerate change. And I think a lot of people are going home from COP28 and they feel hope, but still they feel frustration. So there I also think on a personal level, as I've been in corporate life my whole life, is like sometimes there is a lot of energy in the activist voice in you. And how can you translate that into more of a corporate activist and still staying on the corporate track? I think that's the most challenging, and that is what we really need.
Yes, indeed, we do. Very much so. So, Eric, from your perspective, thank you, Louise. From your perspective, what is the biggest difference on the individual level, and how do we sort of get that unleashed, that power?
So I think we should look at in what kind of like organization, or where can I find like a context and other people to work with and to get change done together. That could be to join a civil movement or becoming like an activist, or it could be to like work in a social context amongst friends and families and trying to get people to talk about these issues, or it could be to look for a work or to look for a new role in your current work and to enact change there. So find where you can do work together with other people.
Thank you, Louise.
No, I also think that one thing that I wanted to add to, I mean, it's not very, so to say, accepted to talk about feelings always. So I think that is one thing, to talk about how I feel. Even if you are shopping something at, we don't need to mention any names here, you do your daily shopping, your clothes or what you eat, and also tell the people that you're buying from, or, if you ask, at the counter or the head office, this is how I feel about this issue. I would like you to do this. I want to be a more sustainable consumer. Can you help me? I feel frustration. I mean, there is not a lot of corporates that get 5 of those mails every day. That we could do, everybody on this call, everything you buy the next coming week, put that question to the person on the counter and to the person in the head office. There will be an explosion at corporate level. I can tell you that. So I think that is a big thing. And also what I wanted to add, actually, they came out a new research today around the traction on how people are feeling around this. And actually 40% of people working with sustainability in corporate life, they feel helpless. 51 of them, they don't know how to choose among all the targets and all the frameworks and all the legal, regulation that's coming up, and how they're supposed to choose to focus the agenda. That's pretty big numbers.
That is indeed big numbers.
Yeah.
Whew. That's scary, actually, to hear that it's that much of confusion going on. So, Stephanie, what is the biggest difference when a meeting like this, like the COP, uses a graphic artist compared to what it's not? Because, I mean, I'm sure you've been to meetings where you have not been facilitating and nobody else is graphically recording. So what is the biggest difference here?
It's been so interesting listening to this conversation. I think, my work touches on the rhetoric side, and it touches on the work that Louise has been doing with the wonderful SDGs, but also the IDGs. On a high level, I think what graphic recordings bring to a meeting the most visible thing is it brings excitement, it brings a feeling of being seen and heard for the people who are there, who see their words reflected and distilled to the essence. But I think that there is more in it. I feel that graphic recordings, really their deeper purpose is to engage the human on all levels. And that is very true in the context of these climate negotiations, because they're a very hard space to engage in. They're very heady, they're very formal, and in their attempt to find politically palatable language that makes all countries be willing to come on board on this conversation, which is controversial in so many ways, they have found language that is very exclusionary because it is very technical. And so here we are definitely in the space where it is not accepted to talk about feelings, and yet it is such, it is an insult topic. It's about our relationship to the planet, to the natural world, to each other, to life on Earth. And that's a really big conversation to have. And these graphic recordings, in bringing in imagery of the planet and of people's lived experience, we bring that emotion back in there. That is already there. The emotion is there. And a lot of the emotion that's there is what you said, scaredness, grief, and it's perhaps a way of metabolizing grief so that we get to a point not just of what Eric said, of reflection, but also of connection. I think in grief, people can connect to their surroundings much better. And if that emotion isn't there, then that is exactly what needs to change, so that we feel the state of our planet, and through feeling it can reconnect. And I think that is perhaps one way of framing it, and another way of framing it is that is the political will that's lacking. On a political level, that is what's the missing piece, and you can call it reconnecting through feeling the state of the planet, or you can call it political will. But that is what we are ultimately trying to evoke with graphic recordings.
Well, thank you very much, Stephanie. As I mentioned, I've worked with graphic recordings many, many times, and I see that there is really a more of an emotional connect with the participants, especially when they go after the meeting and look at the graphic recordings and we go through them. It's like they see their contribution in a much more clearer way, and also the connection with the other contributions in the panel or the meeting. So I'm happy to hear that the COP is really using your superpowers, because they are. So, Louise, when it comes to the IDGs again, and the emotions and the feelings here that we need to sort of we need people to become aware of as use it as a driving force. So how could we get more of this into the COP process? I mean, now it's too late for this one, but so the SDGs, it's the United Nations framework, and so the IDGs are also connected, of course, with the United Nations. So how do we push in or slide in or get in this type of work to the COP process? That would be probably could be making a huge difference, right?
Absolutely, and actually, I don't think it's going to be part of the United Nations are very positive around it, and also European Commission. There's a lot of people, I would like to say, it's not only our small company, it's a lot of people around the world and our partners working with this. So I think there is work, and there's been a lot of people at COP, our colleagues and partners, to actually be part of this change. So I think one way is actually to use the framework, to use the language as part of negotiations, as part of the formal work. And actually last year we were invited, we were invited to Vinnova, the Swedish Innovation Agency, to have a look at how can we introduce the IDGs into kind of the innovation process and startup process and startup agenda, to be able to reflect more upon, who you are and what you do, and as a team to grow the SDGs even further, as it's part of the Vinnova work to actually, that all companies and all partners involved in them have to align with the Sustainable Development Goals. So that is one thing that I think that you could do. Use the framework, make it part of the process. Have simple, if one would just do it very simple, it's a check-in before the meeting and a check-out before the meeting on certain specific points. And then I think maybe a good thing is to work and start with the thinking and the acting perspective, and then maybe the collaboration, because they're quite easy. They are not dangerous to work with, so to say, from a group development perspective, and then work with the scale and how can we move ourselves, you know, a little bit further in every session. So then I think you can get into that kind of how do we work with getting into the agenda and to the dialogue, that we become a little bit more focused around emotions and how we do feel about things. And I think you can do that on that level. You can do it on university level with the students. Here with We Don't Have Time, as a small company, we work with them that way. And I think also that I worked in corporate life many years, and I used to work out in Southeast Asia. We had a lot of challenging problems around sustainability and then also profitability. And at one time, we had a lot of challenges, and we had to take very serious decisions around the company profit and so on. And then we just landed in, how do we feel about this? How does this feel in the stomach? Can we do this? We impact so many people through our supply chain. There may be hundreds of people working here, but there are 10,000 suppliers and there are 100,000 livelihoods to scale it. And I think that is where really my recommendation to everyone, because everybody here, and maybe at this session, we are privileged. We have the space. Katarina, you have this room. You can broadcast to millions of people, but always to bring with us, how can I bring the voice? How can I bring the message of somebody, a rural farmer in India that I just visited last week? How can I make their voice heard? Because when we talk about, for example, keeping coal in the ground, there are 450 million who are living on the poverty limit in India. That's the whole of Europe. They're living on less than $2 per day. How can I make their voice heard? You know, then it can be quite arrogant for me to say that they should keep the coal in the ground. And I think that, okay, I feel around that issue. So how can I use my insights in that to kind of drive my perspectives, my development, my team agenda, and how I impact companies, you know? So that is maybe a little bit, you know, a long explanation, but I think that's where we need to land.
This absolutely needs to be put in place, what you're saying in terms of the COP facilitation process here. It's I have no idea how, but
I can offer for free next year.
I'm sure you have some thoughts and some connections, but it's just even just to make the other parts of society aware of this framework that really sort of speeds up everything and connects us. Because if we don't feel anything, we're not going to act, right, Eric?
So I can also say that just to finish that off, if you're interested in the IDG, go to the Inner Development Goals homepage. Everything is for free. It's all open source. We're sharing with everyone. And there you can also go into hubs. So if you're in Tel Aviv, check out your hub. There is a hub in Tel Aviv. Or if you are in Denmark, there is a lot of hubs. So there's hubs all over the world. Get to know the framework and learn it and start to practice it.
So Eric, yes, you wanted to add, please.
Yeah, we talked a lot about like the individuals and the feelings, and also like scrutinizing ourselves and asking like questions around ethics and what we want to do with ourselves, and also perhaps ask the difficult questions. How do I like pollute? How do I contribute to climate change? What could I change? How could I do differently? I think to a lot of extent we also need to view corporations, and we do in society view corporations as persons. They're not persons. They're like some kind of conglomeration of persons. But we need to view them as actors in society, because they do work as actors in society. And we also need to request from them to be transparent with their ethics. And I think that's one of the problems with how corporations have done in their communication at an earlier, before or still, that they tend to like only tell what they do good and hide what they do bad. But I think a new like role model for how a corporation should communicate their challenge is to be transparent with what their problems are and how they fight with those problems. So I think we should view corporate communication as kind of like a performance of ethical judgment, because almost no companies today, and perhaps no companies today, can be fully sustainable. So they need to show us how they manage that tricky situation and how they handle it.
Yes, Louise.
And I just think that I think it's really great that you mentioned that, and I think it's also for companies and organizations and politicians to dare to have that conversation. Invite your worst critics and listen to them. You don't need to do everything that they suggest, but just start to listen to them and book it in. So make it part of your business plan 2 times per year. And for example, so I think that's really, really crucial. Listen to your stakeholders and talk to them, have a dialogue with them.
Yeah, and a final point, we also need to consider corporate communication as a potential of environmental communication and climate communication. If management start telling their marketing division, okay, let's do 70% of sales and 30% of improving the world. That's millions and millions and millions of dollars or whatever currency that would be put into climate communication. And that would also make people who work in those departments really happy about their jobs, I think.
Of course, of course. Well, thank you so much, Eric, and thank you very much, Louise. And the last question to Stephanie here. Will you be facilitating some sessions today or tomorrow?
My live sessions have finished, so I have a lot of post-production to look forward to this week.
So post-production, that will, of course, enhance and speed up the process here, I'm sure, and clarify with your skills what needs to be done. So thank you very much, Stephanie, for joining us from Dubai. And again, a thanks to Eric and Louise here in Stockholm. And this concludes the session, and we're going to move on to talk about policy incentives for zero emissions. In this inspiring session, the spotlight turns to the youth, the most dynamic force driving climate action. Recognizing the pivotal role young leaders play in advocating for climate solutions, this segment will feature prominent voices who have demonstrated exceptional courage and also dedication in the fight against climate change. The session will delve into the stories, initiatives, and advocacy efforts led by these young leaders. It aims to highlight the courage, resilience, and innovative thinking demonstrated by young climate champions worldwide. So let me now hand over to Nick in Dubai to introduce the panelists for this session. So over to you, Nick.
Thanks, Katerina. That's superb here in Dubai. The temperature is rising. I think it's also probably rising in the negotiations too. I hope it is, because we might then get a good outcome tomorrow. I've got with me, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself. Can you just put the microphone up to your mouth? Tell me, how do you pronounce that first name? Okay, yeah. Malapo. Yes. Okay, fantastic. Who is a non-profit founder and director, Conservation Music Lesotho, or the Kingdom of Lesotho. We also have with us here in the studio Karim Ahab Salah, who's a Race to Zero fellow with the Climate Champions team. And I believe we got Ivo, is that correct? Ivo Wakunig, who is a future energy leader at the World Energy Council. You're on Zoom, I think?
Yes,
yeah,
I'm
super. Okay, great to see you. Yeah, great to see you. Very happy to see you. Let's kick this off with a little introduction about the work that you're all doing. So let me start with you first. Tell us briefly, what is your work in this sphere, and what are you actually up to? Yeah.
Okay, great. So I am an environmental activist, as said, and I run a nonprofit organization called Conservation Music Lesotho. And what we basically do is we leverage the power of music for environmental education. We work with artists, we work with schools, and we're focusing mostly on youth and children in rural areas, especially in my community, or like where I come from in Lesotho. And here at COP, I am participating as part of my national delegation as a youth representative. For the first time they're having us, which is a proud moment and a milestone for us. And I've been following particularly Article 6 all throughout the days that I've been here. So yes, that's why I'm here at COP28.
And just briefly, leveraging music in a sense for climate action, is that climate music or is it any kind of music?
So we use different kinds of music and genres that are most relatable to the communities in our target audience, the communities that we work with in our target audience. So it's music that has elements of of climate in them, and then also highlighting important sustainability issues. And yes, but we do it in traditional languages and genres that are most relatable to our target audience.
Okay, yes. Super. And lastly, Article 6 is basically markets and finance. Yeah, okay, good. So let's go over to Karim. Tell us a little bit about your work and what you're doing.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me here. It's a real pleasure, and I know that we don't have time, so I will try to be quick with my introduction. First off, I work with the Climate Champions team in the Race to Zero campaign, and I'm specifically working on regionalization and youth engagements. And I'm also part of the first ever youth delegation of Egypt. And I think we are having a lot of proud moments for youth this year with having more and more youth representatives in the official delegations of the parties. I'm also part of the Future Sustainability Leaders program by Masdar. And yeah, that's about it.
Okay, super. So let's now turn to Ivo. If you can just say, Ivo, a little bit about your work and how this relates to what we're talking about.
Thank you so much for this kind introduction. I'm joining virtually from Eindhoven, the Netherlands. You can see maybe in my background, you see a few cows and a few windmills. So that's not the actual representation of the Netherlands. It's way more rain, but thank you so much for making me join online. I'm one of the future energy leaders of World Energy Council, and I'm also one of the future sustainability leaders of Wi-Fi's of Masdar. And next to that, I'm also doing my PhD at the Eindhoven University of Technology. I'm very much an advocate for youth engagement in the energy sector because I believe we're one of the driving forces behind the energy transition. And on that note, I'm also really happy to be joined by Karim and Rex in that panel.
So it has been a feature, I think, of this COP that there is a lot of youth here, and that's really good news. Youth also parts of national delegations, very good news too. And we had Marie-Claire Graff, of Youngo, also on this Youth Negotiators Academy thing that she helped get off the ground with a couple of people. And I just said to her, well, if all the delegations were youth, would we have a fossil fuel phase out straight away here at the COP? And she said, oh, absolutely. So what about as we near the end of this COP? We don't know when it's going to end, but it might end tomorrow, it might drift on a bit. How do you feel about it so far?
Yeah, sure. So to be honest, this COP this year, when you talk about negotiations perspective, it starts with a very good vibes and totally unexpected. I remember before COP, we were like, are we going to operationalize the loss and damage fund? Is it going to happen even maybe this year? Probably after we leave the venue, they were the negotiators will still be there trying to find the solution. And in the first day, we found the operationalization ready. And if you saw, just published yesterday, the updated topics of negotiation, and the progress in each of them, you'll find that the loss and damage was the only one that is already, agreed upon. And I think now, today, we have almost $750 million for the loss and damage fund, and I think that's amazing. But to be honest, the other topics didn't follow the same energy that we saw in the first days of COP. We didn't reach agreement in any of the other topics, and unfortunately on the ACE topic it was cancelled for this year. We will not have a decision because
when you say the ACE topic, you mean Action for Climate Empowerment, the education
empowerment. Perfect. Yes, exactly. So we were specifically talking, the point of confusion here was between parties is they wanted financing for Action for Climate Empowerment, which is basically doing education and capacity building and so and so. And some of the countries didn't agree on that, and we ended up using Rule 6 of the UNFCCC 16, right? I'm sorry, 16, and it was cancelled this year, and we will not have a decision for it. So maybe we'll postpone the negotiations later on. So that's kind of a quick update, but I know that every COP, most of the decisions come up at the last 3 days. So I'm really eager to see what will happen.
Yeah, or maybe somebody might revive the Action for Climate Empowerment, climate education, and say we have to have some outcome here, and maybe there might be a little surprise. Who knows? Yeah. And your reflections on being here. Is there a sense that this is a community that's growing of active people in countries worldwide pressing for a kind of systems change that we need and different thinking in the world?
I think yes, there's hope because, like you mentioned earlier, that there seems to be a lot more young people participating in this particular COP and then being part of their national delegations. And I know for example, even I'm part of a group that's called the Artists Major Group, and we're trying to really infiltrate these spaces and just show the power of art in the advocacy spaces, and also even just in raising awareness in climate issues. And I believe that there's some groundswell and there's a bit of activity and there's hope, like I said, that things are going to improve as we go forward, because we're seeing more representation, we're seeing, yes, more participants from different parts of the world being part of this, and then young people also being part of this. But I think there still are gaps here and there and areas of improvement where young people need to be more capacitated to be able to participate in the negotiations processes, and not just to shadow the key negotiators, but to also be, yes, capacitated so that they can be able to add value and also to meaningfully participate in such processes. So I'm happy with the progress we're making, but of course there still are gaps here and there. So yeah, we'll see how everything goes in the end. And like I echo the sentiments that my colleague has here, that we saw the summary, and then there isn't much progress besides that one area, and they're a bit like we have mixed emotions about what is going to happen. And I know that the presidency is pushing for tomorrow morning to be the final time where like most texts are finalized and everything, but some of the texts are still not. I know with Article 6 in particular, there's some major challenges there. So it's quite interesting to just be in this space and to be learning. For me, it's been a huge learning curve, and I'm excited to be part of the processes, and also seeing how artists are also pushing to be part of the processes. We have a report that is out that I'm so proud of because I participated in its build-up. And yeah, we want to be seen as more than just entertainers, but as creative problem solvers who can also bring value to this kind of discourse.
So one good thing, we had a lady on this morning called Alison Tickell. She runs an arts initiative out of the UK, which is also not just UK based, but elsewhere. She says that at the last climate conference, there was language in the adaptation bit and somewhere else on culture, heritage, and the window there to arts as well. And that there is a plan to build that up so that in Brazil, in 2 years' time, it really is a serious matter on the agenda. So sometimes things are slow burn, but burn they do. And maybe I shouldn't use slow burn in the context of climate change. That was a big mistake. I'll stop there before I dig a bigger hole for myself. Ivo, what about you?
Thank you so much. Personally, I have neutral feelings towards about the things that I see, because I'm observing everything from Europe. And personally, what I see are many headlines, a lot of LinkedIn posts or Instagram posts, and many communication documents. And what I just try to do, I just try to ignore the noise that comes from the press releases, because we actually need to look at what comes out of it in a few days. I think that's the important thing that matters. Regarding noise, I don't fully agree with Karim, because yes, of course, I do agree that this sort of climate adaptation fund at the beginning is nice. But this is, for me, one of the examples which is just a little bit of a noise, because 750 million for a first commitment is obviously a good development, but this has to be contextualized. I just, before the session, I just did a quick Google search, and what I saw is that the top 10 global fossil fuel companies had a revenue of 750 million euro in 2023 per day, 2022. And this is the amount of spending we should actually be talking about. So there's a big mismatch in terms of spending that we need to address. And of course, one of these steps is to build such a framework. I do agree with Karim, but this needs to be filled up with proper money. So my conclusion so far is, from what I can see from Europe, is that many things which happened so far are just marketing or noise, and we need to focus on what comes out of COP and look at it in a few weeks' time again. So for now, I just try to distance myself from what is happening in terms of decisions, but I also try to focus on who is here. And what I see is there's also a great diversity of people here in the room, even though a lot of delegates unfortunately had visa issues when they came here. And there's this strong involvement of youth, which we can see in this panel here. I'm stopping here, otherwise I take up too much of your time.
So, I mean, I think the thing is that what's important that's going on in the next 24 hours or a bit longer is some of the things that were announced here that if we can get all governments to buy into them. So, I mean, there were a lot of countries that said, we want a tripling of renewable energy, doubling of energy efficiency. The question is, at the end here, will that actually be in the texts that everybody agrees that's a goal? And will there be, for example, some discussion on what they call here technically the means of implementation, but in normal human speak, is there going to be some cash behind this for the developing countries to be able to triple their renewable energy, and also then they can actually fulfill their aims and aspirations to be part of the climate solution, which is what many developing countries want to do. So I think there's a lot more at stake than just the big prize, which is a phase out. There's other things at stake in the next few days. Will it be a buy-in by all countries with everything, or will there be people opting out of it? So let's see what happens. So I'm very interested in the music and the art side. I personally have a great interest in that. And in fact, I even have an album out where it's got 3 climate songs on, which came out in May. This whole power of music, but also the industries behind it as well, right? It's a bit like these are influential areas in people's lives, right? Music, sport. I can't think of 2 bigger, maybe the gaming industry. Yeah, maybe those 3 are the big ones in terms of influencing how people might think about what they do. And do you, I mean, you're doing this in Lesotho. Are you connected with other artists in other parts of the world on trying to build a kind of global movement here? Yeah.
Yes, we certainly are connected to other artists. Like I mentioned, that group that's trying to be like a major group of the UN, and we launched this report here at COP28 called We the Artists. So yes, I do my work in Lesotho, but also have worked a lot in the Southern African region with other different countries where we're activating other young people to do the same, but looking at the context that they are in and all of that. So yes, in short, we are very much well connected, and we were looking for more partners. We're looking to collaborate with more people from different parts of the world to amplify the messaging on the importance of why artists should be a part of like the climate discourse, and yeah, and to just ensure that even other people who are not part of the technical or the scientific communities, I guess, are able to participate in this, because at the end of the day, they're impacted directly by the effects of climate change. So we are pushing and working hard to ensure that this goes beyond my borders, and I collaborate with my other partners in this type of movement. Yeah.
Looking from your perspective, I mean, so you're an Egyptian by birth, and I mean, you had the climate conference in Egypt. Did you feel something came out of that for the people of Egypt, and did it change anything?
Yeah, that's a really good question, because we get a lot of criticizing to the moving COP. Like, why do we have to spend like this much money and have COP in a new region each year, and most probably a new country? And to be honest, that's a fair point. But I want to share my personal experience that I have experienced firsthand in Egypt and in MENA region, because it's not just we only had 1 COP in Egypt, but we also had 2 COPs in the same region. I think that's the first time ever that this happens. So the presence of COP in a country and in a region, it literally changed the landscape. And specifically when we talk about the green economy, the like simple terms like climate change and sustainability, people before that in Egypt, they didn't have much awareness about this topic. The private sector wasn't very interested. Maybe the government wasn't as also interested in this file. But after COP, it's in everybody's agenda and it's in everybody's action plan. So I think it literally changes the landscape, starting from, as I said, from government and private sector to the youth and the communities and even the public. I think it's important to have it in a new region each year. And I'm sure that maybe if we're not feeling the effects now, but we will feel the legacy of having a COP more in the upcoming years, whether in Egypt, UAE, or the other countries that it visits.
Yes. And you, of course, I mean, Egypt, some people forget, actually, is actually starting to really start piling in some renewable energy, isn't it? I mean, wind power and others.
Yeah, and green hydrogen and solar.
Yeah.
So actually, I remember, like, I studied, my background is aerospace engineering. So we studied also some topics on energy. And Egypt has actually a lot of great potential to import renewable energy to Europe, because we have a lot of sun, we have big deserts. So I think there are already MOUs signed between Egypt and probably Italy and some countries in Europe. So there is great potential. There is also a lot of potential in the new fuel of the future, which is the green hydrogen. I have seen like billions of dollars of investment coming to the Suez Canal and like the area in Sinai to produce the green hydrogen there and then import. So I think when you talk about the phase out, when you talk about the new economy, it's not just removing the fossil fuels, it's having a viable alternatives. Green hydrogen, as good as it is, and all the new renewable energy sources, we must make sure that they are, like, from a technical perspective, viable to really replace the current energy systems that we have. But I think from my perspective now, and from the amount of energy and investments going into them, I think it's definitely going to be the new thing in the future, the green hydrogen and the renewables. Yeah.
I suppose the only thing you have to watch out for is that the private sector doesn't actually make a lot of money out of it and send all your green energy to Europe, right? And that the ordinary people are still left without access to electricity. I mean, that's the that's to be watched.
Yeah, that's true. This is a problem, but I think just by time, if you like do a real phase out, you will not have any more other alternative. Like, they're becoming much cheaper, so it's just gonna become an economic case. So yeah, that's my perspective on it.
Ivo, in the Netherlands, I mean, the Netherlands is quite ahead on some things, like the circular economy. I think you're the leaders in the circular economy. Have done amazing things in terms of adaptation. I mean, it's historical in the Netherlands, of course, being so low level in terms of the sea. But you've been having a few challenges recently with livestock, haven't you? The government before this current government was trying to actually reduce the amount of livestock on the land in the Netherlands. There are always these different groups that have an interest in maintaining the status quo. It can be quite a challenge politically, yeah?
Thank you so much. And yes, I do agree that every transition has a lot of political challenges, and we cannot just think about some policies that we need to design. We also need to think about the political actors which are behind it. You just mentioned the Netherlands, and I think that's also a very good example with regards to climate adaptation. Because, I mean, I think we have seen it in Europe in particular in the past few weeks and so on. It has been raining quite a bit. And now the levels of the seas and of the lakes and so on are quite high. And that means that a lot of dikes have to be heightened up in order to prevent some flooding in some of the areas. So the Netherlands is quite prone to flooding. And as you've mentioned, the Netherlands is also quite famous for its dairy production, which is, of course, if you look at food and agriculture, a very inefficient way to produce calories for human beings. But that's something else. The problem with dairy in general is that the reason why we have so much dairy in the Netherlands is very much caused by past policy failures and political failures, which caused a lot of farmers to invest into a lot of this sort of agriculture. And now we somehow have to get rid of it, because in the Netherlands there's just too much agricultural production, of course also because of its geography, and with it too much dairy production, which caused a lot of nitrogen issues. We've seen it politically that it caused a lot of turmoil and issues. And now we also have, I don't have the percentages, but I think they got like 15% or 20% in the last national election, the sort of farmers movement, which of course opposes the sort of stricter nitrogen regulations. I don't have, all the details on this perspective and so on, but I think what's important to highlight here is whenever we talk about transitions, transformations, but also youth engagements. It's very much about the political decisions that we take at this very moment. And one of the political decisions that we have to take at this very moment is also to think about how we can move towards a climate resilient system, not only in the Netherlands, but also globally. If I boil it down to the Dutch case, I think this also has to include to think about how to design livestock of the future. And this will, of course, include to have less livestock, just as an example. But these are political decisions which cannot be imposed on by international agreements, but they have to be decided locally. And I think this decision process is happening at this very moment. So yeah.
Absolutely, yes. No, I mean, governments create their national climate action plans because they've got a target, right, for emissions reductions, and then they look across their sectors which they can somehow, reduce those emissions. So it's not a straitjacket. They can choose, but sometimes even some of those areas that they identify from where you can actually reduce your emissions, fight back because, well, that's their business model, and those are those industries, and they've been built for a long time on the back of what was often different needs that are no longer quite as relevant as they were before. So it's complicated. In Lesotho, are you seeing change there? I know that there must be impacts from climate change, but also are you seeing any movement here? Do you have a lot of hydro, don't you, in Lesotho?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. We have a huge potential for hydro in Lesotho, and then of course there has been a station that has been serving part of the nation. Yeah, there is progress. I will say that, especially also in the renewable space. I know that we're getting a lot of funding from international development partners in support of like our renewable energy strategy. So there is some progress, even though Lesotho is not one of the biggest emitters. We're more focused as a country more on like the adaptation side. So I think we were looking more even on like the loss and damage fund it's launching. And I know that my country has been negotiating mostly as part of the LDC group and part of the G77 and China countries. So there is progress in the country in relation to that, even though our biggest focus is mostly on adaptation, like I said.
Yes. So Karim, from a race to zero perspective, how do we use this collective force to push for the policies we need? I mean, young people are young people, but then they become a little bit older and a little bit older again. And so, I mean, you're maturing in many ways with this whole ecosystem of climate change and what we need to do. And do you think that this is a collective force that's building? Because if you've got enough young people in the country, they're going to vote the government out if they don't deal with climate change, right? So this is a maybe.
Yeah, so that's like, do we have 30 minutes?
Yeah, right. No, unfortunately, we only have like 4. So
okay. So I will try to be quick. But this is the topic, like this is the question. And I think if I can like literally give a satisfactory answer here, things would have been much easier. But I have been experiencing firsthand again and seeing my fellow youth advocates from all over the globe, because in COP27, I was working with a COP27 presidency youth task force on all of the youth engagements, because we had a lot of firsts in COP27. So I have seen all of the youth activists, from the people that are just getting introduced to climate change 1 year ago and to the people that have been in the field for a couple of years. But let me again focus on climate action. At the end of the day, this is the goal. We want to reach the Paris goal agreement. In COP26 in Glasgow, when we have seen the result of the country's commitment in 2015, okay, in 2021 when reassessed, we found that we increased in the emissions by 16%. We didn't go towards the goal, we increased in the emissions. So this is definitely a bit disappointing, but this is why not just a top-down approach, the approach of the negotiations that is coming from countries agreeing to making policies, and definitely that's all voluntary, but still, and then like making more policies, and then like the rest of the economy will follow. That's the top-down approach. The Race to Zero campaign is also trying to tackle the bottom-up approach. Like it started right before COP26 in Glasgow, and the main idea is to show and to first accelerate the ambition loop and to show the policymakers and the countries and the state representatives that we will not wait for you to push these policies. The non-state actors are already adopting the Paris Agreement, and they are already adopting this goal, and they will meet the net zero by 2050 and having emissions by 2030. Today, in the campaign, we have more than 13,500 non-state actors committed, and by non-state actors, we are talking about everyone that is not in the negotiation room, okay? So that includes businesses, financial institutions, banks, NGOs, CSOs, everything you can think of, okay? All of them are committed to this goal. So that also pushes the, from this side, we go back again to having more policy, to having more advocacy. And who is the most, who is more advocate than the youth? They are the most fierce advocates, they're the most critical thinkers and in the climate space. So it's very important that we use them and we catalyze them. We have this energy because, as we said, as you said, that Mary said, if all of the negotiators were youth, I think we would have been in a very different place.
We'd have a plan.
I hope that we see more mobilization for that.
We'd have a plan on the phase out of fossil fuels, for sure, yeah. I'm just being told that we have to wrap up now. It goes very quickly, and I'm sorry, Ivo. Oh, pardon? Stall. What does stall mean? Keep going. Oh, I've been asked to keep going. Well, that's fine. Ivo, you're still with us, right?
Yes, I'm still with you.
Okay. Okay. Now, somebody said stall, and I was thinking, you know, stall is also where you keep sheep and things like that. I wasn't quite sure what it meant. Or does stall sometimes means pause, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Rather than continue.
Yes.
Yeah. So that was really interesting. Eva, let's go back over to you. Does your view chime with our dear friend here that we are building a critical mass of people in this space?
Yes, I do agree. What I do want to add in that perspective is we may have some sort of mass which can act or which could act in theory. They don't have the capacities to do that. That's one issue that we currently face. And the other thing is that they're basically deprived of everything they would need to act on the skills and the ambitions to actually implement change. Because feeding back into what we are here about the COP28, I believe what the COP process should focus on at this point is, instead of trying to find about stricter targets, is rather about the sort of enabling environment, enabling people to get active in climate change adaptation and mitigation. Of course, mitigation is more important. This boils down to local action. And what I just hope what could come out of the COP process is to just get a common understanding, international understanding, that on the first and foremost, there's no uniform solution to decarbonize our economies, but it's rather about enabling different regions and communities to contribute to change. And the other thing is to just think about how we can actually work in an inclusive and an intergenerational way. Karim has talked about a lot of these youth leaders, which we have, and we have to build on their capacity. We have to build on their ambition to contribute to change. But as you have mentioned, Martin, at a few minutes back, also youth leaders become old at some point. So how do we just bridge the gap, the intergenerational gap, when the youth leaders become old? Will they just then take up all that space and create the sort of generational divide that we have right now? Or shouldn't we rather find a mechanism which would allow for intergenerational collaboration to work on? Because on the one hand, while I do agree that youth engagement is crucial, a crucial leverage point for change, we also have to think about how we can also leverage potential routes of collaboration between different generations to just sort of fight this intergenerational global challenge which we have, which is the climate crisis.
So Eva, let me ask you a question, right? Which is very simply, I don't know what age you are, but what is your career path here? How do you take all the skills that you've learned on climate change, sustainability, energy transitions, whatever it is? How do you take that and deploy that in your career path?
Thank you so much. So I'm actually 26, and I actually never wanted to do what I'm doing right now, because 4 years ago
being on the show.
Being on the show, talking about energy. No, 4 years ago, I still wanted to be a theoretical cosmologist. But then I started to understand how deep and grave the crisis is we're in right now, which is the climate crisis. And then I just saw how much we actually need to accelerate energy transitions. Personally, I do believe that we need to implement a lot of technologies, but through the process of having this, I just started to understand that the energy transition or decarbonization is actually not so much of a technological challenge, but rather a societal challenge. So through the years, I just understood that we need to mobilize action or community action. And I just tried to specialize, if you can call it like that, in youth engagement, because I see myself as a young person. I hope I'm still young. And this is also one of the leverage points, given that 50% of the world's population is below the age of 30.
Yeah. What about you two? Where do you see yourself going with all the knowledge you've accumulated in these different areas? I mean, do you see a natural path? Can you enter society, communities, companies, government, or whatever, and influence from there with the information you have and the knowledge you've gained?
For me, in particular, I do actually see a path, and it's becoming more clearer. I'm also older. I refer to myself as an older youth because I'm preparing to exit this youth category and having been working in the space for about 8 to 10 years as an activist. But I think for me, as I've grown older, then it's become more apparent to me that the importance of infiltrating the policy-making spaces and also like entering, the advocacy spaces where then I can have more influence on the policies that are being created or made that in turn affect the grassroots communities. So having done all that grassroots work, I feel the importance of transitioning now into the policy-making space and then carrying the voices of those at the grassroots into these rooms and these spaces. And part of me participating here, it's that journey, getting into that. So yeah, the path seems a bit clear for me now, and that's where I'm headed.
And you?
So that's actually quite a tricky question, but I think it's very interesting because specifically in the climate space area, the work opportunities and the ecosystem itself is forming with time. So I think it's quite hard to say what I will be doing, let's say in the next 2, 3, 4 years, because the role that I'm occupying now is the first time that someone occupies this role. It's a new role. The Climate Champions team itself is only 3 years old. The Paris Agreement is 7 years old. And this year, we just had the first ever school on climate change and sustainability funded by Door in Stanford, the first one in 70 years. So my point here is the ecosystem is forming. But what I'm trying to focus on as an individual is to make sure that I push in the right direction and I keep pushing in whether it's from the negotiations room, whether it's from supporting the private sector to decarbonize, whether it's from like studying more and doing more research. But what I try to focus on is staying on track and pushing in the same direction.
Okay. Well, I think we're probably there. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks, Ivo, for coming in from the Netherlands via the magic of Zoom. Thank you so much. To hear from Lesotho is fantastic. To hear again from Egypt as well with these wonderful guests and the youth voice. And what I'd like to do here is send the program back to Stockholm to my wonderful co-host, Katarina.
Well, thank you so much, Nick. Great to listen to the youth here from different parts of the world, as always. This perspective is crucial for us to move on and move on fast enough. So we will now go back to Dubai, and Nick won't get much of a breather here because he has a very special guest. It's Dr. Mahmoud Mohieldin, UN Climate Change High-Level Champion for COP27, who is getting ready to be interviewed by Nick, and he is also a United Nations Special Envoy on financing the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. So Nick is getting ready, or and also Doctor is getting ready to be interviewed. So it's very windy in Dubai, but I think it looks like they're getting settled now. So over back to you, Nick.
Great. So welcome back to COP28 in Dubai. Everyone watching from around the world, that's fantastic. Several million viewers. And a special welcome to you, Dr. Mahmoud Mohieldin. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you. You're very forgiving.
Thank you so much. This is a correct way of saying it. Thank you.
Dr. Mahmoud, this is the eve of the final official day of COP28 here in Dubai.
Yeah, save any extensions. Yeah.
Exactly. It's highly likely there will be extensions because they normally happen anyway, don't they, with COPs? What are your general reflections so far of this conference?
Focusing normally on means of implementation, finance, investments, partnerships, I think this COP did a lot. From the very beginning, with the surprise announcements, not just of the famous loss and damage fund, but with the replenishment of the Green Climate Fund, and I'm happy that I was part of the replenishment as a facilitator. And of course, that unprecedented and big number through the platform of investments announced by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed for the $30 billion for private sector, including $5 billion for catalytic support. This was really a very good start. And then in every area of action, from mitigation, energy issues, on matters related to decarbonization of the hard-to-abate sector, and then the discussions on food security, agriculture, and investment in resilience. And of course, there are lots of work as well, country-specific, region-specific, that I followed, given my engagement in particular in the work in Africa.
Yes. Yes, it's always a damn hard to follow every single track at these COPs, isn't it?
Whatever you try.
I sometimes think the member states in the past, kind of, we must have a success, let's announce another initiative, and so the whole process gets rather loaded with things, and it's very hard to follow everything. But very interesting, your perspective on the financial side, and that's really good. You are an expert in climate finance, especially focused on developing countries, debt financing, MDB reform, multilateral development bank reform. Do you think the world, maybe not at this COP, but there is a general movement to understand the needs of the developing countries, whether it might be debt cancellation or it might be other mechanisms, because they actually want to be part of the solution, don't they? But sometimes they're handicapped without the money. So some good announcements here, but going forward there needs to be more support for the poorer countries.
Yeah, I recall during the Sharm summit, we had the emphasis on climate finance to be insufficient, inefficient, and unfair. And we had very good reasons then and now, actually, to continue seeing that from developing economies' perspective. Insufficient because they talk about the 100 billion, and now we know that from the OECD report that will reach 100% of the 100 billion. But that raises many questions as well by many developing economies. When it was only 80% achievement, some people say, well, it could be the 20% gap is mine, and they didn't really receive it. But when you say, well, congratulations, we had the 100%, this raises question marks about the methodology and the metric. And even if we have the 100 billion, you may have seen these reports coming and supported by the presidencies of COP27 and COP28, telling us that developing economies and emerging markets suffer from a gap of around $2.4 trillion that needs to be bridged every year. 1 trillion from external finance and 1.4 trillion that should be mobilized at home. So that gives you something about the context in which we should really be putting the 100 billion of today and what we should really be doing better in next year, which is the year of the COP of finance. If this year is the GST or the global stocktake COP, next year is the finance year, and the following year is the indices year. Going back to your issue about that gets us into the fairness issue. We said the insufficiency and then the unfairness of climate. It's very much, unfortunately, dependent on debt-based instruments. Globally, more than 65%. In some developing economies, they are dependent on debt, not necessarily concessional, by more than 85%. And it could be justified in some cases when you borrow in areas related to mitigation, in investing in renewables, because you can always get decent return on your investments. But the unfairness part, when you are borrowing at high cost, to adapt to mitigation issues and emission matters that you were not responsible for creating in the first place. So that needs to change by relying more on concessional instruments and partnerships. And hopefully we can get more and more private sector business and financial institutions interested in the adaptation tracks, from water management to food systems to agriculture to resilient infrastructure. Because so far, while climate finance at large had increased significantly during the last 4 years, based on reports coming from CPI and the Center for Global Adaptation, the share of adaptation had declined from a very low percentage of 7 to a lower percentage of 5.
I think sometimes in the richer countries, they sometimes find it difficult to sell some of this to their public, you know, that they're going to be funding this. But what would you say? Would you say, A, it's not charity, it's actually paying for historical damage. Secondly, that actually we're not going to solve the climate change crisis if we don't have all the developing countries on board. And B, there's a lot of things that the developing countries are producing that we need, like food, in the richer countries, which won't be happening if climate change is allowed to continue. And so it's not a charitable operation. It's about a collective responsibility of the world to support each other to deal with this and other things.
I very much agree with that positive, collaborative, practical approach about the mutual benefits and gains from having a better mechanism to support investments, and there is always going to be a public component in the infrastructure support, in the investments in the human capital that is required to manage all of these systems and to deal as well with the resilience issues. But unfortunately, the model is not really working based on that. There are many pledges and there are few commitments attached to these pledges in the absence of accountability framework. And here, through you, it's basically in this kind of complicated system of finance, sometimes countries and companies, they make a pledge perhaps to have an opportunity with you, to have an airtime. And then when it comes to delivery, there are a lot of issues. That the Secretary General of the UN named it as shady pledges. So we need to really move from that, given the interest in getting the pledges and the finances where the high return could be. The other thing is basically identifying and spelling out the opportunities better. There is a communication issue. While in the mitigation front, when we started to know that's about investments in solar-based energy and electricity and wind farms and green hydrogen, adaptation until last year, until we had the Sharm adaptation agenda, were very ambiguous, vague concept. But now we have 6 specific areas of work with good opportunities. Perhaps the public sector still will need to be pushing through finance and incentives more, but there are many opportunities, especially in food and agriculture, better water management system. And you may agree with me that water, in the case of adaptation, is the equivalent to energy in the case of mitigation, but it was not identified properly where exactly the private sector, the civil society, the philanthropies can do more. And actually there's a great deal of importance to think tanks and universities and those who are behind the research and development in both fronts, in the mitigation front, and we have seen the great deal of improvements in the cost of producing electricity especially from solar plants compared only to 7 or 8 years ago. Now, when we see that there are improvements in efficiency in desalination or recycled water, thanks to new technologies, this requires, again, more investments in technology, but we need to avail such technologies to developing economies and emerging markets through partnerships. Again, it's not a charity, but the best way to convey technological advantages and share them is through investments.
You're from Egypt. You were the high-level champ.
So.
Yes, exactly. And it's a wonderful country. I went there many, many years ago, and Egypt is a very special country. I mean, yes, of course, the Valley of the Kings and the Queens, but also Alexandria, and it's really, Cairo is fascinating. I was in Sharm el-Sheikh last year, which was really interesting. And I find sometimes with our viewers out there in different parts of the world, some countries, they don't really know what's going on. But I get a sense that Egypt is really now moving forward on renewables and other parts of this decarbonization story. Do you think the climate conference that took place in Sharm el-Sheikh last year was a good thing for the country and its people in terms of moving forward with these concepts?
Yeah, I would say it was a game changer, first by public awareness. Before hosting the COP, when we did the surveys, those who said that we are aware of Paris Agreement or what the COP is about were very much a small number. And that is actually an issue that through Gallup, we know from last year that only 50% around the world are aware of the climate action agenda and the implications of climate change. And the sad part that those who are being impacted more by climate change know less. So whatever you are doing now is this fantastic job, please more of it and more accessibility. And we use now social media to communicate and have hopefully better narrative, because on the start it was a kind of a discussion for the super specialists and we need them, the scientists and we need them. But now, given that you need this kind of collaboration and partnerships from different walks of life, the language should be more accessible and simplified than one that we use. And then I think two important things happen in Egypt that are going nicely and growing nicely with us now. One, that climate action is not an isolated effort. It's within the Sustainable Development Goals. That's why I always wear the pin of the SDGs.
Yes.
It's about fighting poverty. It's about availing jobs and with good opportunities with gender emphasis. It's about dealing with water, which is SDG 6, about dealing with energy and access to efficient, affordable energy, SDG 7, about food systems, and agriculture. It's another goal of the SDGs. So it's basically when you talk to different people from different jurisdictions and regions, you need to address the issue on the immediate matters of concern. And Egypt, like many developing economies, had challenges when it comes to energy prices, suffered in food prices, especially after the Ukraine, the war in the Ukraine. And then the other thing that you need to solve all of that, not by not creating a debt crisis, you need to have these partnerships by investors. So I think in many ways, in raising awareness, we have as well the second thing that I wanted to talk to you about, that we had a national competition on green and smart projects. And one of the aims is raising awareness. Of course, there are awards and recognition of those who are winning by their projects, mega projects, small, medium, women-led projects, startups by youth, and community development projects, and all through the efforts and through the 27 governments of Egypt in these categories, there had been really a great competition. So I'm just talking about the 12,000 participants who fit the bill and the filters, because that was a very thorough exercise. But many have been really aware through this exercise, from the villages to the big cities, about the importance of the two big changes around us in this world. We are living in a digital age, and nobody can survive without sustainability. So put them as a criteria for this competition. And we started as well to see decent investments, especially in solar and wind.
Yes, yes. I used to work for the United Nations Environment Program,
in Kenya, where you?
Yeah, I was headquartered in Nairobi. Yeah. I first worked for Klaus Topfer. Yeah. He didn't need me for my German. He needed me for my English, because his English was a bit challenging, you know. But he was a great guy and still a very good friend. And he's 85 now. And then, of course, one of the legends, of course, of the UN Environment Program movement was Mustafa Tolba.
Yeah, of course.
And I had the pleasure of meeting him in Egypt when there was a meeting of the ozone, the Montreal Protocol. Absolutely. And actually helped him out because he was dealing with some text, and I said, okay, let me help you, you know, and it was a great pleasure to meet him. You're actually, as the high-level climate champion, you have emerged as another very strong force from Egypt in the area of sustainability, environment, climate action. Where do you take this role from here? Because it's a very special role. And I know that you have a background with the IMF and things like that, but where do you go with this? You've got such knowledge and such information.
You are so kind, and it's very generous of you to put me with Dr. Mustafa Tolba in the same phrase. Dr. Mustafa, as you said, he was a legend.
Yeah.
He was one of those generation that were ahead of anyone else when people were in doubt about the kind of serious challenges and crises that we're seeing today. Decades ago, himself and many of his colleagues started to do the public awareness using science, providing solutions, and creating a school, not just at home, but regionally and globally, on how to provide all of these solutions. My area of work is focusing very much on finance, and I come from the background of finance and investment, focusing now as special envoy to the Secretary General of the UN on areas related to financing the 2030 agenda. And I'm happy that climate action, as SDG number 13, now introduced more and more to its community. You remember when the SDGs were created, that was very much a special track, even in the language specifying and explaining every goal of the 17 were very elaborate with details. But when it came to SDG 13, it had this reference, please follow UNFCCC.
Yeah,
track.
wait for Paris, wait for Paris.
Exactly, and wait for Paris. Now it's very much now integrated in the rest of the work, and it was a very good way as well to avoid overlap, unnecessary duplication, maximizing the benefit of the dollar. And we had this kind of good holistic approach in dealing with the biggest challenge of our time. And I like to get a reference from this wonderful Nobel Prize winner, Professor Esther Duflo. She's a professional in fighting poverty using new techniques, and she managed to do great for Africa and in India as well, with the rest of the laureates in the same year. Banerjee, her husband, as well got the Nobel Prize. But she was kind enough to give some of her time when we were preparing for the Sharm. And she said, well, you need to achieve this. It's a holistic approach based on implementation. Technology and R&D, very critically important, and we mentioned why, because you can afford now these new technologies if you invest better in them and make them accessible in energy and water. The second one is finance, and we spoke about that. The third is basically behavioral change through incentives. The incentives could be the carrots and sticks, regulations, awards, penalties, but through creation of a momentum based on science, not in fear without a substance. There are many opportunities as well that are created. And I'm ending my job here as the climate champion for Egypt, actually in 1 hour from now.
Good God, so this is hot news.
Exactly.
We're here right now with the news.
Yeah, exactly. We served for 2 years, and this is the last hour of my 2 years. But I'm carrying that further with me, as you hinted, in the SDGs front. We are doing the finance, the 2030 agenda, and climate is part of that. Through the work of the IMF that is taking matters related to climate action very seriously. And one of the better announcements that I have seen from the IMF is the creation of this new platform through the Resilience and Sustainability Trust Fund, and with the specific example of Bangladesh, that is suffering from many of the challenges in adaptation, created that platform in partnership with the Asian Development Bank, with the Green Climate Fund, with JICA of Japan, and with the IFC of the World Bank, in order to have not just the macroeconomic stability in the short-term perspective, but to invest in sustainability, because climate is becoming one of the major shocks with serious economic implications to many countries around the world.
We've just got a few more minutes left, and the other side of this story, finance, technology, etc., but you alluded to it before, is this whole issue of biodiversity and nature.
Yep.
It always struck me that with renewable energies, you can see the clear business model for the private sector. Yeah, I mean, if they can make a return on it, it's quite straightforward. You alluded to adaptation before, and I think things like adaptation and nature for people, private investors, leveraged or de-risked by the public money, they still struggle a little bit on how they can make a return. There's been so much creativity in this area. I mean, with Article 6 here on markets and things like that, voluntary carbon markets and so on. Do you feel from what your knowledge is that we are getting to the point where there are creative financial solutions that are fair for people where the nature is and good for everybody, if I can put it that way?
Well, as Iran State coordinator, I was very happy and lucky to have a partner in the name of Razan al-Mubarak, the climate champion of the UAE. And as you know, her background is exactly what you said, nature and biodiversity. And she brought that nicely. So I think this is the second important step of significant evolution on the climate action agenda. Last year in Sharm, we put that within the framework of the SDGs and financing the SDGs and supporting the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. This year, as you have seen in many sessions and in the narrative and in the preparation, the outcome document, nature as a natural, integral part of adaptation had been brought practically in the agenda. There are many ways to deal with that. One, through the work that's going to be announced formally next year during UNGA about the new way that we are dealing with our wealth and income and capital. We all use what's so-called the national, the system of national accounts, the SNA of the UN. This is going to be going beyond GDP to capture wealth of nature, to have a new natural capital accounting. And in this case, for a country like Germany or UAE or Egypt, when you do your GDP, there is going to be a dashboard that will tell you, yes, congratulations, you had managed to do the growth, but your natural capital accounting tells you it's either declining or perhaps you may have done a good job in protecting your forests, as Germany did for many years, or taking care of mangrove and coral reefs, like what many countries in this region are doing now. And when you do tourism, you are adding and not subtracting from this natural wealth. And there are opportunities as well, and especially in debt. We are familiar with debt equity swaps of the past. A new generation of debt swaps are related to climate and nature. And we have seen many of them, including in Seychelles, in Barbados, and in many of the islands that are taking these debt swaps, the reduction of debt by investing in the conservation of nature. And by that, you get rewarded twice, by reducing your obligations and enhancing your opportunities through the conservation of nature.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
I'm absolutely delighted to know that at the next UN General Assembly, this thing's going to be on the table, because it's always been a little dream of mine to have something beyond wealth, and there's been many attempts at getting it.
Yeah, this is part of the Summit of the Future, led by the Secretary General and his
really
team.
Super.
And Guy Ryder, if you have the time in the future,
Guy Ryder, the former head of ILO.
Exactly. Now, in his capacity advising the Secretary General on that, he would be perhaps in your discussion talk. He can give you all the details about what's really there in stock for us.
Thank you very much, and do stay in touch with We Don't Have Time TV. And it's been a wonderful experience talking to you and hearing your wisdom. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And let's send the show back to the studios in Stockholm, please.
Well, thank you, Nick. Thank you very much, Nick. It was great news coming out of this last hour of the Climate Champion that we were able to get this interview. Thank you very much for that, Nick. So this sums up this session. We're going to move on. Well, this is our final Youth Hub session from the Climate Hub. As we have done for the past 2 days, we're going to be listening to youth, talking with and also answering questions for youths over the next 30 minutes. And as always, we have 2 wonderful Youth Hub leaders, Andreas Magnusson and Åsa Sandberg, with us here on the sofa. You've been doing fantastic work during these broadcasts indeed. And we have with us on Zoom Nilan Pari, CEO of SDGs Academy. Welcome to this broadcast. And also Dixon Mutai, Youth Hub leader and coordinator at We Don't Have Time. Wonderful to have you. And Patrick Chiara, head of the Kenya chapter of the We Don't Have Time. Wonderful to see you, Patrick. And a special guest, Robert, climate communicator, initiator to the Children's Climate Championship, with us from the West Coast of the United States. A very special warm welcome to you, Robert. You are the youngest participant we've ever had on this broadcast, as far as I know, and it's an honor to have you on board. So, Åsa, I'm handing it over now to you and Andreas, and I'm going to pop off, and you get to take this seat, one of you at least. All right? Enjoy. I'll be watching from the bleachers.
Thank you. Can I also... Oh, thank you very much. Thank you so much, Katarina, and welcome to all youths that we have with us all over the world. And we also, I think, should have an extra guest on, which is Doreen Aching Alwala, that is joining us from Kenya a bit later. But Robert, we are going to start off with you. You are an 11-year-old climate communicator with a YouTube channel called Children's Climate Championships, where you interview kids 12 years and under. Robert, tell us first, why have you started this channel? So let's see if Robert is with us.
Fridays for Future demonstration since I was 5. During COVID, I got addicted to YouTube. I asked my mom if I could start my own YouTube channel, and she suggested I combine my passion for fighting climate change with becoming a YouTuber. I do it because kids deserve a voice. My friend Catherine Hayhoe says kids' voices are the most influential to make change, but they are also the most harmed and the least heard. We can all do something. We need to fight for our planet.
Well, this is very true, Robert, and we are very grateful that you're joining us here. And we are going to now be watching a few of the children you have been speaking to and hear their important message to world leaders. So let's play the video, please.
Hello, I'm Benjamin Fallon, and I live in the UK. Nature is precious and we cannot survive without it. We have to stop climate change, and biodiversity is just as important too. They're all connected. But they're losing so many species all the time. The UN report on biodiversity told us that over 1 million species are at risk of extinction. And here in the UK, the recent State of Nature report told us that a fifth of species have been lost since the 1970s. The latest report from WWF stated that the Earth's wildlife population plummeted by 70% in the last 50 years. We could be facing the largest loss of life on Earth since the dinosaurs, and it's being driven by humans. There are so many people trying to protect the planet and the millions of species that live here. Conservation work and putting laws in place to protect nature can make a real difference. We need governments to help, like legislating to ban harmful pesticides and making sure we can protect the remaining wild areas of our planet. You are the people with the power to change everything for the good of our environment. We shouldn't have to tell these really sad facts to make a positive difference. We're here asking you to listen to the children, to fight for our planet and our future. We're not separate from nature, we're part of nature too, and we can't survive without it.
Hello, my name is Keith.
and today I'm going to be talking with you about the climate change that has affected my life and my mother's life and lots of Fijians. Most people in the rural areas of Fiji still live off of nature. They eat what they grow on the land and what they catch in the sea. They depend on the rain to water their crops and healthy coral to provide fish and seafoods. My mother, who sadly passed away 2 years ago, used to take me to the ocean to harvest sea urchins and seaweeds and all sorts of things we could eat. It is one of my sweetest memories, and I recently went to see what I could catch. Sadly, I did not catch anything. In 2016, when I was 4 years old, a huge cyclone came to Fiji when me and my mother were visiting her relatives in Ra. The wind was so strong that it tore off the roof of the house, and my mother got injured. I was very scared. A few weeks before the cyclone hit, the fish even began dying in many places in Fiji because the water was so hot. People knew something was wrong. I heard in Florida just this year the water got to 38.4 degrees centigrade, and all the coral had died. Climate change is killing our coral reefs and is harming our farms and homes. And the people most impacted in the South Pacific Islands are not to blame, but we are suffering the consequences. Please do your best for climate change.
My name is Holly and I'm representing Antarctica. Antarctica is changing. The sea ice is diminishing and the ice shelves are breaking. Its vast ice sheets are melting, raising sea levels all around the world. This year, sea ice is the lowest ever, leading to losses of penguins, seals and other animals that live on the continent. The sea ice is also vital for cooling our planet and driving global circulation. Its loss causes a feedback that we cannot afford to ignore. We must take action now on cutting emissions for the sake of all the future generations.
Hello, my name is Jada Nema. I'm talking to you from Kenya. Dear COP28 delegates, we need an end to all new coal, oil, and natural gas projects. We need to protect the ocean, the one ocean we are all sharing, by putting an end to emission. Because the ocean is becoming more acidic due to too much carbon emitted into the atmosphere. To limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, we need to slash emission by 45% before 2030. You are the last people who can save us. It is all in your hands. Whatever you do today will determine our future.
We need an end to the carbon capture storage fairy tale being pushed for by fossil fuel industries. We need to end oil and gas subsidies. We need to bring an end to the production of fossil fuels with targets for their phase out from this COP28. Our planet is so beautiful. It's such a gift to live here, and we still have hope that you will do the right thing. We are not doomed, but we still need to act. We can still do this. It's not too late. Don't listen to the doomerism. Listen to your kids. You are the last people who can save us. It is all in your hands. The future isn't set, and what you do today will determine our world's fate for centuries. You might have grown up wishing you were a superhero. Well, today you get to be superheroes. Don't do what's easy. Giving up is easy. Hope is hard. We need you to fight for us. Fight hard, make us proud.
Robert, I think we all are very touched here in the studio. I feel like I have tears in my eyes. And I know we didn't get to hear all the voices here, which is in the video, but we do want and need to hear everyone. So can you just tell us, where can we watch the whole movie?
You can watch the whole movie on my YouTube channel, Children's Climate Championship.
That's perfect. And Robert, these are very strong messages that you are delivering, and that we need to be superheroes, and we all agree with this. We do need to fight. What are you hoping will happen after the world leaders get this message?
I hope that world leaders will just stop talking about fixing things, stop thinking about the money, stop the lies and excuses, and start acting.
Most of all, I want to phase out of all fossil fuels instead of a phase down.
Robert, I think you should be voted president, really. And I know that you've tried to get an accreditation for COP, but you didn't succeed this year. So what are you aiming for next year?
I tried unsuccessfully to get to COP27 in Egypt too. When I went to COP15 in Montreal last year, I felt like I really made a difference, that I could really help change the world. I was pretty much the only kid there though, so I made it a goal to come to COP28 and bring other kids like me. It makes you feel good to be around others who want to help save the planet as much as you do. Kids need to be heard. I didn't succeed in my goal. I tried so hard, I asked everyone, and I finally got accreditation from Stop Ecocide, but I couldn't get it from my mom. And the family friends I was going to stay with said they thought it was dangerous for a kid to come here. I'm worried that Azerbaijan next year will have these same exact issues for a kid, the same exact issues, but I'm still gonna try because we don't have time. Next year I'll be there and I'm bringing some friends with me, kids 12 and under, not just youth.
You're getting applause from here, everybody here in the studio, and we would obviously love to have you there, and we think you should be there with your strong voice.
Yes, and thank you so much, Robert. I started doing my work when I was 11 as well. I'm 19 today, so in a couple of years, I hope that you're sitting here in my spot and doing these shows. And please stay on with us, because it's time for us to move to our next speaker, which is Nalam Pari. And Nalam, you are a survivor of the absolutely dreadful floodings last year in Pakistan and are now heavily involved in the fight against climate change, founding of wonderful initiatives like Pakistan's first ever national dialogues on the SDGs and national youth policy dialogue on climate change. Nalam, what led you to start these initiatives? And I don't know if you're muted or not, but maybe we have some technical difficulties. Because we can't hear you here in the studio.
You hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, let me remove this. Thank you so much for inviting me and being an individual from the community, indigenous community of Pakistan who got survival from the flood 2022. And my family and my close relatives are being suffered from this severe flood. And looking at them and seeing their issues and finding them in a condition where they are totally under the sky, I come to think and I come to work on the challenge. Then I sit and I thought, what can I do for my community to bring smile on their faces again? So I sit and I started working on this. Then I found only one solution, that I should be the voice of my community to represent them internationally and nationally. Then I started working on this and I have compiled so many data from the youth, from all the indigenous communities who are suffering a lot. And based on that, I have taken two mega initiatives. One of them is the National Youth Policy Dialogue on Climate Change, which was totally based on the dialogue, which is totally based on the recommendations which we have compiled from the youth and presented this in the form of recommendations booklet to the relevant stakeholders of Pakistan. And the second thing is that I also initiated this project to recognize the youth just like me who are doing amazing in their relevant sectors and the communities in a very limited resource. I have recognized them through my institution, them in the through Climate Hero Awards, and we have recognized them in how they are mobilizing their community and how they are connecting with other people and how they are making change in their society. And the second initiative which I have led, there was Pakistan's first ever national dialogue on SDGs. SDGs are the core goals through which we can achieve success either in climate change or either in different goals. So when I come to know there is a huge challenge in Pakistan regarding the data of SDGs, then I have decided why cannot I engage all the relevant stakeholders from Pakistan who are working on SDGs, sit together, and they should they should be work together, and instead of working in silos, then I have organized this 2 days mega event where all the relevant stakeholders from Pakistan, either from government sector, either from private sector, and from different sectors, they have sit together and decided and how they can fulfill the gaps in the relevant SDGs, how we can achieve the SDGs until 2020-30 agenda dates are being covered. So this was the main thing. Based on this, I have organized these 2 mega events, and they have created a huge impact in my society and in a huge impact in my community. And I am very proudly, I can say this, I have given opportunities through these platforms to many youth of Pakistan, that they can work together, they can represent Pakistan nationally and internationally.
I think it's really inspiring what you're doing, and I was wondering what your main visions for the work that you are doing and what is needed also. Oh, sorry, I have to do this question again. What I was wondering is what are your main visions for the work that you are doing, and also what is needed in Pakistan for you to succeed?
My vision is that I should be a voice to the indigenous communities of Pakistan, and I should represent them internationally and nationally. I can be the voice of the people who are getting ignored in the form of policies and the challenges regarding climate change, regarding their basic needs. So I just want to be the voice of them, and I just want to be just like a painkiller to reduce the pain of people from the indigenous community. And the challenges which right now I am facing in Pakistan is the disturbance and the instability of the government of Pakistan, the states, government leadership. Just because of this, we are not able to engage the relevant ministries and the relevant sectors of Pakistan, that how we can work with them and how we can engage them in different relevant projects. But whenever we go to them, there are these silly excuses which we got from them, that right now the DJ is not here, the ministry is not stable. So these are the challenges which we are facing right now in Pakistan due to the instability of our government.
Neelam, thank you so much for the work that you're doing. And please also stay with us here now while we invite our colleagues, Patrick Carey and Dixon Mutai, to join. And Dixon and Patrick, you're both based in our hub in Kenya. I think you're both on here and could join us for the talk. Patrick, I would love to start with you if possible. Hi, there you are. Lovely to see you. Patrick, if I can start with you, please. Tell us a bit about the work that you do there in Kenya. And obviously, I know you are heavily involved with youths. How have you seen your work in Kenya develop over the years?
Okay, I'm a youth. I'm a very strong person in terms of regarding the climate issues. And it has been my passion since I was young. And it started long time ago with one of our knowledge person who was Gary Madai, the one who was leading the issues to do with the climate crisis in Kenya back to 2004, but he happened to die in 2004 and being a Nobel Prize. So his work of harming bird, whether you are youth, whether you're a young person, whether you are, be that harming bird to our planet. And she inspired me a lot. And I happened to follow her journey despite she died some time ago, 2004. And back 2019, when I was following the journey of her, planting trees, doing so many things in Africa, try to pass the message that she was doing, I happened to come along through We Don't Have Time. And through We Don't Have Time, I worked with We Don't Have Time after I participated with the app. And I happened to win the Global Award through We Don't Have Time, which was Climate Idea. And after winning the Climate Idea in 2020, I was still youth, but now I'm no longer youth. It inspired me a lot, and through the We Don't Have Time stitch, it inspired me a lot. How can I walk this talk? How can I walk the talk to the young generations? because I felt the young generation means a lot. They are part of us in day out. May they be our children, may they be our cousins, may they be anyone. So I worked with them, and through IGIMA we got the We Don't Have Time Foundation, or We Don't Have Time organization in Kenya or in Africa. And so far we have got at least 4,000 members that are following us. And we are still pushing the agenda. At least we let the youths or young generation, we advise them, let's walk the journey. Let's fight this fight. It makes a lot of expectation for tomorrow. So that's why I'm there, and I'm walking that journey together with the young generation like Dixon, who is here, and so many, like 40,000 in Africa, in Ghana, in Tanzania, and so many partners and the young generation organizations that are joining us. And still I'm encouraging them, please, it's our time. It's our time to protect the planet. If we expect our planet, our parents to take care of our planet, maybe they'll not be able. So it's up to us to take that and to push it forward. And I'm so much encouraged with Robert, who is here, and the other generations who are here, who are pushing that agenda. That's all we need. And we believe with the Youth Forum voices that we are raising right now, I believe we can do it, and we can deliver it more than we are here. Thank you.
Patrick, thank you very, very much for the work that you're doing in Kenya. And of course, also Dixon, who is here with us, that is joining you in that work. Dixon, you are both young, and you've also been a really good co-host and moderator in our youth hub for the last days. Can you just tell us a little bit about the experience, and also like maybe being young in Kenya working with these issues?
Yeah, sure. I've been part of this for 11 days now, is it? And it's been a great journey. To me, I think it's been an incredible success, where people from, it's been a dynamic space, people from everywhere, different places, organizations, different professions have come, and we've been united by a shared commitment to address this pressing issue of climate change. And it's a big issue of our time and our generation, and I'm glad to see people come together and come up with solutions, come up with great ideas. Yeah, it's been quite an interesting journey together. And the discussions we've held, they have transcended boundaries and all that, and it's great to see that the youth, the young people are very much interested, and they're giving it their all to address issues and bring them to policy and make sure there's change. And as we leave the hub, I hope everyone is inspired, and let's carry that torch of collaboration back to our respective places, the bonds that we forged here, and yeah, make sure we are had.
And maybe to add something, there is youth in our boardroom who are listening to us, and they are very much inspired. We need to give them hope. We need to tell them there is hope for our planet. May they be policymakers. Maybe Dixon is not all that outspoken person like me, but it means a lot. We need this young generation to inspire them. Maybe some of them, they don't know even how to speak. They don't know how to move along the journey. They don't know how to start the maybe organizations. But in Africa, not only us, and we would encourage so many people. We have seen so many in COP27 discussing what's going on. I think we should encourage them, and at least they take the baton, as Dixon said, and they push the agenda. They be the torch bearer. They be the voices which maybe their parents were not able to speak. Maybe the voices of their villages or their communities or their civilization. because I think that's what's more needed right now.
Yes.
We need to raise our voices. We need that awareness. We need to wake up, actually. We need to wake up in one way or the other. We should wake up 1, 2, 3 times and raise that voice to the whole world.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I totally agree with you, and we definitely need to wake up. You're totally right. We do have one more participant with us for a short remark. Doreen Aching Alwala, you are the founding director of Onaco, and you have been very, very active in our youth hub with lots of really strong messages, and you were also one of our first participants.
Indeed.
So we have a question for you, Doreen, that we would love to ask as well. And the question for you is, well, tell us a bit about your final message, actually, and what you have been seeing in the Youth Hub, what you have been experiencing. Let's see, Doreen, we can't hear you, so let's just see if. Let's see now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clearly.
All right, thank you so much for the invite. And as you can see, I'm smiling because being at the Youth Hub has made a change in my life, and it has given me, it has shown me something different that I've taken home. First, I would like to appreciate the organizers of COP28 for this invaluable platform. And let me also extend my appreciation to We Don't Have Time, the Youth Hub. For sure, it was a great opportunity to be part of the team that was at the Youth Hub. And indeed, being there did not only show me something little, but it was big. For sure, I felt like being at the Youth Hub, despite our absence at COP28 Dubai, we have our voices being heard outside there from the Youth Hub. For sure, it gave us a platform whereby we could even showcase, and they really appreciated our efforts. And that made me feel like we were really appreciated. For sure, there are things that I would really love to take home. That is a just transition that clearly came out from the Youth Hub, which I'm glad even when I was watching at this final session, we had Robert, who is a very young person and really passionate about climate change issues. And that really shown that it is indeed a just transition. Something else that I want to assure our leaders out there is that our youth are not sleeping. We are all awake. And for sure, from the Youth Hub, we would see the initiatives that our youth are really engaging into and the ideas they were having. And for sure, you see, being at the Youth Hub really brought out these youth from different countries. And for sure, we were really happy. My final message now is that looking at where we are coming from, the community really need us. The community is for sure crying out loud that we have to come out from the boardrooms and go back there and sit with them, hear their cries, and try to help them address the point. And also try, because the impact is felt at the community level, and for sure they don't know. So they really need us. We need to really act very fast. As Robert said, we have to act, and for sure action will really speak louder than the word. And being there with them, it will show that we really are concerned, and we are not going to only have a few things here and there. And one thing I want to remind us that we haven't done enough. We've put initiatives, we've strategized, we've done so much, but for sure we haven't done enough. We have to wake up. We have to put our hopes high, because as much as we feel we haven't reached where we want to be, but we should not give up. We are not going to give up, and I'm not going to give up. So a message to all of us, we are not going to give up. We have to move.
Thank you so much, Doreen. We really haven't done enough, and we really aren't going to give up. And I want to say thank you to all of our speakers as well, joining us here in this We Don't Have Time session. And let's now hand it back to Katarina.
Well, thank you so much, Åsa and Andreas. That was great to watch. So we just had our final Youth Hub, and it's time for our final wrap-up session from COP. To kick things off, we're going to be heading over back to Dubai, where my co-host Nick is once again sitting down with the wonderful Cassie Flynn, Global Director of Climate Change at the United Nations Development Programme. And Cassie is an internationally recognized expert on the treaty negotiations on climate change and has been a featured expert by CNN, BBC, Wall Street Journal, Le Monde, New York Times, and other publications. So let me now hand it back over to Nick and to Cassie Flynn.
Hi, Katarina. It's kind of late on in the day here, and it's wonderful to have Cassie here. There's a lot of exhausted faces in this COP, particularly now that really it is in the hands of the governments and the negotiators. So it's a bit quieter, I think, now. The green zone seems to be gradually disappearing, and I see many kiosks and booths and things like that of NGOs that are here to talk about things are now closing up. But in the plenary and in the huddle rooms where governments go and groups go, it's busy, and it must be very, very, very punishingly tiring right now.
I think it's crunch time, and you can really feel it in the air. I think the level of exhaustion over these last 2 weeks, it's been full on. We saw, of course, this big beginning with over 150 heads of state. We saw the Loss and Damage Fund get up and running. We saw all of those pledges. And then it seems the sprint sort of hit the walls of the negotiations. And I think we've been in this very tough rounds of negotiations. And now in these final sort of 24 hours, we are really seeing there's a lot of work to do. And I think there's a lot of people in these rooms behind closed doors, heads down, trying to get through these texts as quick as possible to be able to land a deal by tomorrow. Yeah.
No, I mean, I think some of my colleagues back in Stockholm were a little shocked that we didn't get Teresa Ribera, the Deputy Prime Minister and Environment Minister of Spain, on the show this morning. And I think it's sometimes hard to communicate that in the final stretches here, it is key actors within certain governments or regional groupings who become the kind of lightning rods for either a positive or a negative outcome.
Oh yeah, and you can see even in the hallways too. You start to see the special envoy from the U.S., John Kerry, sort of rushing down the hallway, and then you see the special envoy from China rushing, and you can see that as these sort of deals are starting to be struck, and as they're trying to land these negotiations, that it is, this set of actors that really have to agree, and this can happen anytime, day or night. And we expect, and I know you've seen this every single year, is that when you get to this point in the negotiations, time just starts to become immaterial, and it can be 3 in the morning, it could be 3 in the afternoon. If it's time to be in a room, you got to be in the room. No, I mean, you've been to so many of these COPs, and I've been to so many of these COPs, and I don't think, again, the public outside knows that there are people here, some in their 60s, right, for example, who are pulling all-nighters for days. John Kerry turned 80. I heard over these days, and it just goes to show how tough he is, because I'm exhausted, and I think too that the pace of this, because these negotiations are so big and they touch every economy, it is relentless. And when you get to the end here, it is you can just feel the exhaustion in the air, and they go all night, all day. There's, sometimes you find people in a corner kind of sleeping, trying to get some rest in between some rounds of negotiations, but they don't stop.
So, I mean, the big blocks, of course, are the European Union, United States, China, India. There are other players there, but is it boiling down to them, or do we still have the African countries there negotiating? Are the small islands still in it?
Yeah, I think they are all still in it. And I think actually here, we've even seen, and I think this is really prevalent over this debate over phase out versus phase down. We've seen a variety of different coalitions start to form around this that maybe aren't the traditional coalitions, and sort of some strong voices coming forward in one way or another. And I think that we're going to see that until the end.
Right.
And certainly though, of course, all eyes are on, G20 players, also some of the countries that have made very strong stances, either on the fate of fossil fuels or on adaptation finance. Or it's going to be intense over these.
So adaptation finance is still in play very much as a topic, plus the fossil fuel phase out.
Yeah. Yeah. I think in my view, where we are right now, it's really about those two. I think that there's a number of different negotiations across topics that are still open, they're still going, but you get the sense that, and always this time in a negotiation, you sort of where's the rubber meeting the road? And I think it really is about the phase out and phase down alongside the role of adaptation and finance.
Yeah. We had James Cameron on this morning. You probably know James. Again, I mean, we might be veterans of COPs with a mini V, but James has been negotiating even before there was a climate treaty. So, I mean, that shows how personally invested he is in the whole process.
Yeah.
And he was saying that, actually some of this stuff at the end is also about, there were a lot of countries that wanted a tripling of renewable energy and a doubling of energy efficiency. The question is, can that be landed in the text so every country agrees that this is, kind of a target? So even some of the things that we thought were kind of sort of agreed have to be kind of somehow encapsulated in this text. And so things get traded, don't they, between different interests on all kinds of different things.
I think something that sometimes people who are in these negotiations don't know is that it is actually many different negotiations happening all in parallel. You have one on mitigation, many on mitigation, many on adaptation, finance, and so forth. And the whole goal is that by the end, they all come together in one balanced package. And this is where you start seeing the trading across some of the topics. And I think, this is also where we can start to see some of the real priorities about, whether it is energy or adaptation. I think too, a part of this is the big question over how does this land at the national level. And phase out, phase down is a good example of this. If you're talking about phase out, phase down, and you are a big economy, or you are an economy that's built on fossil fuels, that phase out, phase down looks very different than if you are a Kenya or a Uruguay that is, their power is over 90% renewables already, and thinking about how this plays out and how this translates, so we can ensure that if we do get a bold signal out of here that we're phasing out fossil fuels, that transition can happen across those different contexts as quickly as possible.
So I suppose some of the debate right now is on those that want, say, a phase out well, how do you work out some kind of strategy with that, maybe? I mean, it would be terrible if Timor-Leste was asked to give up its fossil fuels overnight, whilst America and Europe are still enjoying quite a lot of them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or India. So the equity must be coming into some of this.
Hugely. And also I think the role of subsidies in fossil fuels. IMF said that in 2022, fossil fuel companies got $7 trillion in subsidies. And when you think about how unlevel that playing field is, we have to tackle a lot of these policy choices at the national level that are sort of helping these fossil fuel companies to have a leg up when renewables don't get the same. And I think really thinking about what this means and in an equitable way, in a just way, so that this transition transition can happen.
Yeah. We had a really interesting guy on early today, and I never really thought about this. I called him a bounty hunter, which was probably not quite right and a bit unfair.
How did he take that?
I was trying to find a kind of analogy or simile, because his job and his company's job is to find old refrigerants, which are, highly climate change impactful, but also to plug old wells in the US, but also elsewhere, of oil production facilities that have been abandoned or orphaned.
Yeah.
And that the methane's still pouring out of these things, and he has to go and. So I said, "You've got to find the thing," and then I said, "This is a bit like being a bounty hunter. You have to go and find the bad ones and bring them in." I think he was a bit shocked when I said that, but I was trying to find the right simile. But I
think you have a new song. You've got
maybe a new song for maybe another album could be on bounty hunting. In the environmental space. Yeah. But I had never really thought about that. So that there are so many mines around, because when we talk about methane, we talk fugitive emissions from pipelines and flaring. But there's all these small and maybe medium-sized oil production facilities that maybe there were tax write-offs with a bit of a subsidy, but they never really were plugged. They were just kind of left.
And this seems like a no-brainer, right? Yeah. It's like let's not be stupid about this, that if those exist, then it wouldn't be that hard to find them and, stop them from having these leaks, be able to, properly close them, properly sort of plug them up. This seems like a no-brainer, and
no-brainer, yeah.
But that's fantastic that he's sort of the bounty hunter of this.
Yeah, right. I'm coming in now.
I'm coming
in. I found a leaky well.
You can already see the movie script.
Yeah. No, that was something. So what are the bets that they're having right now and when this thing's going to end? I mean, I always remember when I worked at the UNFCCC, people would just sit there kind of like zombies and go, okay, let's have a sweepstake on when it ends,
Yeah. I think we always like to take bets on the first day to say, okay, how long is it going to go? And, the COP president has been, I think, quite clever because, technically it's supposed to end at 6 p.m. on the 12th, tomorrow, the 12th. He has said he wants it to end at 11 a.m. And I think to give him that little buffer zone. But as we both know, I mean, I've never seen a COP close remotely close to
apart from Paris. Apart from
what was that? 7:30 the next morning was Paris?
No, that's because people were celebrating so much. Yeah. No, Paris I think closed bang on time, didn't it? Or maybe I got that wrong.
No, it was late. Yeah.
Maybe I was completely out of it then by that time.
I mean, you were busy making sure Paris happened. So.
But
I think the 13th, late afternoon, the 13th.
Okay.
Is my
late afternoon on the 13th.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you've heard that now, ladies and gentlemen, direct from the mouth of Cassie Flynn. So don't run down to your betting shops right now. You never quite know. I always remember with Kyoto in 1997 at COP3, I think it was, when they adopted the Kyoto Protocol. We all knew it was going to had to end by a certain date because the very building they were using for the negotiations was a big conference center, and they had a ladies' lingerie fair coming, and they had already booked the spot. So everyone knew that there was some kind of deadline that they had to get out of there and finish the whole thing. Yeah. But they went right to the edge before the ladies' lingerie.
I think maybe this is, the secrets of COP. The secrets of COP is that you actually have to start tearing down the walls in order to get the deal in time. And I think, and I've heard that here too, actually, that this venue is meant to transition to a new something, and that they're going to have to start making that transition.
It could be an amphibian show or something like that, but it has to end at a certain point because that's just the economics of the whole structure.
Yeah, we only have the structure for so long.
Anything, Cassie, in the last day that made your eyes twinkle, or anything that happened in the last 24 hours? Was there any announcements or anything? Or was it all gone now? That's all gone. It's just down to the nitty gritty.
I think it is very much down to the nitty gritty. But what I think has been very interesting about this COP is that we've had 100,000 people here, and 100,000 people have been at this COP. And and I still remember, I mean, you do too, when COPs were this crazy thing that, a bunch of policy wonks and scientists came to, and every single side event was really about science. And it was really about graphs and trying to show, okay, here's the climate crisis.
Here's the cryosphere.
Yeah.
It's like cryosphere. Is that something to do with being upset? I mean, we are upset about
crying over the cryosphere.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was science, 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 and policy wonks.
Yeah, it was, and it was, you know, you had the negotiations, but the side events were really just, you know, very deep dive technical. They were small, they were wonky. And I still remember, it was like, oh, if only the media would ever pay attention to climate change. If only, you know, if only everybody knew how bad the crisis was. And, you know, and then fast forward to this, where, I mean, never seen a venue quite like this. And it's 100,000 people. The venue does not feel crowded.
No.
For 100,000 people being here. The negotiations are on one part, but there's just an infinite array of events and speakers and perspectives that have come here. Everything from indigenous and local communities to hardcore private sector to all sorts of different representatives. And I think that has also been I think this is a real sea change in these negotiations. And I think it's really, really welcome. It might cause a little bit of panic for future COP presidents, but I think actually it's gone quite well.
I have to say that one thing that stood out to me at this COP, which more than anything else, was the ability of often very young people from many, many parts of the world to articulate in a way that was even far more understandable to me than I've ever had before on the nexus between climate change, just transition, and human rights issues.
Yeah.
And some very, on this show, but also occasionally when I've walked around, the young people, unlike perhaps my generation, really understand the concept of fairness in the world in a way that has been so well articulated here. And that's been a feature for me, actually, at this COP.
And you think about a young person today has grown up in a very unfair and unjust world. You know, the polarization of wealth is more than we've ever, seen. We have, countries that are have huge economies, incredibly wealthy, and then you have countries with very small economies that are struggling, and the awareness of how the climate crisis is going to exacerbate all of this, and how it's only going to intensify, and this level of fairness and justice has to be a part of every element of climate action. That it can't, and we can't ever lose sight of that.
Yeah.
And I think that articulation and that advocacy here is really important. And I think it has also pushed the negotiations in a way that we haven't seen until recent years. And these negotiations are talking about human rights, justice, equity, much more than we've heard them in the past. And I think that's a credit to young people who've made the case so eloquently.
Yeah. No, we had Marie-Claire Graf, younger, but then she had this crazy idea, didn't she, with one of her colleagues about getting something to fund the training of young people to be negotiators. And I believe 54 countries have young negotiators here, maybe over 100 young people trained. And, we've had a couple of them on the show here, and we just said, if you were actually running the negotiations for your government and weren't just one of the negotiators within the government team, would we have a phase out of fossil fuels at this COP? No, absolutely. We would phase them out straight away, you know what I mean? Now, of course, older people might say, yeah, but they don't understand the complexity and blah, 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 blah. Actually, no, they can probably see quite clearly that this is the way the world has to go. And of course, it's always been the way the world has to go, because the emission reductions that nations need to make actually are in fossil fuels. And I think the frustration has come to the surface here because of the slowness of realizing the Paris Agreement, of calling out fossil fuels. And I think that's been a good thing, no matter what happens this COP.
Yeah.
I think it's a different trajectory from now onwards.
Absolutely. And I think that there's a realization, both in terms of the climate impacts. We're we're never going back to normal in our lifetimes, right? That we have seen now, hottest July, hottest August, hottest 2020, 2023 is the hottest year. And what we do about it needs to be at a scale and speed that we have never seen before. And I think young people understand that inherently than I think older generations do, that we have to leap into the future, that it can't be this incremental stepwise approach, because if it's incremental, we lose. There's just not the time. We don't have time. There's not the time for that. And I think that young people who know that this is going to unfold in their lifetimes, I share their frustration and their impatience, because you don't want to listen to, oh, we just need baby steps, when baby steps just won't work. It just won't work.
I feel that politically, people from an older generation who actually, probably after the Second World War, were kind of remarkably in the richer countries lifted out of their own sense of poverty, as just like clinging on to the wealth that they've got, and really, yes, in many cases paying lip service to what will happen to future generations of climate change. And it's the young people, maybe as a self-selecting group that we see, but it seems to me with young people generally, even beyond this COP, that they are getting bored of stuff, owning stuff that you accumulate through the role of consumerism, and much more focused on what do I want from life, what do I want to leave behind, maybe even, and those that are even halfway switched on to climate change, and most of the ones who are fully switched on, know that something needs to give on this topic of our economies burning fossil fuels for whose profit and for whose future. Yeah,
exactly. And I think too, it really paying attention to being smart in this moment, and even when you look at some of the numbers on this, there's been some reporting recently that urban flooding costs the world $1 trillion a year, but adaptation per year needs to be 80 to 100 billion. And so when you look at, we can invest 80 to 100 billion in adaptation, or we can lose $1 trillion and be trying to build back every year because it's going to get wiped out every year. That's just bonkers. It just doesn't make sense. And I think that people around the world, especially young people, are sort of, they're seeing this and they're like, we want to invest in a future that is safe. We want to invest in a future where we don't have to feel so anxious all the time about what's going to happen to us, and be smart about building this better world and be proactive about it, not just sort of sit back and say, as
a child, my biggest anxiety was whether I could collect enough pocket money to buy the latest live Carlos Santana album. I mean, that was about the limit of my angst.
And what a privilege that is, right? Like, what a privilege.
Rather than worrying about whether my whole world's going to come to an end.
And I think this is why these voices really matter. And I think that being able to really push results, and as we face these next 24, 36 hours, that every COP, COPs, they take that step and then they pass the baton to the other COP. And because the stakes are so high, because these impacts are accelerating, that step needs to be a leap. When we need to go from Dubai now to potentially Azerbaijan next year, and then Brazil after that, to really see the trajectory toward 2025, that we really can pivot the global economy to one that is safe for everyone, and especially young people throughout their lives.
Have you ever been to Azerbaijan?
I have not.
Actually, I've not been to Azerbaijan either.
I hear Baku is going to be a beautiful venue, beautiful place for us to go to. So
let's see, because they also have quite a lot of oil production. So what happens here will have a ricochet there as well, and that will be interesting to see what the dynamics are from that.
Absolutely. And I think also the issue of just transition, thinking about what it means to have for workers to be able to transition and to be able to include, the labor force in a new economy.
That
takes care
but
of
there's a new economy to be had, isn't there? Because it's not like Copenhagen, where I think people didn't know whether they could fuel their economies with renewables. I mean, by the time we got to Paris, it was pretty clear that we could actually glimpse a future that could be renewable, and it was also not going to trash the economy. And this is the fight right now. I think, Cassie, we are actually bang on time, according to my script.
All right. Well,
but there are people here that hold up little signs. Have you noticed, say 1 minute, 2 minutes? But I don't know whether that's they're planning, you know, which bar they're going to later. But anyway, I'm getting 2 fingers now, which means 2 minutes rather than the root.
Or it means something else.
Yes, it means something else. But I think, Cassie, thank you very much for being here, and we really do appreciate our relationship with UNDP, and
well, thanks to We Don't Have Time, I think that being able to have the reporting that you have, being able to be here in Dubai, being able to bring all of these voices is really important in this process. And bringing that together.
We've had people from Chad on the show, Lesotho on the show. We've had people from some of the small islands in the Pacific. I mean, it's been really important. We just had Dr. Mahmoud, the climate champion from last year. Well, for him to talk about Egypt and what's going on and how the COP legacy there is actually flourishing, you know, is really interesting, because I think many people that watch our show don't know about what's happening in some of these countries. And I think it's really important from both the impacts, but also the changes, the positive changes that are either just starting or have been going on that we didn't really notice. And that's really nice.
And this is something too, I mean, especially as a, you know, a part of UNDP, you know, I'm really fortunate because, you know, our portfolio is in 150 countries. And we see a lot of challenges, of course, a lot of high stakes, but we also see countries that are brave, that are willing to make these bold moves, willing to do what it takes, willing to transform their economies. And there's a lot of hope in that. And I hope that the world can learn from these leader countries.
Cassie, thanks a lot. And I've already placed my bet. You didn't notice it on my smartphone there for the 13th, round about lunchtime. Okay,
all right,
shall see, Cassie. I'll text you afterwards and you'll see how you feel about that.
Perfect.
I hope it's sooner, and I hope it's a phase out of fossil fuels. Thank you very much indeed, Cassie Flynn of UNDP, and back to Stockholm.
Well, thank you so much, Cassie and Nick. It was always wonderful to listen to you, Cassie, and it's an honor to be working with UNDP, of course. So I'm back here in the studio with Åsa Sandberg and Andreas Magnusson, and we have a few minutes to reflect on, well, the Youth Hub and also overall your experience from the COP process here from the youth perspective. So let's start with you, Åsa Sandberg, the Youth Hub. Well, we have them.
We have them.
Yes, wonderful to see all your beautiful faces, and well, there's Christina too, who's part of the Youth Hub team, the back team here, and well. There've been so many new faces. Every time we pop up this wall, there are new people, more or less, and that's so wonderful to see.
Yeah, it's honestly making my eyes tear up, to be honest. It's been such an emotional roller coaster these last few days, hanging out with youths from all over the world and hearing their insightful voices and questions and inputs to the battle against climate change and COP, and where they want us to act. And it's given me such a perspective, and you know. And I think it's so crucial. I know that it's been spoken about at COP as well, that it's very important that the right voices are heard for us to speed up the transition. And I think, well, the voices that needs to be heard are the ones that are behind me here. You heard the youngest participant on our show, Robert. He is 11 years old. He spoke like on, you know, he had the sharpest of voices on what we need to do. We all need to be superheroes, and it's definitely time to act, and we need to listen to them. They need to have a space at COPs and at platforms like this. And I mean, just to be able to facilitate a platform like this, we heard it before from Doreen, it changed. Well, she basically said it changed her life. And for me, it's making me tearful that we were able to do that, and that I, together with the team, Andreas and Per, amongst many others, have had the opportunity to listen to according to me, the most powerful voices that I've heard during these last 11 days.
Well, thank you so much, Åsa Sandberg. It's every time you come out from the Youth Hub, either one of you, you're all teary-eyed and sort of fired up in a wonderful mix. And of course, this is exactly what the world needs, right? Fire in the belly and emotions really connecting with our actions. So, Andreas, your reflections from the COP process, from the youth perspective here. Could you share this, please?
Yeah, well, I've been in the youth movement now for a couple of years, working only with climate. And on the first day of COP this year, we finally got money in the loss and damages fund that was decided upon last year. And I think that's incredible. And I think also, you know, the Youth Hub, representation-wise, it's mostly people from Africa in there, and they are from a part of the world that need that money in order to transform, in order to actually, you know, so they can stay in Africa, so they can live their lives as they do today. And I am so privileged because I live in Sweden, and I am not impacted by the climate crisis like they are. So I know that my fight for the loss and damages fund over the years I've spent in the climate movement has been crucial, and I also know that we've put it in place now, which is great. But it's also way too late because the conversation about that started in 2009. And the money that has been put into it now is $700 million. That is 0.2%
it's peanuts.
Of what is needed. We need to talk billions here, trillions. There's so huge cost that needs to be covered in order to fix this. And that's also, you know, talking to them, I only get, you know, more I get confirmation on the work that I've been doing, trying to, you know, influence the political leaders here in Sweden from them, that I am at least focusing on the right things. And having been part of this team with Åsa and with Per, I can't speak about this, has been incredible. Facilitating those conversations, helping out, getting those voices heard here in the broadcast. It's been a privilege. And I'm still 19, you know, but I also have to recognize my privileges as a white person, as someone who lives in Sweden with great economic, you know, financial stabilities and all of that. So it's been crucial and very important, and I think also it's been great that COP has been in Dubai. I say great now, but it's great in that sense that we're in an oil country, and we recognize that, and we talk about the oil because we're in an oil country.
The elephant.
The elephant has been recognized.
Very present all the time.
Yeah, I think so.
Elephant, yeah.
I think that's great, and I think that's hugely needed. So I hope we do this next year, Åsa.
I definitely hope that we do this next year, and I definitely hope that we get our acts together. We have not done enough, and we need to act, and we need to do it now, and listen to the youth.
Yep.
Listen to the youth. That's the final word for this conclusion here. And thank you so much for your wonderful work, Andreas Magnusson and Åsa Sandberg.
Thank you.
From the bottom of my heart, really. And this marks the end of this little interlude here, and we're going to move on. There's been a lot of talk about tipping points at COP28 in Dubai. Tipping points can be positive, the final push that's needed to get the ball rolling and create the snowball effect that moves our societies in a sustainable direction. But they can also be negative, with disastrous consequences for life on Earth. We will now hear from two panels with very interesting guests in this session, one in Dubai and one here in the studio in Stockholm, with an interlude in between. So let's first go to Dubai, where Nick Nuttall is joined by our first panelists.
Thank you, Katarina, and welcome back to Dubai COP28 on the eve of what should be the closing of this UN climate conference, but let's see. It's my great pleasure to introduce the following guests here in our rooftop studio in the Blue Diplomatic Zone. Professor Richard Betts, who is Chair in Climate Impacts at the University of Exeter and also part of the United Kingdom's Meteorological Office. And Professor Laura Pereira, Associate Professor, Global Change Institute at Wits University. Is that in South Africa? Fantastic. And also a familiar face, Johan Falk, CEO and co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. Okay, let's start with you, Professor Betts, or maybe I can call you Richard. Hi, Richard.
Hi.
You are a lead author of 3 UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change assessment reports, and also one of the contributors to the Global Tipping Points report, which was launched here at the UN Climate Conference COP28 in Dubai on the 6th of December. Give us some headline numbers on the findings here.
So one of the most concerning for me is the number of people exposed to potential sea level rise if we lose edges of the ice sheets in Greenland and West Antarctica, which are, of course, 2 of the tipping points which are most at risk. So it's possible that you could see a 2-meter sea level rise by the end of this century. It's not the most likely outcome, but it's possible. If it were to come about 480 million people would be exposed to annual flooding from sea level rise. So this is a huge proportion of the world's population which could be at risk of sea level rise if we were to see that kind of impact.
And that upper end is just an average, isn't it? Some people could have slightly higher sea level rises versus others.
Yes, yeah. So this 2 meters is the global average that could occur as a result of that. Yeah.
Okay, Laura, you've contributed to this tipping point section of the report. Can you tell us what some of these positive tipping points are? So that's a different angle.
Sure thing. So in the same way that we think through the dynamics of negative tipping points, which really is about sort of self-reinforcing feedbacks that sort of result in non-linear and sort of self-perpetuating change from one system state to another, we can see this in the negative tipping points that are emerging in the biophysical systems, for example, as you were mentioning, the loss of ice sheets, loss of permafrost, etc. But those same dynamics can also apply in social systems. But the thing is that we really do need to approach this with a lot of caution, because the idea of positive really needs to emphasize positive for whom, positive where, who's going to be winning, who's going to be losing, what is that end system state that we're actually trying or that we desire. And just understanding that we can nudge these, but there's still a lot of uncertainty around sort of where we'll end up. That being said, the report does go on to show that there are some clear sectors where we're starting to see some indications of potential positive for tipping. That includes obviously the energy sector, where we clearly need phase out, so shifting towards renewable energies. In particular, our transport sector, seeing things like public infrastructure coming into play is really, really important. The food system, we all know that those of us who are consuming sort of very unsustainable diets, excessive meat, sort of shifting to alternative proteins, more sustainable practices, that's a really critical potential tipping point, though we aren't really seeing a lot of that shift happening just yet. And then the financial sector, which I think is a really interesting one. And it's really about sort of the potential for almost cascading effects within the financial system if you sort of stop investing in nature eroding sort of behavior or subsidizing it and start putting capital towards more nature sustaining processes. So that's, I think, a really interesting one.
We'll come back to you both in a second, but Johan, you focus a lot on speed and exponential development of responses, in a sense, to the climate crisis. Why is the speed so important? And do you think many of the leading companies you work with could actually contribute to positive tipping points?
Yes, we bring together some of the leading companies in the world taking action to halve emissions by 2030. We put a tremendous pressure now on phase out of fossil fuels, and the key reason for that is, of course, to decrease the risk for unavoidable tipping points or irreversible tipping points. So that is, of course, the key reason for that. Now, in order to succeed to really phase out fossil, we can't just focus on the down curve. We actually have to focus on scaling up solutions so we can actually shift out the old economy. And almost all solutions follow so-called exponential S-curves. And they're often perceived as going really slow in the beginning until they hit like a point where you get self-sustainable feedback loops. And some solutions, as we have passed these type of tipping points, like electrical vehicles and renewable energy, but we have a number of solutions which we actually have to take over the tipping points so we actually get that self-fulfilling effect. basically. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Richard, because it strikes me, so we had Professor Rockstrom on one of the shows before, and we were just asking about some of this, and I was asking about water, because he was very animated about water. And I said, but water cannot be, where does it go to? Because, I mean, water isn't created or destroyed, it's sort of there, isn't it? And he said, well, because of climate change, you're getting more water, evaporating, then it wakes up, and then you get these incredible sort of, downpours, which causes huge damage. And it's something that I don't know, I feel intuitively living in Europe, that some of these downpours that we're seeing feel almost like the monsoons, and I don't know if this is just my imagination that this is happening, but I suppose my big question is, what do we do with that negative tipping point information? How can we harness the problem, if I can put it that way, and turn it into something else, like an opportunity? Or are all negative tipping points negative? Sorry, that's a complex question.
Yes, well, to come back to your first point about the water, yes, absolutely. We are seeing an increase in heavy rainfall in many parts of the world, including Northern Europe. We're also seeing some places where we're seeing more severe droughts in Southern Europe, for example. You can actually see both in the same place. You can get some periods of more intense drought, and then when it rains harder. This is all expected from the physics of climate change. So you're quite right to be seeing that. This is actually supported by data. But yeah, in terms of the negative tipping points, these are a reminder to us about the risks that we're starting to bring upon ourselves. We cannot perfectly predict what's going to happen in the climate system. We have a broad idea. There's a whole range of possibilities. Some of these very severe things, they could happen, and we need to turn this into a sense of urgency. Basically, we don't want to even go there. We don't want to find the answer, because once we found the answer, the bad stuff has happened. So it reminds us of the urgency of both reducing emissions to avoid climate change, but also putting in place adaptation, increasing resilience to the changes that are already happening, like the extreme weather that you mentioned. Adaptation being,
we were told by Cassie Flynn of UNDP that, along with the fossil fuel phase-out being the potentially some of the big fights here.
Absolutely.
One thing I think with this COP is that actually I've seen a bit of a tipping point with the youth, because I feel A, there's a lot here, and B, they're really articulate, and C, the way that they connect human rights and fossil fuels and other issues together into some kind of whole seems to me a tipping point in young people's understanding of this topic, way beyond my understanding. I'm really impressed. Is that something that you observe, the youth?
I think definitely. I think social movements sort of driving tipping, changing behavior, changing cultures, reconfiguring our value systems is exactly what's needed. And that needs to feed into a much more interconnected governance system. So here we are sort of trying to address climate in particular, but you can never address climate in isolation. You also need to look at biodiversity, nature, human rights, etc. So that 1.5 degree threshold that we're really trying to achieve, needs to be front and center, but we need multiple different governance interventions so that we can avoid these initial tipping points in our biophysical systems.
Sometimes human behavior, tipping points in human behavior need a bit of help from technology, don't they? When you think about even things like car sharing and things like that, people might want to car share, but in the old days you had to jump into somebody else's car and hope to God they got there, right? But now you can get your own car.
Exactly, and I want to return back to your previous questions, what companies can do. I mean, in order really to accelerate the tipping points, which I think is related to that. Well, first, of course, supply the solutions, make a pull-in of development, innovation, and scale-outs. That's number one. But they can actually accelerate the demand side as well. It's incredibly important. We have like the first mover coalition, for example, where you actually can guarantee a particular demand. This can actually kick off the feedback loops much earlier, because that will enable capital much earlier to scale up the solutions. There is also we need the policies, and companies need to put pressure on the enabling policies really in the early scaling. Remove the blockers, not at least the fossil subsidies, which is blocking some of these new solutions. And finally, what you talked about, companies have a tremendous responsibility for the appetite of lifestyles. Basically, what type of lifestyles, desirable lifestyles, do they actually communicate to people? So companies have a tremendous opportunity to influence, also not at least through their products and advertising.
Well, I think I'm being told that we are approaching the end of our very short but perfectly formed session on tipping points, and I hope that's made people aware out there in the audience that there are both negative and positive tipping points, and clearly they're both operating right now. It'd be quite nice to see the latter win and the other one disappear, perhaps with the phase out of fossil fuels. So I now have to say bye-bye and back to Stockholm. Katarina.
We Don't Have Time was founded by Eber Renshaw and David Olsson in 2017. Already the following year, in 2018, the We Don't Have Time team made its mark at COP24 in Katowice, Poland. Since then, the organization has been present at all the United Nations climate conferences, working hard to push the agenda, bringing youth to the global stage, and speaking truth to power. It's now my pleasure to invite David and Ingmar to give a historic expose on the achievements and challenges during these climate summits over the past 6 years. So please, a warm welcome to David and to Ingmar to join me here on stage.
So, David.
Yes, Ingmar.
It has been many COPs since we started We Don't Have Time.
A couple, yes.
And to go back to why is COP meetings important for We Don't Have Time?
Well, first, we're an organization that is about, spreading awareness about the climate crisis and particular solutions to the climate crisis. So by going there and just sharing and broadcasting what happens at the COP and the conversation at COP is very, very important. But also, we want to influence the world leaders to actually take action at the COP. So we're there also to push and drive the agenda.
So by being there, we'll get more people to know about it, and by being there, we can also influence, hopefully, the outcome.
Yep.
And we have some expose of short video clips from those COPs we're going to show. And we're going to start with COP24 in Katowice, where our now board member, Stuart Scott, is not with us anymore, unfortunately. But he went there together with a now very famous person that was not so famous before this meeting. So we can see here how it looked.
Welcome early to our We Don't Have Time broadcast at COP28 in hot but beautiful Dubai. Thrilled to have you and to talk to you a little bit about your role as branch manager for the African Climate Reality Project. So with me is Aurelie Kalenga, and please tell our audience a little bit about the African Climate Reality Project and what about this project, from your perspective, makes you most excited.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It really is an honor. Yeah, I am the branch manager of the African Climate Reality Project. We are the African branch of Climate Reality Project, which is an organization that was founded.
Simply, we don't have time. Very familiar concept with those of us who are here at the COP. Now, Morten, if I may ask you to tell us a little bit about the organization We Don't Have Time.
Right, thank you. So We Don't Have Time is a social network. We are a social network that is based on climate movement, climate action.
Yes.
We are launching an app as of on Earth Day of next year, 2019. And as of today, we have various social network outlets where we post blog posts, write about climate-related issues and videos and such.
I was just wondering, we have Greta up here as well, and I know you know each other, so how did you come to know each other?
So the first time that we got to hear about Greta, we didn't know her actual name. It was our CEO, our founder, who was informed about someone was taking action, climate action, doing some sort of strike outside of the Swedish parliament. This was in August, I believe. And the very first day, which was a Monday, I think, he was on his way to work together with a colleague, a photographer. They approached the parliament and saw a lot of people passing by and saw this girl sitting, the image that we now are looking on, School Strike for the Climate, a placard, a sign saying that, and information written in Swedish, so people could stop by and listen and read about the climate and why she was doing this. Unfortunately, not so many people stopped, actually, so they were a bit alarmed or, well, maybe even shocked because they're engaged in the climate themselves. So they stopped and started to speak to Greta, and actually they recorded the video then, and they asked her to say something in English. So I think we're going to listen to that now, I think.
We kids don't usually do what you tell us to do. We do what you do. And because you don't give a damn about my future, I won't either. My name is Greta, and I school strike until the Swedish election day.
So Greta, what did you think when these fellows approached you?
It was good to have someone to talk with. That no one else stopped and talking to me, so they were the first to stop. And so yeah, that felt good that someone saw me and listened to what I had to say.
So that brings us on to your organisation. So obviously there's a lot of alignment between what you're doing. Can you tell us a little bit more? You talked about social network. Could you go into a bit more detail about what you do?
Yeah, so since we work a lot with video, we have a video for that as well. But we are we're totally connected to the same cause. I would call it as Greta is. Like, we need action now. We can't wait. We can't wait for anyone else to take the first stand, and we need to address it as a global crisis. So Greta's action is a perfect example of how something can grow pretty rapidly into global scale, and we're now seeing it has political implications besides the actual movement.
So David, what did this lead to?
Well, this led to an explosion in climate awareness, you might say. The topic became top of the agenda through Greta's work and through others. People really started realizing that our house is on fire and we don't have much time left.
Because what's important to remember is that before COP24 in Katowice, the climate crisis was not something many leaders talked about. I mean, activists talked about it, but not leaders, not country leaders, not business leaders or anything. So this really shifted the global mindset, like I think we're going to see here at COP28 about fossil fuel. But that was a pivotal moment, and our board member that is not with us anymore, he said this right before he died, that moment at Katowice COP24 fulfilled his mission in life, and I really think it did. So that was a remarkable achievement by him, and we're glad that we played a part. The year after, it was COP25 in Madrid, And we wanted to do something special for that as well, because it's a lot of flying, it's a lot of emission to travel everyone to the same spot and have a meeting, and it's also everyone that are not invited will not know what's happening. So together with the Nordic Council, we did actually the very first digital streaming from the COP meeting, where we connected Stockholm with Madrid, but also Helsinki and Oslo and Copenhagen, and we connected all those places so that people can speak at Madrid and that the conversation from the blue zone in Madrid get out. A little bit like we do today, but not as big studio as we have today. It was a little bit smaller. And it was very first. No one did any streaming or anything from the floor at the COP meeting. So I think we can see a snippet from that here as well.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the last day of the Nordic Climate Action Weeks. And welcome to our Nordic Pavilion at the COP25 in Madrid. And welcome to our online viewers. My name is Stian Fjelldal, and today we are so fortunate that we will have Nordic climate ministers in our panel in Madrid. And with those words, I will just give the word to my colleague in Madrid, André Jamholt.
Thank you, Stian, and hello, Stockholm. It's very nice to have you with us today, as we have some really exciting guests with us this morning. As you all know, the negotiation is still going on here in Madrid, and we might not see the final result, maybe until tomorrow. And in the middle of hard negotiations, 3 Nordic environmental ministers have set aside time to be with us. That's Nordic transparency for you. And
so, next COP, or what do you think this were leading to?
Well, I think since then, pavilions with their own broadcasts and their own screens have just taken off, and I guess COP is increasingly becoming sort of like a trade fair. Everyone goes there and takes selfies, and it's a sort of a spectacle or a theater for those into climate change and the global transition. So this is a recent development.
So you mean we are responsible for this?
But I think it's actually a good thing, because people want to be there to shine in terms of how they perform for the transition. So it's actually a good thing, and I think that plays into why the UAE really wanted to have the COP meeting, because they want to present themselves in that good light.
So COP has really grown since just a couple of years. I think it's grown from 20,000-30,000 delegates in Madrid to now 85,000 in blue zone, 300,000 in green zone. And what I think is very interesting is that there's so many journalists on there. So COP has really contributed to make climate top of the agenda and the discussion about fossil fuel, because the COP meeting is an oil country. COP26, the year after in Glasgow, we went there by train, and we had a very important message. That COP was very much about loss and damage fund, and that it was lacking of money. Everyone hoped that the countries were going to pledge or fix the finance for 200 billion in the loss and damage fund. So we wanted to highlight another number where we actually had a big counter on the screen behind all the speakers, where we were counting up the fossil fuel subsidies. And it happened to be that the first week we passed $100 billion that governments were giving the fossil fuel industry, while the very same week all countries were discussing where to find the money for the loss and damage fund. It was back on our stage, and this had a contribution and influence over the meeting itself, together with many others, of course. And I think we can see the after movie here.
We believe by rewarding
climate solutions and warning all the polluters, we will make it profitable to save our planet and super expensive to destroy it.
We must now zoom in on the quality and the implementation of plans, on measuring and analyzing, on reporting, transparency and accountability.
We want to be better, and that's why we are open for climate dialogue.
We want to know what you think, and so that we can improve.
Let's give climate love to those that have the solutions. And let's send climate warning to those that needs to change.
Us and we don't have time, because actually I agree, we don't have time.
We're trying to reduce CO2 collectively.
If we don't act urgently and quickly, catching up later won't work.
The drive to net zero is the growth story of the 21st century.
We had about $350 billion of direct subsidies and tax expenditures, tax breaks given to fossil fuels.
Have such an enormous mobilization of business, finance, civil society, and science all gathered here.
We have halved our own emissions between 2012 and 2017 and are now at a 70% reduction.
SSAB has decided to be the first steel company in the world to offer fossil-free steel to the market in just a few years.
There's lack of clarity, and it just feeds greenwashing and delays meaningful action.
We just have to go quickly. We have the technology. We don't have to develop technology.
We're going to create this huge wealth transfer from energy producers, who represent a tiny minority of people, to energy consumers, who represent all people.
We are in a climate emergency, and we are very far from where we need to be.
Get ahead of the curve or you're going to lose.
I was able to attend one demonstration that kicked off at Kelvin Grove all the way to George Square, and we had a lot of activists.
What I feel that I can bring is a young audience that maybe doesn't know what to think about climate change.
What is happening here, negotiating, it's so wrong from our perspective. You don't put a price on your mother.
Now, personally, I don't believe the fossil fuel industry should continue to be allowed to operate the way it's been operating for the last several decades.
We want to bring a voice to all the new solutions, the new ideas, the new entrepreneurs who are out there trying to kind of make a break and create this new climate economy.
They're setting a great example, and there's lots of other big businesses that should follow their example.
I really want to urge everybody just to be thinking more about land use and not just electrifying vehicles to, maintain the environment that got us here today.
They want to ban the word burgers, sausages, and steaks from being used on vegan and vegetarian products.
Tell them what they do so that they will be encouraged to do more. And together with the community or users, we share this to millions of people on social media, so this is getting noticed.
Let's bring in Shweta Chakrabarty tonight, risk and behavioral scientist and president of U.S. operations for We Don't Have Time.
As the name says, we don't have time.
ستوكهولم مؤسس منظمة ليس لدينا الوقت. We don't have time. السيد إنغمار رونسبورغ.
Joining us for more is We Don't Have Time's Nick Nuttall. Nick, welcome to the program.
And Nick, about this counter, speaking of numbers.
This is a clock that shows you how much money has been spent on fossil fuel subsidies since the beginning of the COP.
We have a climate crisis and we're still subsidizing the industry which is causing the crisis. I mean, it's completely dumb. I'm a finance guy, it makes no sense whatsoever.
$2.5 trillion went into subsidies for fossil fuel. That's a definition of insanity.
Still, this is a positive. It's the first COP decision that actually mentions coal power or fossil fuel subsidies.
We need to communicate climate action, because if only a few people or a few companies are doing climate action without communicating it to others, we will not solve the climate crisis. So, David, that was a very intense week. I still remember. What did happen afterwards?
Well, there was this mention of fossils for the first time ever in the COP decision, and that was crucial. And it really shows that we can step up the ambition, although it's going very frustratingly slow. For every COP, we can do it. And it shows really that through this disruptive communication that we are doing at We Don't Have Time, we can create this change, help create it.
And unfortunately, what did happen at the end of the negotiations was that some countries threw in inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. And what is that? It means that you can just say, it's okay, our fossil fuel subsidies are efficient, so let's keep doing it. And 2 years later, the fossil fuel subsidies are actually higher. It was $6 trillion, and now it's up to $7 trillion per year. So this shows that it's really important that this year's COP don't throw in unabated or not needed fossil fuel or fossil fuel emission. We need a phase out of fossil fuel without any other words added into it. We kept this counter on, and we showed it on the next COP. And I think we're going to see what happened at COP27 right now.
I do want to say thank you to We Don't Have Time for all the work you're doing.
So what really happened at COP27, not many knows this that weren't there, but in the first week of the negotiation, it was very, very close that the 1.5 degree target were abandoned. And the reason why that didn't happen was very much that businesses, the business community started to not just pledge doing some climate action, but they were coming together as a political force pushing for things. And if it wouldn't been for the businesses, I think that the world leaders had given up on the 1.5 degree target at the last meeting. And if the world leaders have given up on that, we will not have a COP meeting today discussing on that we need to phase out fossil fuel in order to achieve 1.5 or to be close. So business community, they are fed up and they want change, and that it was the pivotal moment for COP27 where they stepped forward. And we have just seen the start of this. I'm really amazed to see how many big business leaders today that are very clear about that we need to end the era of fossil fuel. It's not unabated or debated or anything, it's end fossil fuel, nothing less. That's what's needed to be done. So this was what happened at COP27. And all those forces are now coming together for COP28. And what are we doing this time, David? We're doing something different.
Well, we are talking about fossil fuel phase out, and that's our main theme for the whole broadcast series. And to really amplify that message and also to include youth in the discussion, we did a little project where we combined having youth and amplifying their voices and the message of phasing out fossil fuel. So we're going to take a look at that now.
The era of global warming has ended. The era of global boiling has arrived.
But climate change is threatening my future. And what I want to do with my life is have a safe and livable world.
The UN says the world has failed to meet emissions targets set out in the Paris Agreement on climate change.
This is transmission attempt 81.
My name is Sam, and I'm speaking to you from the year 2050.
Transmission attempt number 48.
My name is Agustino Caña, and I'm transmitting from Ecuador in the year 2050.
Scorching heat waves, raging wildfires, hurricanes and droughts displacing millions.
These things are happening in your time.
Nice. Do you think they'll listen to this?
Yeah, I look like an old man.
So that's our Future Voices campaign, where we turn young people into their older selves and delivering that urgent message. You should check it out at futurevoices.info. And now, Ingmar, what's next for We Don't Have Time?
Yes, I mean, regardless what's going to happen here the coming hours at COP28, we need to keep pushing because we need the emission to go down. They're still rising and we need to halve them before the year 2030. So we have some plans there, but before I reveal those plans, I want to give a big thanks to all of our partners that have played a crucial role in this, and especially UNDP that has been pivotal to push the agenda against fossil fuel subsidies and so many other things. So that's a big thank you. And we are not doing it. We don't have time. We're just amplifying what others are doing. And there's so many other people doing stuff there. So we are getting very busy, and it's just getting busier and busier. What we're going to do after COP, and we're starting today, is that we're launching a new functionality on the We Don't Have Time platform, and I'm going to show you if the camera crew follows me. So if you have seen our shows at the end, I'm usually going through what's happening in the app. So if you haven't downloaded the We Don't Have Time app yet, go to Apple Store or Google Play and download the We Don't Have Time, or go to wedon'thavetime.org, and you will find so many things where you can read about the solutions, who is doing the right thing, who is doing the wrong thing. Here's a golden example where we have actually 2 letters going around COP right now. One letter is written by Christiana Figueres, pushing for the future, phasing out fossil fuel, that we need a strong outcome. And there is also another letter that's from OPEC, that are so afraid, so they have written a letter desperately to their own members to vote no to fossil fuel phase out. I vote for this, and you can also vote for the Christiana Figueres letter on We Don't Have Time. It's really interesting to read this letter from OPEC. It has leaked to media and we have it right here. But besides reading about interesting things, you can also find a lot of data in the platform. And I'm going to now show you very quickly, if we want to search for a company and see what they do and how they perform, we have a lot of companies in our database, and I search for Apple here. I can read about what other people views on Apple, what they do good and bad, the climate warning, climate love, and they actually received 74% climate warning from our community. I can see what they're talking about on stage. If they have pledged something for 2 years ago, are they delivering that pledge, etc., etc. And this is totally new, just released 1 hour ago. We have started to collect emission data for companies. So here we can see how much Apple are emitting, their scope 1, 2, 3 emission divided with revenue, so that we can compare Apple with other companies in a ranking system. So if I press here, I could sort the companies and see who are emitting most, who are emitting less, regarding their size, because we're dividing it with revenues. It's emission efficiency. So please go and search for yourself. We have just started collecting the information, and it's also possible to report emission if you want to help us build this transparent and free database, so everyone can see who is performing and who's not performing. This is something I really hope are going to drive change going forward.
Well, thank you very much, Ingmar and David, for that expose of the We Don't Have Time work. It's always inspiring to see. So it's now my pleasure to introduce some new guests here in the studio with me to conclude and talk about the positive tipping points. We were talking about tipping points earlier today in this broadcast, and we need to keep the focus on how we could turn things around. So with me I have Sara Nilsson-Löf, psychologist and also founder of Rebell Mammorna, a Swedish activist organization that has spread out all over the globe until the Mother's Rebellion. And also with me I have Mattias Klum, award-winning photographer, filmmaker, and also artist. Well, welcome to you also, Mattias.
Thank you.
And Rebecca Karlsson, you are an author, a sustainability entrepreneur, and business advisor. So you're very welcome to our COP28 studio now.
Thank you.
So I'd like to start with you, Sara. As a psychologist and also being very active in the climate movement, what would you say the biggest reflections from what you heard earlier today on the broadcast on the tipping points and what activism can do in terms of positive tipping points?
Well, first of all, I'm very happy that there is a discussion now about tipping points. Those the negative that we need to understand to be able to understand the urgency of the situation, but also that we're actually talking now on a global scale about the positive tipping points. And I think that's important, both to be able to actually believe that change is possible. When you understand the positive tipping points, that's also much easier to understand. So there's a lot of hope in that. And I think also the positive tipping points can help us understand what behaviors that we actually need to do that are actually effective in triggering these positive tipping points. Because in the end, it is about human behavior. And I think that's one thing that is missing for a lot of people. Because there are loads of people who actually really want to act, but they don't really know what to do, and they're just being spoken to as consumers and individuals. But when we start talking about these tipping points, we understand that it's when we come together and act together that we can trigger these tipping points, and that we have so much power in that.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah. And you started Rebel Mamma. Now, can you tell us just a little bit about the story, about what happened after you came up with this idea? You're a psychologist, and you realized that you needed to act.
Well, I was thinking a lot about at that moment that we have some like very highly active, disruptive climate activists who are doing a great job. And then we have lots of people who are doing like the recycling in their everyday life. And then there's like a big gap in between there. So I wanted to form something where you could act together, but that was open for a lot of people to join in as a first step of like coming together and acting. And then it was also fed from the despair I felt as a mother when seeing this big gap between the threat we're facing and what is happening, and also knowing that change could be possible if more of us just started to do the right things together.
So you are, or I might say we, because I'm part of the mother circles, we sit down, we face outwards, and we're very, very somber and still, and well, you tell the story.
Yeah. So this method, because we work now together in Mothers Rebellion, which is founded by several countries around the world. But we have this circle that we started with here in Sweden. So we try to communicate not by adding more facts, because the facts are out there. So we're more trying to like move people and touch their hearts. So we are sitting there often in silence or with music helping us connect to our climate emotions, and with signs, maybe just saying, I'm sitting here for my children, Ellis and Louie, or last time I had a sign that said, our children deserves to see us do everything we can for them. And those kinds of emotions that can actually trigger what I think we could call like an inner or emotional tipping point in people when they kind of flip over to a new state of being where they just want to go into this mood of doing everything that they can. So that's what we're trying also to trigger in other people, to get more people to join, and also really raise the voice to people in power and show that we are a lot of ordinary people who want to see strong climate action.
Thank you, Sarah. And this movement has grown exponentially, really, really fast. So how many countries the last manifestation?
20 plus, and in all the big continents, and in many now they're in many cities also. We're growing. I can't keep track of how many.
It's organic.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's organic.
Thank you for your fantastic work, Sarah.
Thank you.
So Rebecca, speaking of exponential, you have written 3 books, and one was called Exponential Climate Solutions. Of course, solutions is something we address all the time here at We Don't Have Time. So how can those exponential curves really lead us to tipping points on a societal level? Because we really need to grasp that there is stuff going on and that we can be part of pushing this change.
Yeah, I feel that we are more and more all the time now living in this double reality where we are feeling the consequences of the unsustainable development in a whole new level than just a few years back. I'm also looking at Ingmar, like I started doing climate work in 2006, and I've been getting those images from COP15 in my Facebook feed in the last days of when we were hugging a globe in Copenhagen and being thrown out by police from Bella Center and so on. And where were the world by then, and where is it now? And where were COP by then, and where is COP now? And where were the climate then, and where is the climate now? And we are feeling the consequences now in a whole new level than we did back then, right? At the same time, we have a lot more powerful tool, if you wish, to create solutions that at a very rapid pace cut a lot of emissions. So I think we're being challenged to, while we're feeling the consequences more and more and being disturbed by it on an emotional level, the importance of really focusing on how can we, what's working, and how can we also create narratives around what's working and how what's working can be scaled. This is the double reality that we are living in. I've also been thinking a lot about this, the fact of being, the aspect of being a movement a lot in the last days. Like in the process leading up I lived in Stockholm when the Copenhagen negotiations were, and we were meeting, as I remember it, every week, like the whole climate movement. So like leaders from every climate and environmental, like WWF, like Greenpeace, like people from every organizations met in the same room, and we were kind of going through like, what's your agenda? What's your agenda? Like, what are you pushing, and how can we support each other? And that's something that I lack. I feel like we were in constant dialogue all the time, and then COVID came, and you are doing an amazing job in creating a movement, and many others too. But I've been starting to reflect a lot. How should I start inviting more climate leaders to my home? Should we get a house? Like, how can we, like, because we need to also support each other's work if we want to create tipping points or scalability around those solutions. I think like it's also now when there's a lot of negative news all the time, it's very easy to be isolated and in despair. Like, I think we need to collaborate very closely to each other and talk a lot more and take care of each other even more than
Thank you, Rebecca. I'd like to move on to your latest book. It was out just last week, and it's called The Speaker's Journey, and it's about storytelling. So what aspects of storytelling are crucial here to move the agenda on climate action?
Yeah, so I feel like if we are to restore the Garden of Eden and create a paradise on Earth, like really, like not just lower emissions, but really set out to create the world we want, we need a lot of new narratives, right? We need great narratives for the world we want to see. And we don't have the same vision, all of us, but we need to start formulating what we actually dream about and listen to each other's narratives. But we also need a lot of concrete, small narratives for very specific knowledge and wisdom. I talked to someone who's working at a building company, and he said like sometimes a 90-minute tutorial can make a building engineer have the capacity to use more climate better concrete, and he can save like, you know, how many thousands of tons of CO2, right? So I think we are very sophisticated in how we are using technologies and all of this, but we should become equally sophisticated in how we are creating the narratives. And it's not an easy thing. Like we say all the time, right? We need new stories for the future. We say that on every conference. But now let's actually create those narratives. Like, let's actually do it. And also let's admit that it takes time. Like, it's not like you sit down in an afternoon and create a narrative for the future. It's like it deserves the work because it's important for us. What are the symbols? What are the narratives? Both about where we want to go, but also about the roadmaps, the concrete steps, so we can come along. Yeah.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
So Matthias, speaking of storytelling and imagery, you are a world-renowned filmmaker and photographer, and you've worked closely with scientists, you've been to remote areas all over the world, and what could you tell us about the importance of creating a visual narrative, and also how we can move on in terms of societal positive tipping points from your perspective?
Well, I'm a bit biased, given that I'm a storyteller, but I do believe that there is a vast gap, as we have said, between what we know and how we act. And I think that it's very tangible once you visualize it. And there are so many things out there worth fighting for. And not all people are extraordinarily engaged when it comes to ppm curves and statistics. Whereas if you actually visualize what's out there and what's there to protect, cherish, love, and actually safeguard for the future, not just about restoring, it's about keeping, because we do have a remarkable planet still, even though it's under severe pressure. But if we can safeguard the remaining beauty on this planet, and that's tangible, and it's for everyone, it's highly democratic in a sense, and it's the most beautiful journey we can do, and that in itself gives us a future, and it gives us the power to engage. So to me, yeah, storytelling can do that, bridge the gap between our clever human mind and our emotional human heart.
So Matthias, you've been in many, many parts of the world and filmed and documented, nature and all aspects of nature, the transition here. So could you share maybe some very special moments that really happened for you when you really connected? I'm sure it's happened many times, but maybe a few examples.
It happens daily, which is quite a pleasure. But it's also, I mean, I'm subjected, like most of us, to the horrors of the planet. There are so many challenges, but I'm also privileged because I get to see the most beautiful things. It could be right outside of Stockholm where we're sitting right now, or it could be in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. And I think that when we have that incredible capacity, and we have the knowledge, we have enough innovation, we have enough skill sets in collaboration to create a necessary mind shift and the necessary change. But I mean, the fact of the matter is that we are, at this very moment, we are juggling one ball at a time. And I think we need to be more holistic. We have this incredible climate crisis, but at the same time, we have a biodiversity crisis. I think that we need to see that the good examples, for example, we phased out chlorofluorocarbons, and we started to heal the ozone layer. We have saved many species while we're putting others on the brink of extinction. It's a mindset we need to fight, and there's, again, so much to fight for. So I've seen anything from areas being saved by individuals that just care, and I've seen tribes getting the necessary help or ethnic minorities to go from a very vulnerable state to something completely different. And it's necessarily not always political. It's engagement by and from individuals. So this is, I think, so hopeful, because we can really all do something great.
Thank you, Matthias, and thank you for your work. You've published several books that has really touched our hearts, and of course, the many films.
Thank you.
I hope you will go on and on until everything is finished, but in terms of positive tipping points, of course. So, Sarah, after having listened to Rebecca and Matthias here, what thoughts do you get in your head from your perspective, both as a psychologist and also as a rebel mom or rebel mama? In terms of sorry, I get a little bit emotional, touching people's hearts here. How do we reach more people? You talk about your perspective as a mother. Of course, you have children, and that's what sort of kicked you into action. And Matthias, of course, with this connection to nature. But how do we find the individual trigger points to really step in to action?
Well, I do really agree that storytelling is a very important thing here, and that we know when information can't really push us into action, because there's so many other things that influences us. But when it comes to great storytelling, that really can be the thing that makes someone flip. And when listening to you, Matthias, I can relate also, because I can hear that you are like driven by love for the nature, and I can feel that love too. But also, as a rebel mom, I might be more using the force of my life, my love for my children, and for all children of this planet. And if we can make that connection and that story, that this is about love and protection, and create something that can be sustainable for a long term, then it's easier to join people, and it doesn't feel so far away and abstract.
I just have to shoehorn myself into this, because obviously I look at my kids too. I have 2 children, and I mean, if I feel misanthropic sometimes or defeatist sometimes, I just look at them and I look at what kind of legacy, what kind of future do we want to give them and their children and other children. And I think that's an amazingly powerful force within that we should utilize, because it's really about that. So I totally agree.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm turning now to Ingmar, because what we're trying to do here at We Don't Have Time is to be a platform for engaging people and also to communicate stories. And just today we had the youngest participant ever on our broadcast. His name is Robert. He's 11, and he has his own climate YouTube channel. And his last words to the audience here today was that we all can be superheroes, and now's the time for the negotiators in Dubai to really be superpowers, because we don't have a choice but to save the future for him and his peers. And he had collected stories from many other children around the world. It's a must-watch. It's a tearjerker, and it's so to the point. So Ingmar, in terms of accelerating change through communication, after listening to these experts here from their different storytelling perspectives and perspectives overall, what are your thoughts?
Many. And to just give a few of them, what we try to do is to connect everyone acting. It could be a youth, 11 years old, it could be a CEO of a global corporation, it could be a politician that are doing the right thing, it could be anyone that are acting. And we connect them with others, and we get their story out to millions, hopefully even further, because that inspires more to do the same, and you have like a snowball effect. But I think that things are moving. I mean, Rebecca, you said something very interesting there, that once we had a much room where people can gather and coordinate. I think the reason why that's not happening is that the climate movement has grown.
Yeah,
so
I was actually thinking that too.
Room is too small.
Yeah.
And
Need to
that's
get a big
good
house.
thing. But it's also another thing, and that is, I think we need to talk much more about how, instead of focusing on what we need to do. I was in many calls leading up to COP28 with a lot of influential people, and everyone was saying like their wish list, like what they want for Christmas. I want a fossil-free world, I want biodiversity, I want equal, just, great things, but that will not make them happen. So what I think we need, everyone that wants to have a future, is maybe a COP for the future. We don't need to have the politicians there, just a few of them that really do the good stuff. I think we need to talk about how and the tactics and what we need to do in order to succeed. We all know what we want to succeed with, but how? How can we mobilize people? How can we reach the tipping points? And I think that is something we can focus more on, and also something every filmmaker like you, Matthias, can focus more on. I want to see like a documentary of Sarah, what you did, like a superhero. How you have just came up with an idea, mothers forming a circle, very peaceful, and now it's in 20 countries. That's how. How did you do it? Can you educate others on to do the same? But it could also be a big CEO that are transforming, like Volvo Cars, that now are advocating for ending the combustion engine, and they have succeeded to change the whole legislation in European Union. I want to see a documentary about how did they do that and what kind of resistance were they meeting. That kind of storytelling, both meeting and discuss how, but also tell the stories about the how. That is something I'm pledging that We Know Time will do more of, and I hope others will join into this. We need a COP where we discuss how we're going to actually change things for real. And it's maybe not going to be called a COP, maybe just how.
Well, thank you so much, Ingmar Rentzhog, and a great idea to do the documentary on Sarah. Yes, Rebecca Short.
I just heard this nice term. I was at the conference with board members talking about sustainability, and they said we need to focus on not like you have like the long, like the 2040 or 2050 visions for climate, and then you have quarterly economy, but we need to have quarterly ecology. And I like that. Like
quarterly ecology.
Yeah, quarterly ecology. Like what do we do in Q1, Q2? I just think it resonates with what you say. And the other thing is this, like every story is almost always about a person, right? The person's hero's journey. But we have been telling the stories a lot about the 350 or the 1.5, and all of these are really important, right? Or the curves, or I wrote a book about exponential climate solutions, like blame me, right? But really the stories also should be about the people, right? Like the person starting that, building that, like, because that's something you can relate to. What are the human stories more?
Matthias, you wanted to add, and then Sarah?
No, I mean, I think it's referring to the name of the whole thing. We don't have time. There's a sense of urgency that I feel coming from the front lines, where there's so much we need to do. So we need parallel motions. We need to do that, what you just suggested, what you say, but we also need to stop certain things right now, and that's pretty much so urgent it can be, and we need to mobilize for that while also thinking ahead, thinking legacy, thinking quarterly, thinking 300 years from now. But there are certain things we just need to stop.
Absolutely, Matthias. And Sarah?
Yeah, I just want to join in. I really agree to what you are saying, to coming to like how, what behaviors do we need to see more of, and I'm totally convinced if we can get that out in a more clear way, there are millions, billions of people that today are worried and care, but actually are mostly quite passive, not knowing what to do, that will be able to, that will start act. And there we will have the tipping points, social tipping points and cultural tipping points that will help with all the technological and financial tipping points and so on. So I think that's so crucial. People need to know what to do, and that needs to be communicated in a clear way.
And everyone can do something.
Yes, sure. And some things are more effective than others, and we need to help people to understand that.
Yeah.
Excellent. Such great insights from Rebecca, Matthias, Sara, and Ingmar. What a great panel. And this was the last panel for our entire broadcast, so I'm very happy that you were here, all three of you, and it was wonderful to chat with you. And of course, keep up your wonderful work. And we'll see how maybe there's some collaboration going on here after the broadcast, who knows? But even so, what is next? My next question, and when is the next big Rebel Mothers Rebellion manifestation?
It will be somewhere in March, end of February, maybe 9th of March, but maybe a bit broader. It's being discussed. Everyone is welcome to join in. More countries, more people. There's a place for everyone.
There's a place for every action, right?
Yes.
Every positive climate action is needed.
Yes.
So again, thank you.
Thank you.
And now we conclude this and move into our just final words here. So this is all from our live broadcast from COP28. But do stay tuned, because we will now air some great pre-recorded interviews with exciting guests from COP28 in Dubai. We also have Youth for Climate coming up, and the final day from Business Sweden's pavilion of COP28. But first up, we have access to water in the southern Jordan Valley. It's a roundtable conversation on rewriting the climate headlines. It's an innovative climate reporting practice-based research collaboration between alumni of the Royal Academy of Art at The Hague and investigative journalists from ARIJ, Arab Reporters for Investigative Journalism. We don't have time to support these projects by amplifying 3 of their projects' journalistic pieces during our COP28 broadcasts. But before we say thank you all for watching, I know Ingmar has a message for us, and we will also like to bring all of our fantastic colleagues up on stage. But first, over to Ingmar, and then we'll just have all of our wonderful colleagues up here on stage.
Katarina, I have a sign-off, and that is, we're talking about positive tipping points here. And here it is, inside this bottle. And I will explain this, but first we're going to do a little chaos in here. So I want everyone backstage to just go in front of the cameras.
Yes, come join me. Come join me. I'll scoot over so there's more space.
I don't know, just in the background. Too many.
This is creative chaos. It's wonderful.
Do we have anyone controlling the cameras backstage?
I think there is.
So I don't know. This is the symbolic thing. This is a champagne bottle. And everyone knows what's happening when you shake a champagne bottle. And that is what we have been doing here. Every one of us here have been doing for 11 days and almost worked 24 hours. We have shaked this bottle, quite literally. We have had over 600 speakers, everything from heads of states to CEOs, youth, activists, NGOs, everyone, a lot of influential people that have shaken this bottle. And what we have here at the top of this bottle, we have the fossil fuel industry. This is OPEC. We have them here. And what they try to do desperately is sending out letters like, don't phase out fossil fuel, they're saying. But that is not going to be easy to do. Because when you shake a bottle enough, you maybe destroy a TV studio, but you pop the cork, and once pop the cork, it's impossible to put back. This is for you. It's impossible to put back the cork. OPEC will be impossible. So this is what we need to do now, the coming hours at COP. I'm sending this bottle to all of my fantastic colleagues here, but when it's empty, we're going to send it very fast to all the negotiators so they know what to do. They need to pop the cork. Don't stop shaking it, because we can do this. And I want to thank all of this fantastic team here in Stockholm, in Dubai, in Kenya, and everywhere that have worked 24 hours to make this happen. It's an amazing team, so thank you so much. And thanks all the viewers.
Let us rewrite the climate headlines. The climate crisis is a new story of this century. And it can seem overwhelming, complex, and abstract. So how do we tell this story in a way people can understand and relate to, and that speaks to their emotions as well as their intellects, and above all motivates positive change? Rewriting the climate headlines is a practice-based research collaboration between alumni of the Royal Academy of Art, The Hague, and investigative journalists from ARIJ, which stands for Arab Reporters for Investigative Journalism. And it presents a series of climate and nature stories based on substantial investigative reporting practices and also artworks that tells another aspect of these same stories. So today we'll be focusing on a story about water and water scarcity, and in particular water in the Jordan Valley. So with me to discuss this are Ether LSM. You are a coach and editor and ARIJ. You cover topics such as clean energy, environmental hazards, technology, and other areas. You're also a data trainer and an investigative reporting coach at ARIJ. Nellike Bruse. Nellike Bruse is a visual artist and researcher. You're based in The Hague, and your work is mainly focused on feminism. You searches for agency, autonomy, and for relationships with others in the society we live in. And with us, we also have Gonzalo de la Camara. You are an economist working worldwide and you have 28 years experience in connecting natural resources management to social and economic development. And you are currently the director of the Center for Water and Climate Adaptation at IE University. So welcome to the program. So, Ether, you have been investigating the situation in the southern Jordan Valley. What has your investigation found?
Thank you, David. The story is talking about the struggle of the farmers in the southern Jordan Valley. It's a very fertile, it's a land with a very fertile soil and with a weather that allows planting the crops, especially vegetables, the whole year. So it's a very important area for Jordan. Actually, a big portion of the vegetables that are exported or used in the local market comes from this area. And at the same time, it's a very poor area, and the farmers are struggling there to continue and not to abandon this career. The story is talking about the control of the company, industrial business on the water sources, especially the groundwater. And at the same time, the farmers have very little access to this water, and actually they are even struggling just to get salty water to irrigate their crops. This kind of imbalance that between these two components of the local people are they are the original components, which they have their families there for hundreds of years. This is their land, and they're struggling to provide for their families, and at the same time to stay as in this career. But at the same time, the expansion of this business, which is producing products that needs more and more of pure water. And the company is using more and more of the groundwater over the years. So this kind of tension, along with the struggle with the decrease of waterfall, all put a big burden on these farmers to continue and not to leave their lands. And many of them, as we were told by the local people there, they abandoned their farms, and some adapted by decreasing the area that they plant every year or changing the plant crops. This is the whole story, and it's kind of intervening between. It's not only about climate change. Sometimes we address the climate change more than we look in depth how the human activity, how the human acts in such kind of situations. So while we were working on this story, we find that there is kind of unfairness because you can't look at both these components, the farmers and industrial, which has been there from the 60s, with an equality, because it's about equity. You have to support these farmers. You have, because they are vulnerable. They are vulnerable. They are the vulnerable parts, and at the same time, if we look at the data of the government, we will find that almost 50% of water used by the farmers and the agricultural sector is treated water, compared to less than 10% of what's used in the industrial sector in Jordan. So it's here we can figure that there's priority for the industrial business over the agricultural activities.
So why do you think the situation is like this? Why is the industry being prioritized here?
According to some officials, the ex-minister, he said that because agricultural use more water with less income or revenue to the treasury, and this is, I don't know if this is accurate, but at the same time, we think that those farmers, they are not priority. They don't have voice, and also they are stuck and struggle between the shortage of water and the lack of supportive plans offered by the government. So maybe it's easier to provide for the industries and for these companies, and will get better revenue than what the farmers could harvest. And it's not only about money, because this area, the agricultural activities have been there for hundreds and hundreds of years, and also it's a very distinctive area because the crops are cultivated all over the whole year. So it's not only about money, or it's not only about what you have to get from these farms or from these farmers. I just want to repeat the last sentence if I could. So it's not about only what the government could get from these farmers, because they are providing for Jordan, and it's about food security. It's not only about how much do you get from these farmers. The company paid a lot of tax, millions of Jordanian dinars. Sorry, I have come from a workshop. It was a very long workshop, so I'm trying to concentrate. So So we think that supporting these farmers is a very important issue, because this is related to food security. It's not only about how do you get, how many money or how many revenue you get from them, because they provide for the Jordanian tables, and they provide a big portion of the vegetables and other crops. So it's, I think, I don't know why there's a priority, and this is not spoken actually policy, but you can feel it when you track the data and when you talk to the ex-officials, official ministers, or to the ex-ministers.
So there are these imbalances created by this infrastructure project that is being prioritized to the disadvantage of the farmers. Do you have more details to give on that?
I think, yeah, there is an important part related to how to manage such needs for both, for the industries to grow, and at the same time for these farmers to have enough water to continue in their career and to provide for the Jordanian table if we could say this. And actually, this should have more and more visionary planning, because you are talking about an area with very limited water sources, and at the same time there is kind of this tension, because this area also provides the water for drinking for the cities, and at the same time there is the need for the growing and expanding industrial business, and at the same time it's very important agricultural area for Jordan, and it's, as Gonzalo said, that it's the crops there are harvested before any other region in the other area in the region. So it's difficult to expect what the consequences if you neglect the management of water. I think it's much about management rather than to combat the or to struggle with the climate change, because if we just try to direct or to make these industries use more and more of the treated water and less of the groundwater, because groundwater also is an important resource for Jordan, and Jordan is one of the poorest countries regarding water sources. So I think that it's all about management, and it's not only direct related to the climate change, because the climate change is something that may exacerbate or may make it worse, but it's not the only case here.
So Nellike, let's dive right into the piece you have created as part of this project. Could you just simply describe it for us?
Yes, I can. I started working with Etar on the water story, but I found a specific angle in it. Like we want to focus on women in those areas because they are the most vulnerable in the situation. So I used the interviews of Etar, and because she interviewed these women, and I made a video installation out of it. It's a collage piece, as you can see on the screen. And I used little parts of their actual faces and reconstruct them in collages, images that became little animations. So we give these women a voice to talk about their precarious situation. And mainly by doing videos that are made of collage animation.
So from the images I've seen of this work, it's quite physical and three-dimensional. It's not only the videos, right?
I was really inspired by the mosaic that it's all over the country. And also these women are not in the farming anymore. And now we talked to a woman that is now teaching and teaching art and mosaic to farmer women to make new income. So I was kind of a bit already like, I didn't want to make a video. That was clear from the beginning. I want to make a kind of an experience. So also you're going to see that in the exposition, exhibition, that I will play with the elements that you see in the videos. Like I'm going to put my screens in sand, the farming sand, and I'm going to recreate the room where the mosaic woman is sitting. So I want people to look into to walk into a situation and not only read abstract, or for most people abstract words. I just want to make an experience.
In terms of the situation of these women, do they have a specific message to convey, you'd say?
Yes, in the interviews, they talk about their situations and how they are not, most of the time they are not the owner of the land. They are just temporary workers with no good contracts. So when there is no work, they have no money, and So we talked. There are a lot of interviews with these women that they talk about their situation.
So, how did you work to kind of integrate a new perspective into the story through this artwork?
I think the collaboration between art and journalism is still something that can be explored, and this is an experiment, and I think art wants to tell stories, journalists of course wants to tell stories, and I think if you combine them, you can make them stronger, because often articles are not reaching everyone, and art is maybe an easy way to understand things. So I think art can make journalistic articles maybe more understandable for a wider public. But this is something that we need to explore, and it's and we need to talk about more to how to combine this and what is the positive effects of it, and are there positive effects of it. But I think that's an experiment that it's good to explore.
So, Gonzalo, listening to Ether's story here, this is, of course, a story of a particular region, but what does it tell us about how we work with water supply on a more global context?
Yeah, hi David, and hi everyone. There are many bottom lines that we could draw actually from this story in the Jordan Valley. The first one is potentially that there's so much emphasis, even from the media internationally, on extreme events and what we call drought. Yeah, but drought in a place like this, one of the most water-stressed countries in the world, is not necessarily the place to look at. We should be focusing more on long-term water scarcity. Even in wet years in this area, they're suffering, and people are actually experiencing extreme water shortage. So the most important thing here is that it may give the impression that drought is driven by climate change, but climate change is about augmenting pre-existing problems. Yeah. So in this area, even in wet years, there are significant problems. The second angle that I think we could look at is precisely in terms of what we could call an institutional setup. Yeah. What's the actual allocation and reallocation of water through water entitlements, and how that leads to some potential conflicts. Yeah, so that's another angle that it's worth looking at in this story. It's very difficult to create private water entitlements linked to a public domain and a public good, but there's need to do that, and this happens internationally in every economy. Yeah, what is important is that these systems are really effective, efficient, sustainable, and most importantly, equitable as well. Yeah, which is something to look at in this story. Another important thing I would say is that we tend to plan for a world that does not exist anymore. So there's an issue in this story that has to do with dams not properly delivering. Yeah, so we install some capacity in terms of water storage, but at the end of the day, this doesn't deliver properly for the basin itself, not just for specifically for one end user, but for the basin. And this is a very extreme example of something that is happening worldwide. That is, in areas where there's long-term water scarcity, we end up with extreme salinity problems and the need for salinity offsetting schemes. Yeah, because otherwise there's not just an issue of lacking enough water, but there's also an issue of lacking enough water quality. And I think that this is showing us why the problem was forced displacement of population, the so-called climate refugees, is going, will be changing the order of magnitude worldwide. Today in the world, we have 85 million people forced to be displaced on climate grounds. Yeah, but towards 2030, there'll be more than 700 million people in the world forced to be displaced as a result of climate extremes. So sorting out this kind of local conflicts has also a global dimension. And I think it's important we look at the issue of how these populations need to adapt and need to enhance their resilience, because otherwise their livelihoods will be completely jeopardized.
And the obvious question, what can be done about it?
Yeah, it's important to understand why we end up with the unintended consequences of these kind of situations, because of course it's very unfair that local farmers are really suffering such an extreme situation, let alone women within these communities. Yeah, so I think that it's important to realize that there are very strong incentives to make really bad decisions. Yeah, the Southern Jordan Valley regions have an important competitive edge because they have abundant land, they have significant effective sun radiation, they have at the same time regrettably low-cost labor, but they're lacking the most critical input for agricultural development, which is water. Yeah, so water becomes a limiting factor in terms of social and economic development. At the same time, in this area, they have an additional competitive edge that has to do with the fact that some crops are harvested here earlier than in any other region in the Mediterranean. Yeah, so they have an advantage over other regions in the Mediterranean. And there's very strong competition for water. So it's important that we manage to create a sound institutional setup that creates fair rules for the allocation of water. It's important that we enhance water use efficiency in agriculture and other end users, that we create the right elements for the adjudication of conflicts between cities, Amman in this case, and local rural communities and industries, yeah? And it's important at the same time that we work on the diversification of water supply sources, because the conventional approach through conventional infrastructures may not deliver anymore. So we need to focus on something that also promotes the reclamation and reuse of water, or potentially the desalination of brackish water and salt water to be used in agriculture and other end users.
Okay, so it comes down really to who owns the water and who controls the water and how is the water distributed. And when you take all that into consideration, there are long-term factors and short-term gains and benefits. If you could develop a little bit on that.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a very short-sighted view about these things. In terms of water allocation and water ownership, there's a very clear statement in the international community as to who owns water. Water is a public domain, so it has to be conserved, and all the provisions have to be legally made by governments in order to protect that public domain. So it doesn't belong to anyone specifically. Yeah, but then for practical reasons and in order to deliver water services for different activities, we need to allocate private entitlements for the use of that water. These work as administrative licenses. So it's the government in protecting public interest who has to be sure that the allocation of these grants, these entitlements, is granted in such a way that we do protect individual interests, but we do protect the collective goals of long-term water security, public health, poverty alleviation, socioeconomic development. So in order for this to happen, we may need not just a sound institutional setup, but the right incentives for this to happen. Why? Because, for instance, in this story, the company is claiming that they put so much money investing in some conventional infrastructures that they want to make sure that they have privileged access to water in order to be able to recover part of that investment. So the issue boils down to a question of who is funding access to improved water services. And this has nothing to do specifically to who owns water, but who's actually providing the resources in order for water to be available for different uses. And at the same time, there are other issues at stake here. this doesn't only happen in Jordan, it's happening in many low-income and medium-income countries in the world, which has to do with the fact that the countries are signing international treaties to protect foreign investment and trade. And once these companies feel that their interests are being affected, they sue the governments in international courts. So this goes to a wider scene that has nothing to do with the local reality. And of course, local communities completely ignore these things because this is like major geopolitics, and this has to do with trade policy internationally. So we need to find ways in the international community to reconcile the protection of those individual rights at an international level and the protection of sustainable livelihoods for local communities.
And do you have a sense of where this is going? Do you have a positive or a negative outlook on us, coming to terms with how we should manage water long term?
Yeah, I think there's been significant progress in these, and we've learned from successes in many countries. Yeah, so there are countries where the water entitlements have been properly regulated, and we ensure that there's equitable and efficient access to water for a wide majority of the population. But at the same time, we've learned a lot from some significant failures. Let me just mention a couple of them. Australia or Chile. Both countries are suffering water stress, especially in South Australia and especially in northern Chile. Yeah, in both countries, very different countries, but in both countries, they went beyond any other country in the world in terms of granting these water entitlements. So what's really critical for those countries is that we do understand that they managed to deliver significantly in terms of macroeconomic development, but they created also very significant social and environmental liabilities. So there's a lot to be learned from those experiences in order to be able to protect these local communities. And something that is even more important for us, Nilike, yourself, David, or myself are speaking from advanced economies. Yeah, we may see that the Jordan Valley is too far away from us, but it's not. Because whatever happens in the Jordan Valley is not just calling us in terms of an ethical imperative, it's also calling us because whatever forced displacement of population from these areas will probably end up in European countries. So I'm against this idea that that Europe is suffering from a climate refugee crisis. I think it's rather the opposite. I think refugees are suffering from a crisis in the European Union. And I think we need to find sound responses in order to be able to address whatever's happening very far away from where we are, but very close in terms of our collective approach to these issues globally.
Thank you so much for joining this program about the water situation in the southern Jordan Valley and beyond. Thank you, Ether LSM, coach and editor at Arish, Nellike Bruce, visual artist and researcher based in The Hague, and Gonzalo de la Camara, economist working with resources management and social and economic development at IE University. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, David.
Thank you
for having us.
Yeah, for inviting me for this. Yeah.
I'm standing here now with Ahmad Karnama, who is CEO of two prolific organizations. The first of these is the Aban Foundation, which is an impact fund that kickstarts sustainability-focused businesses. And the other one is, well, you also founder this one, is called Spritju, the platform that guarantees the origin of electricity that is consumed by any device at any time, at any place really, is giving users complete visibility on the source of the power that they're using. Be it fossil, be it green, so you can really have transparency here. So we're going to learn a little bit more about your businesses here. Let's start with the foundation. It's the first Found Corp. This is a word that maybe not everybody is familiar with. Can you tell us a bit what Found Corp is and why you started this?
Yes, a Fund Corp is a scientific concept that we did our sort of homework to understand how the organizations work right now and what is the future vision for the organization that we want to build. And we see sustainability has been a part that you would do a compensating effects for the sort of what you do wrong for many things. But what we said is like that the organizations should evolve to do whatever they do is connected to the sustainability agenda as well. Why shouldn't be compensating type of activity for the sustainability, and why not everything that is being done is connected to the sustainability agenda? And that's why we come with this concept of Fund Corp is a sort of evolutions of the organizations that whatever they do is connected to the sustainability goals and the visions, and then they contribute to the business success as well. I mean, those things should come hands in hands, and we believe that with the right expert view on doing those type of sustainable businesses is really doable to make even better sort of return on the investments and do the sustainability as well. Consider, I mean, everything that you do is connected to the sustainability. And that's why we started this concept, Fund Corp. We are the first in that sort of a space, and whatever we do is connected to the sustainability, and there is no need for compensating effects basically in a Fund Corp and in Auburn Foundation. Yeah.
Well, that sounds wonderful. I hope everybody follows suits here. Follow suit. Not follow suits. Well, you're wearing a suit, but follow suit. So your aim is to build at least one school with the highest sustainability standards in each country. That's a wonderful goal. And how is this progress going with this initiative?
Yeah, we call Auburn Foundation an impactful, innovative ecosystem. And those three words, they describe whatever we do there. I mean, we think about impact. That's super important for us, that we do whatever we do is like making an impactful effects. The second part is innovative. We want something to be new and innovative that solve a problem that has been a challenge in the industry as well. And then the third part, we are an ecosystem. And then this ecosystem connects to just bring the society part of our business, and building a school is an important element there. I mean, we want to promote diversity the way that our world works. We want to promote solutions that are connected to the sustainability as well. And the schools are building that ecosystem for us to make those things happen. And then we have started to develop, and we identify the countries that we want to build our initial schools, and then we push on the business side as well and make great things happen. And then I invite all of you to just go to our website, to our LinkedIn, to hear more and read more about the things that we are developing, and invite you to be part of those movements as well. Yeah.
So where will the first school be situated?
We are thinking about Middle East. Basically, that's the place that we see that there is a need basically for those schools to be built. We have identified 3 countries on that, and then we are in the sort of the fundraising phase for those schools as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's turn to your other foundation, other organization here. Spiritu aims to give complete traceability, as we started out with, to energy usage. And please talk to us a little bit about how this works.
Yeah, that's the important part of the foundation. We are building those type of businesses, and Spiritu is one of the most important sort of angles and the businesses that we are driving right now. I mean, when you come to energy sector, is prime responsible for the climate change. I think there is no question about that. I think 73% of the total carbon emissions in the world is coming from energy. And unfortunately, energy is among one of the least traceable products in the world. I mean, if I turn this lamp on, I don't know what is the source of the energy that I contribute. But then if I buy this clothes, I know where is the source. I mean, that's a dilemma that we are in right now, and it's a pity that we are on that stage. I mean, that's why we develop Spiritu, which we provide more transparency and traceability into energy sector, make sure that if you consume some sort of energy, I mean, you know the source of the energy consumption at each hour. I mean, our goal is like to go in hourly basis, but then also we want to go even more granular in the long run, and as we are taking forward. There is a big achievement yesterday I saw in COP, and that has happened. I mean, US has joined the 24/7 carbon-free energy compact. is the compact to support this initiative at Espritu as well. And we are super glad that US government has joined that compact, and then the press release has already been out. And then I think we will see much more sort of bigger momentum around this after the COP. That I'm super glad that this has happened, and then more of governments and organizations to come to that compact that my colleagues at UN, they are just pushing forward. And then our solution is getting even more relevance to push to more traceability and transparency in the energy sector. Yeah.
So good news, that's excellent. I'm sure many of our viewers would like to learn more about where their energy comes from. So how would you suggest that they actually do that?
Yeah, energy is currently made traceable through the sort of energy certificates. Is a 32 billion euro market, basically, in the US and in the EU, to buy those energy certificates to make the energy transparent. I mean, the certificates itself as the status quo in the market, I think they are reasonable, but I think we need to increase the quality of those certificates, basically. In Europe, it's called Guarantee of Origin, or in the US, it's called Renewable Energy Certificates, RECs. And basically, what we do in our platform is like to increase the quality of those certificates and bring the certificates even from rooftop installations and the other smaller installations as well. I mean, those are the important part of the energy traceability and transparency, and it needs to be auditable, it needs to be much more transparent, and then more granular. I mean, nowadays we see that it is yearly basis type of energy certificates that makes it legally possible, unfortunately, to claim using solar electricity on Christmas night in Sweden when there is no ray of sun on the sky. I mean, I don't blame anyone for that. That's the status quo that we have, but we can do much better. And that's what we do at Espritu, to bring more transparency and traceability, add additional services on top of the existing certificates, and make them part of the ecosystem of the climate concerned people that we want to bring more transparency and traceability into energy systems.
So your two organizations, of course, their work is interconnected, as you eloquently framed it here. So if we would be standing here at the next COP, yes, in the studio in Stockholm, or maybe at the COP, who knows, where would you be then in terms of Espritu and also your foundation, the Adna Foundation?
Yeah, on the foundation level, we want to build more schools. We want to have more businesses like Espritu to just take into other sectors of that we need impact, we need innovation, and then our ecosystems support that sort of impact. I think that's the goal for the foundation. We want Espritu to verify the source of whatever kilowatt hour of the energy consumed in this world, and then we bring more transparency and traceability to that energy consumption, and then we provide the trusted information to the stakeholders that they want to report their carbon emissions, they want to know their source of energy consumption, and for Espritu we have that vision, and then that makes me to invite all of the sort of the people that they watch this to come to Espritu to visit us and send us email, and we would love you to be part of our movement, basically.
Well, thank you so much, and best of luck with your important work.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, and I have the pleasure of interviewing two leading experts in the transition to a more sustainable society, and they're here with me in the studio in Stockholm. Valentin Monteiro, you're head of sustainability at Schneider Electric, and also with me Kajsa Ryttberg Wallgren, and you are with H2 Green Steel, and there you are executive vice president of growth and hydrogen business. That's a great title. Congratulations! I would love to have that title too. So, Valentin, you're head of sustainability at Schneider Electric in Sweden. So please tell us about Schneider Electric's role as an impact company.
Yes, thank you. So actually, when we look a little bit at the context systemically and like all the crises we are going through, and especially like the climate crisis as one of them, we strongly believe that not only companies can be involved, but must be involved actually. So we summarize the concept of an impact company with 5 simple principles. The first one being performance, because that's the foundation to do good. The second one will be business, and to basically include sustainability in the core of what the company is doing thanks to innovation and technology. Then the third one will be about bringing ESG, raising the bar to bring ESG in the core of the company strategy and organization. The fourth point will be about bringing actually everyone along to this transformation. So basically from customers, employees, suppliers, and the entire society with it. And we kind of summarize it with saying, okay, you have to kind of do well to do good, and then do good to do well, and to bring everyone along. And if you think about this one, so as a concrete example, if we bring now think about the carbon impact or the climate impact of Schneider Electric as a company, it's about 60 million tons of CO2, which is roughly equivalent to 0.1% of the total global greenhouse gases emission that we have yearly. And it's also equivalent to roughly the yearly emission of Sweden as a country. So that's for the footprint. But the climate impact, actually, of Schneider, if you take into account what we save and avoid at our customers thanks to the technology that are operating in all the applications that we are serving, we are actually having a positive impact of about 90 million tons of saved and avoided emissions. So roughly 90 minus 60, 30 million tons of CO2 already positive in terms of impact. And zooming into let's say the actual footprint of Schneider, so this 60 million tons of CO2, less than 1% of it is really like the own operation of Schneider Electric. So then more than 99% is the rest of the ecosystem. 14%-ish is what we have at suppliers, so like all the supply chain, and we work actively with the supply chain. We have a specific program, with the top 1,000 suppliers of Schneider Electric to help them decarbonize by 50% their own operations by 2025, which we measure as part of the Schneider Sustainability Impact goals. And then the rest is more on let's say the downstream side, so what we have with customers and so on and so forth.
This is quite impressive, indeed. So Kaisa, let's turn to you. In your own words, because I've heard you say this, steel is a quite big part of materials we use in society, of course, and we all know this. And being the EVP of Business Unit Hydrogen at H2 Green Steel, what is your take on what you can achieve, and of course we need to know a little bit more about what you're doing and your future plans to expand.
So basically, I think the starting point of this question is, why do we exist? What is the purpose of our existence? And it drills down to the Paris Accord. That's where it all started. That's where we agreed globally to stay below 1.5 degrees. If you want to do that, you need to address hard-to-abate sectors. One of the hardest to abate, so to say, is the steel industry. Today, the steel industry accounts for about 8% of global CO2 emissions, and that's emissions that you cannot directly electrify. So how can you do that? Then you need to understand where is the problem. Today, the majority is coming from a traditional steelmaking route, which is blast furnace. The blast furnace you use to produce iron, you basically need to take away the oxides or the oxygen from the iron ore that is coming from the mine. And in a blast furnace, you use carbon to trigger that chemical reaction. That is the bad guy. That is what you need to address. And there is a mature technology available to address that specific challenge. It's another type of technology. It is a reactor where you can use hydrogen instead for the reaction of getting rid of the oxygen. If that hydrogen is produced using electrolysis and renewable energy, or at least fossil-free energy, you can take out about 95% of the CO2 emissions from steelmaking.
So that will be 95% out of the 8% global emissions.
So then you get into a deeper question, because that would assume that you can do that everywhere in the world, which you can't, because you need specific conditions for it. But for what we do, yes, we take out 95% of the CO2 emissions. And the challenge here was that back to the Paris Accord, the customers, they saw this, they committed to science-based targets, and they said, okay, where is the steel industry? Can you deliver this to us? We need to get rid of CO2s coming from embedded carbon. Nobody was there. And then we actually started. Our founders figured that the steel doesn't need another pilot. It needs large scale. And that's why we are building a steel mill that, when it's fully operational, will abate about 9 million tons CO2 per year. So that is, I would say, the reason for our existence. So our purpose is not to become the biggest steel company in the world, but it is to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors. And we start with steel. We start with one plant in northern Sweden, and then we go from there.
And please tell us about your further expansion, because the first plant is in Sweden, and you have plans. You're going to work on other continents too?
That's correct. So the beauty of what we do is that we are greenfield. So instead of trying to retrofit steel assets that are located where it was successful to produce steel in the past, to whole customer so no, one is renewable energy, or at least fossil-free energy at the base load. That is crucial to make this work at huge volume as well, at a good price. So it's about the energy. The second part is access to good logistics for iron ore, and not just any iron ore, but the right quality of iron ore. Thirdly, the political support to make this happen. One part of that is, of course, how you get support in terms of permit processes and things like that. But the other part is what kind of policy you have in place, for example, carbon pricing and subsidies and things like that. These three areas is pointing us in different directions, and we do see that the best places to do that, if you look in Europe, is northern Sweden, and we do think for the future also southern Iberian Peninsula. Outside of Europe, we believe that Canada, and specifically Quebec, is one of the best places in the world. We also have now, with Inflation Reduction Act coming in the US, it makes it quite attractive to do the same in certain parts of the US, and then you have Brazil.
So what's the timeline here?
So it takes time to do what we do. Our first project then in Boden in northern Sweden, close to the Arctic Circle, it's being built as we speak. We actually erected the first steel a couple of weeks ago, and that's a huge milestone for a big construction project. So we are aiming to start to commission the plant in 2025 with commercial orders coming in very early in 2026. For our other plants, it's highly dependent, I would say, on political support and when we can get access to the grid. It all comes down to power, no project. That's really how it is. So it's hard to say which one will come after, but all of the four that I explained, in addition to Boden, the target is to have started production before 2030.
This is a very impressive timeline, I'd say. And I know that your order books are fairly full already in the Boden project, which is also fascinating. Of course, that tells a story about, how we're going to run this further and the success story that you're probably going to be facing in this project. So, Valentin, turning back to Schneider Electric here, you are focused on Sweden, but you also have, of course, the overall global perspective on decarbonization here. So, what is your point of view when it comes to being able to support companies in their decarbonization journey?
Yes, so thank you. So actually, from Schneider Electric, we see mostly like two axes that we are really advocating for and supporting companies with. First one will be electrification, and the second one will be digitization. So electrification for decarbonization, as we talked about, just like as an example for the steel industry, and digitization for efficiency. And in fact, we are kind of combining the two, and why it's kind of very relevant and interesting for Sweden as well. If you look at the pace of electrification in Sweden, versus the rest of the world is kind of faster. It's about twice faster what we see in the coming decades versus the rest of the world. And globally, we are electrifying everywhere. And also in terms of digitization, you have, let's say, the two aspects of digitization for efficiency across the society, but also Sweden being a hub for digitization with a lot of data centers and a lot of data infrastructure that is being invested there also for the similar need as we talked about with green and cheap electricity and energy access, basically. So that's how we are kind of supporting different organizations with technologies for both electrification and digitization. On the electrification side, what I would maybe add is that there is two aspects that we can think of, and very often we think only about the supply side of it, like how will we produce this electricity, and a lot of debate around which way to produce this decarbonized electricity with more nuclear, with more renewables, and so on and so forth. But there is also a second aspect, which is how we, on the demand side, how do we consume this electricity and how do we make it efficient? Because that's also a way to actually enable some capacity complementary to the new, let's say, supply that we're getting, and we are really trying to work on these two axes, on supporting the electrification on both the supply and the demand side, and on the demand side really adding not only electrifying the usage, with EVs, with heat pumps, with hydrogen, which at the end of the day is very much power as well, electricity, to generate it, but also to reduce the demand of energy and electricity in the first place. So that will be how we are supporting different businesses.
Well, thank you very much. It's very interesting to hear your different focuses, but they're basically the same focus. We need to decarbonize, and we need to do it quickly. And of course, collaboration is key. It sounds like you both are on that path too. That this is what makes it happen. So thank you very much for joining us here on We Don't Have Time, and best of luck with your important work. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for tuning in. We're here live from Dubai, and I'm Rhiannon Thomas, the Consumer Practice Lead at Carney. And I'm delighted to be joined by Jim Andrews, the Chief Sustainability Officer of PepsiCo. The topic for today is the food system transition, which has been a big topic at COP this year. And I know that PepsiCo is doing a lot in this area. And I'd love to hear from you. What are the key challenges you see in terms of transforming the food system?
Great, thanks, and lovely to be here with you. I think the biggest challenge is the scope and size of the challenge.
Yeah.
Right. We're talking about transforming the global food system. Yeah. And we've spent a lot of time as PepsiCo, we spent a lot of time here the last 10 days talking about regenerative agriculture, right? And how do we bring regenerative practices? How do we make it mainstream? How do we get the food system, all the players in it, all the actors working together, but really putting the farmer at the center? And I think that's, whether it's a large industrial scale farmer or a smallholder growing a little bit in their backyard, right? A lot of the challenges are the same, but the scale, the size, and the need to really have partnerships, which I know we'll talk about later, critically important to really bring that whole system along. Governments have a role, NGOs have a role, obviously companies like PepsiCo have a role, and farmer organizations that work with farmers, all those players have to be aligned. And so that's, I think, the biggest challenge is it's system change. How do you really make system change happen at scale on a topic that is both as fundamental as food and food security, but also as important to the climate? Roughly 25% of emissions are agriculture and land use. For us, it's even more. It's about a third of our total emissions. So it's important for us and for our business, obviously important for the world. Most importantly, it's important for the farmers.
Yeah, no. So a challenge from the different actors that need to be brought in, the fact that we're working across the globe, that you need to kind of scale things at a small level to make them kind of global. So it sounds as if there's a lot of investment that's going to be needed. How do we ensure that that cost isn't passed on to the consumer?
Well, you're right. There is a lot of investment that's needed. The great thing is that a lot of it is already happening, and a lot of it actually pays back. Now, it pays back over time, and that's one of the challenges. I've been on a number of groups and panels and closed-door meetings this week talking about how do we help farmers through that transition, because different organizations use different data, but generally 3 to 5 years is the transition period for many farmers as they're adopting the new practices and implementing them really at scale. So how do we help them through that? And I think that's the good news is when they come out the other side, they're lower risk, they're more resilient, and they're at least as profitable as they were before. That's actually an investable proposition. And one of the things I've talked to a lot of financial institutions about is we need more creativity, we need more financial engineering, and I say that in a positive sense, to really take that investable proposition and help bring capital to that. Now, that might be governmental funding, that obviously is in our case corporate funding. You know, we've invested hundreds of millions of dollars into this area, and I know a number of our peers have. It's philanthropic capital, right? But it's how do we mobilize this capital? Because the good news is, at the end, we have a more resilient, more productive farmer. And I think, you know, that's the case when you look at regenerative agriculture. But there's some other great examples. If you look at renewable electricity, we have a commitment to bring our total supply chain, including our operations as well as our partners, bottlers and co-manufacturers, 100% renewable electricity. We're very active in PPAs, and a number of those PPAs actually, they're not cost, they're actually returning money to us. So, you know, often being a first mover is a great example. Another one is waste. We use a lot of potatoes, and those potatoes have peels, and they go into snacks that people love, food that people consume. But those peels, in a number of locations, 10 around the world, we're taking those peels and we're turning them into biogas, which we're then using either to power our plants, or in some cases, we're turning into fertilizer. So that's taking something, that's taking something that used to be a cost and is now actually using it to either avoid other costs or to be able to replace things that we used to have to pay for. So I think that the good news is a lot of these things, as we continue as a planet, as a company, as an industry, we're finding more and more ways that sustainability is good for business.
Yeah. And I guess what you're saying is that there is a short-term kind of challenge of that investment, but if we're creative about it, we should be able to get through that transition. And the end game is actually both more sustainable, but also not necessarily kind of more costly. It's a short-term, 5 years.
And that's what, and often it's less. I was just got out of a panel this morning, or a session with representatives from the Gulf states and the number of NGOs, a number of companies, and we had a good discussion about there are real live practical examples on the ground at scale where regenerative practices pay back in a year. So again, I think it's how do we keep the farmer at the center? How do we deliver financial, technical, and social support that they need to be able to help them make this transition? And I think if we get that right, we mobilize the capital and the financial, it can make a huge difference.
Good to hear. I think there's still quite a lot of confusion from the consumer side, sticking a bit with the consumer. And what are organizations doing to ensure that the consumer is informed about what is a sustainable product, how to make the right choices, even if we're not asking them to pay more, there's still a choice at the heart of it from the consumer. What are you seeing in that area?
Yeah, we're a mass company. We have about 1 billion consumer occasions a day around the world.
Wow.
And one of the things that we've found, let's take our Lay's brand. In some countries, it's Walkers. Your home, it's Walkers. And in other places has some other names. But fundamentally, if you think about what are potato chips are made from potatoes. A little bit of oil, a little bit of salt, and they're cooked in our kitchens. Our kitchens are bigger than the ones you and I have at home. But they're still kitchens. And what we found is when we let consumers know and educate them on, these are potatoes. They're grown on farms. There's farmers behind every story, behind every bag of Lay's. And that connection is what's so powerful. So take Walkers, right? In Walkers, we have available on the bag a QR code, and it will take you to stories about the farmers that are actually growing. In the U.S. and Lay's, it's golden grown here. We talk about where the potatoes are grown, the states, the farmers. In Brazil, I was in Brazil recently, and they have the same idea. And actually on the bags, they have pictures of the farmers. And we find when we make that connection, because consumers more and more, they actually are interested. They care about where does my food come from? And so when we tell them, when we help them understand that, these are potatoes, cooked the same way you cook them at home. Actually, they're even better because we use healthier oils and we control the process better. And we tell them that there's farmers who actually care about their land and who are growing these, in many cases, in a regenerative way. In almost every case, they're really trying to, how do we keep those farms sustainable? Because they want to pass them down to the next generation. And that's really important for the world. How do we keep farmers farming? Because we all know the demographic information, we all know the challenges, but the world needs farmers to keep farming to be able to grow food. And we find that connection is the magic in being able to help educate consumers so that they care. Now they know how to place their care and use it and inspire their choices around things that are better for them, better for the planet.
Yeah. And so it's really about making it kind of more personal and connecting the individuals almost across the value chain so that they can understand really understand the impact.
Yeah, we're all people, right? At the end of the day, we're all people, and people relate to people. And when PepsiCo is a very large company. Potatoes are grown locally. They don't ship very well. They don't ship very well. They're sort of the best product. We have many cases where they're 48 hours from the farm until you're home.
Wow.
And that freshness, that quality is really driven by our farmers.
Right.
And so that connection we find is so powerful.
Great. And so it's still a challenge to get through this transition. And it seems that we're going to need to kind of shift a bit the mindset from doing less bad to actually doing good, and how we're changing how the soils are being used, etc. What's your view on that?
Well, soil health is fundamental to this whole discussion. How do we make farming sustainable? And regenerative farming is really a set of practices that improve soil health. What does healthier soil do? Healthier soil helps sequester carbon, but it also improves biodiversity. It improves water retention so that if you get too much rain or not enough rain, the plants are able to be more resilient. It is able to help the use of other inputs and make them more efficient. So that soil health piece is really important. And again, farmers have to make that transition from, in many cases, these are things that their grandparents did.
Yeah.
And so how do we help them through it? They really need three things. They need financial help, because again, that period, that transition period that we talked about. They also need technical help. PepsiCo, we have 170 agronomists around the world, and we work with a large number of farmer-facing organizations because farmers need locally relevant advice. They need it from trusted partners. We have demo farms, 89 around the world, where farmers can go talk to farmers, see what works, because every farm's different.
That connection again, yeah.
Exactly. Every farm's different, yet every farm has similarities. So how do we provide them the technical help? And then finally, the social help, right?
Yeah.
Nobody likes to be isolated. Nobody likes to feel that they're the only one. And so how do we connect up communities of farmers who are adopting these practices? When we find those things happen, then the transition is very, very effective and fast.
Great. And we talked about it at the beginning, but the role of partnerships, because it's not one organization that can really make the difference. And also there's a lot of different actors we're talking about. What's the role of partnerships, and where do you see it having the biggest impact?
Partnerships are absolutely fundamental. They're fundamental to the transit. Again, we're trying to change a food system, right? We're trying to transition to a more sustainable, resilient way of growing the food that the world needs. And to do that, partnerships have to be a piece, because they help scale. They help you move more quickly, actually. And most importantly, they make it more resilient and more lasting. And they bring in the resources that one needs to be able to make the transition happen. And so as we've invested just in the last year, we've done 3 very major partnerships. We've invested $216 million in 3 farmer-facing organizations.
Right.
Those trusted organizations that work with farmers, bring them agronomic advice, and also some social support. We signed a 7.5-year deal with ADM, who is a company that shares our values. And we said, look, we both have a set of assets and resources and capabilities. Let's put them together so that we can bring regenerative practices more quickly. Now, that's a kind of relationship that honestly, even a year ago, we probably wouldn't have. 7.5 years, the longevity is really important to, again, help farmers through a transition. And the third is with Walmart. Again, another partner of ours who shares, trying to do what we're trying to do, shares our values. And we signed a deal with them, strategic collaboration, $120 million, again, to bring regenerative practices across 2 million acres. So these are big, bold partnerships that are long-lasting and designed to really, how do we scale in a way that can bring the best of what all the various partners have? Another really great example is the role of government, because we could all move faster with stronger government involvement. And the USDA Smart Commodities grant program, I think, is a great example of where the government really leaned in. I know you're familiar with it, but they put $1 billion, which subsequently became almost $3 billion, towards a set of grant proposals. We partnered with about 20 different organizations to come together and to submit 3 grant proposals. The way they structure the grants was very clever, because they have very high ceilings, so it allows many partners to be involved, encourages actually. We put in a large matching amount, so they mobilized a lot of private capital.
So there's more capital, going
Exactly.
in.
And then there's a way to crowd in yet more capital. And so that's where the government...
virtuous circle happening from
Correct.
it.
And so that's been really powerful, where governments can help. The EU also has some programs, but it's really about governments can be an important catalyzer in a lot of this. And it's how do we get, again, that whole value chain working together to help drive system change.
Yeah, and so it's public-private partnerships, it's private partnerships, but it's also, you're touching upon cross-system partnerships as well, in terms of it's not just within the food value chain. There's also the the financing of it, but maybe even also some of the health providers, etc., that we need to kind of all connect to make sure this is happening.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time talking. You mentioned financing. I've spent a lot of time talking with financiers. Again, going back to what we talked about, it's an investable proposition, right?
Yeah,
farmers.
exactly.
How do we get that creativity? What are those products that are going to allow private capital, concessionary capital, family offices to come in ways that meets their return objectives, but also helps put the farmer at the center and deliver. And I think there's a lot more work to do, a lot more opportunity that can be done there to help marry those all together. Because again, with more money, we'll just be able to move faster.
Great. Well, I think that's all we have time for, Jim. But thank you so much for your time, and thank you everyone for joining in. I think we're going to hear a lot more about this topic, I think, in future COPs, but also hopefully seeing more action kind of taken in these areas, and particularly around this partnership topic. So looking forward to continuing that dialogue, and thank you everyone, and handing back over to Stockholm.